In the coal-dusted hollows of eastern Kentucky, whispers followed Luana Mooney like a cold mountain fog. Death was her constant companion. One husband died in a fiery car crash. Another, from a gunshot wound, ruled a suicide. A lover was consumed by a house fire that left her miraculously unscathed. Was she the unluckiest woman in all of Appalachia, cursed by some dark mountain hex? Or was the simple, tired-looking woman a calculating predator, collecting insurance policies like funeral bouquets? Today, we separate the chilling facts from the folk legend to uncover the truth behind the woman they called the Black Widow. To understand the darkness that followed, you first have to understand the world that Luana and her first husband, Jim Muncie, inhabited in the early 1970s. Pike County, Kentucky, was a land of stark contrasts. Breathtaking mountains, ancient and stoic, cradled valleys choked with the grit of the coal industry. The air itself seemed heavy, a mix of damp earth, wood smoke, and the ever-present metallic tang of the mines. Life here was carved out of the rock, and it was just as unyielding. Jim Muncie was a product of this world, an ordinary man, which in Pike County meant he was extraordinarily tough. He likely spent his days deep in the earth, his face permanently smudged with coal dust, his hands calloused and strong. He was the kind of man who worked without complaint, because complaining didn't pay the bills or put food on the table. His dreams were probably simple: a steady paycheck, a warm house, and seeing his children grow up with a little more opportunity than he had. He was the backbone of Appalachia, the silent, hard-working man upon which everything was built. In this life, Luana was the quintessential miner's wife. From the outside, she fit the mold perfectly. She kept a home, raised a family, and bore the quiet anxieties that came with loving a man who worked in one of the most dangerous professions on earth. Neighbors saw a plain, unassuming woman, her face etched with the same weary resignation as so many others in the holler. She was part of the community, another soul bound to the rhythm of the mine whistle and the slow turning of the seasons. But the hollers are more than just collections of houses. They are intricate webs of observation. Nothing goes unseen. Every family's struggle, every hushed argument, every small joy is noted and filed away in the collective memory of the community. People survived by leaning on each other, but that closeness meant there were no secrets. The community was a safety net, but it could also be a cage where everyone knew your past and watched your future. And beneath the surface of this hardscrabble existence, a dangerous current flowed. In a world where a man's life was a daily gamble against collapsing rock and failing equipment, death was never a stranger. It was a practical matter. Life insurance wasn't an abstract financial tool. It was often the only legacy a man could leave his family, the one final payday earned with his very life. And for a mind that saw the world not as it was, but as a series of problems to be solved, this grim reality held a terrible, hidden logic. Little did anyone know, Luana Mooney wasn't just living in this world, she was studying it. After Jim Muncie's car plunged into that ravine, the initial reaction in the holler was exactly what you'd expect: a wave of genuine, heartfelt sympathy. Casseroles appeared on Luana's doorstep. Neighbors offered to watch the children. The church ladies spoke in hushed, sorrowful tones about the poor widow. In Appalachia, community is the bedrock of survival, and when one of their own falls, everyone feels the tremor. Luana played the part of the grieving widow well, her face a mask of quiet devastation. But memories in the mountains are as long as a winter's night, and observation is a finely honed skill. The first whispers weren't accusations, they were just questions. A few of the older men who'd known Jim his whole life scratched their beards and wondered aloud how a man who knew those treacherous roads like the back of his hand could have made such a fatal mistake. The talk was quiet, confined to front porches after sundown, but it was there. Then came the matter of the insurance. No one begrudged a widow her due, but the speed with which Luana settled the claim raised an eyebrow or two. It seemed too efficient, too businesslike for a woman supposedly crippled by grief. The most potent silence came from the Muncie clan itself. Families in these parts are fiercely loyal, woven together by blood and shared hardship. They closed ranks, supporting Jim's children, but a subtle coldness was directed at their mother. Perhaps they remembered old arguments over money, or the way Luana seemed to pull Jim away from his kin. They never said a word against her publicly. That wasn't the way. But their support felt obligatory, their embraces lacking warmth. They watched her, their gazes heavy with an unspoken history that only they knew. This fertile ground of quiet doubt was all it took for rumors to take root and grow like kudzu. Whispers began to slither through the community, each retelling adding a new, darker detail. I heard they were fighting something awful the night before the crash, someone might say at the general store. Heard he was talking about leaving her, another might add. There was no proof, no evidence for any of it. But in a place where gossip travels faster than a telephone call, truth and speculation soon became hopelessly entangled. The sympathy began to curdle into suspicion. Every word was another dry twig laid carefully at Luana's doorstep, just waiting for a spark. A few years passed, and the quiet murmurs about Jim Muncey's death might have faded into the background hum of mountain life. But Luana made a move so audacious it snapped the community to attention. She found comfort, and then a new husband, in the arms of Norman Muncey, her late husband's cousin. In a place where bloodlines are sacred and certain boundaries are never crossed, this union was a scandal. It felt wrong, a violation of memory and respect that sent a jolt through the Muncey clan and the entire holler. Norman, however, seemed blissfully unaware of the shadow he was stepping into. He was a man clearly smitten and perhaps a little naive. He started talking, bragging to his buddies over a beer after a long shift. He told them how Luana had taken out a new life insurance policy on him, a policy for a sum that was staggering by Pike County standards. He'd laugh it off, saying, "She just loves me so much, she's terrified of losing me." To his friends, hearing those words, a cold dread began to settle in. It sounded less like a term of endearment and more like a valuation. Then came the day the laughing stopped. Norman Muncey was found dead in their trailer. The official report delivered a verdict that was clinical, simple, and to everyone who lived there, utterly unbelievable. Suicide. A single gunshot wound. But the official story crumbled the second it hit the grapevine. The rumor, spreading like wildfire from the first person who saw the body to the last person in the county, was that the wound wasn't where a man could put it himself. The old-timers in Pikeville shook their heads, their faces grim. "A man don't shoot himself in the back of the head," they'd say, their voices low and certain. This was the point of no return. The death of Jim Muncey had been a question mark. The death of Norman Muncey was an exclamation point. The community's unspoken verdict was delivered. Luana was no longer just an unlucky widow. She was something else, something to be feared. The whispers about a curse were replaced by a chilling certainty of something far more human and far more sinister. The law might have closed the case, but in the court of mountain opinion, the first drops of blood had stained Luana Mooney's hands, and the stain was never going to wash out. By the time Luana took up with Curtis Copley, the cloud of suspicion around her had grown dark and heavy. They lived together in a dilapidated house on the edge of town, a place that seemed to sag under the weight of its own decay. It was the kind of house that old-timers would say had a misery about it, where the floorboards groaned with untold stories and the windows looked out like vacant eyes. For Curtis, it was just a place to live. For Luana, it was a stage for her next and most terrifying act. On the afternoon before the fire, a neighbor saw something strange. Luana was making trips from the house to an old shed out back, carrying boxes and bundles wrapped in blankets. The neighbor didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe she was just cleaning out some old junk. But the image stuck in her mind. The methodical way Luana moved, her face a blank, unreadable mask. It wasn't the hurried work of spring cleaning. It was the careful, deliberate action of someone salvaging valuables from a sinking ship. That night, the house didn't just catch fire, it exploded. One moment, there was the quiet dark of the holler. The next, a roar as the old, dry wood surrendered to the flames. The house went up like a paper lantern soaked in kerosene, tearing a furious orange hole in the night sky. Windows burst, sending showers of glass into the yard. The heat was so intense it buckled the tin roof, which peeled back with a scream of tortured metal. It wasn't just a fire, it was an erasure. And then came the figure running down the dirt road, a woman in a nightgown, her silhouette framed against the inferno. It was Luana, her voice a piercing shriek, crying for help, for someone to save Curtis. She was the picture of terror and desperation, collapsing into the arms of the first neighbors to arrive, her body racked with sobs. She told a frantic story of waking up to smoke and heat, of barely managing to jump from a window as the floor gave way behind her. A miraculous escape. When the volunteer fire truck finally arrived, there was nothing they could do but watch the structure collapse in on itself, hissing and spitting into a smoldering pile of black bones. They poured water on the glowing embers, the steam rising into the night like departing ghosts. It took hours for the scene to cool enough for them to search the ruins. Inside, amidst the charred timbers and ash, they found what was left of Curtis Copley. He was discovered in the remains of his bed, a blackened shape that was barely recognizable as human. The question hung in the smoky air, unspoken, but felt by everyone there. Why didn't he run? Why didn't he even try to get out? The fire had been a monster, but it hadn't been silent. Yet Curtis had never moved. The whispers that followed were no longer whispers. They were spoken aloud, in tones of dread and certainty. People remembered the boxes Luana had moved. They replayed her frantic performance on the road, and it now seemed hollow, rehearsed. The talk of the evil eye returned, the legend of the woman who brought death to any man who shared her bed. Luana Mooney was no longer just a woman followed by tragedy. She was the tragedy itself, a walking, breathing folktale of Appalachian horror. The sun rose on a black, jagged wound in the heart of the holler. Where Curtis Copley's house had stood was now just a steaming, skeletal ruin. The smell of wet ash and finality clung to the morning air. Investigators, what few the county had, poked through the debris, their faces grim. They found the remains of a wood stove, some twisted bed springs, and the charred remnants of a simple life. The fire had been too hot, too complete. It had consumed everything, including any shred of concrete evidence. The official explanation, when it came, was a shrug of the shoulders in paper form. Faulty wiring, perhaps. A stray ember from the stove. In a land of old wooden houses and overworked wiring, it was a plausible and convenient conclusion. It was ruled a tragic accident. Case closed. The system, lacking the tools or the will to dig deeper, moved on. Luana Mooney collected another insurance payment, a modest sum for a house and a life that had been reduced to cinders. In the days that followed, Luana played her role to perfection. She was the shattered survivor, the woman haunted by loss, her voice a fragile whisper. But those watching her saw something else. They saw that her grief was a garment she put on in the morning and took off at night. Her eyes, when she thought no one was looking, were not filled with sorrow, but with a cold, clear focus. She was a woman with a plan, and the ashes of her old life were simply the foundation for her next one. The community rendered a different verdict. The whispers were over. Now there was a wall of silence. When Luana walked into the general store, conversations would cease. Mothers would pull their children a little closer. Men who might have once offered a polite nod now stared straight through her, their faces hard as granite. The silent shunning was a form of mountain justice, a way of casting someone out without ever laying a hand on them. She had become a ghost in her own town, a living pariah. She was now more legend than person. The Black Widow of Pikeville was a name spoken in hushed tones, a story told to frighten restless children and warn young men. She was the embodiment of the darkness that could hide behind a plain face, a boogeyman born from their own community. The fear was palpable. Who would be next? What man would be foolish enough to get tangled in her web? It seemed impossible, and yet, in the desperate poverty of Appalachia, there was always someone willing to take a gamble, someone who believed they could outsmart the devil herself. Michael Adkins didn't die. Wounded and bleeding, fueled by a primal will to live, he stumbled through the dark woods, every rustle of leaves sounding like his executioner returning. He finally collapsed on the doorstep of a remote house, his plea for help a ragged gasp. That desperate cry for help was the shot that finally broke the silence, the one that the law could not ignore. It reached the ears of Pike County Sheriff Charles Fuzzy Kesey, a man who had been carrying the weight of Luana's story for years. For Kesey, the rumors were more than just holler gossip. They were a series of ghosts he couldn't lay to rest. Michael Adkins, alive and talking, was the proof he had been waiting for. The hunt began immediately, but it wasn't for Luana. Kesey was smarter than that. He knew Luana was a fortress, her walls built of lies and feigned innocence. The weak point, the unlocked gate, was the hired help, Danny Lee Ross. Deputies found him easily. He wasn't a hardened criminal hiding in some mountain cave. He was a scared young man, haunted by what he had done, and he folded the moment the law cornered him. There was no fight left in him, only the sickening weight of his conscience. They brought Ross back to the sheriff's office, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and impending justice. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, away from Luana's influence, the dam of his fear finally burst. The story came pouring out in a torrent of guilt and terror. He told them everything. He described the cold, methodical way Luana had laid out the plan, her voice calm as she discussed the best way to kill her husband. He talked about the promise of money, a sum that must have seemed like a fortune to a young man with no prospects. He recounted the botched ambush, the look in Michael Adkins's eyes, and his own panicked flight. With every word Ross spoke, the web of rumor and myth that had protected Luana for a decade was being systematically dismantled and replaced by a cold, hard chain of evidence. Sheriff Kesey now had a confession, a motive, and a living victim. The ghosts of Norman Muncie and Curtis Copley and Jim Muncie now had a voice. The posse had been formed, not of men with rifles, but of sworn statements and legal warrants. The hunt for the Black Widow was finally on. The arrest itself was eerily quiet. There were no sirens, no dramatic showdown. The deputies pulled up to her small house, the place where she must have felt untouchable. They found her there, the picture of simple domesticity. But when she saw Sheriff Kesey at her door for the first time, a flicker of something other than grief or innocence crossed her face. It was the cold, flat look of a predator that knows it has been trapped. There was no struggle, no denial, no tears. She listened impassively as they read the charges, her hands held out for the cuffs as if she were merely accepting a package. As the cold steel clicked shut around her wrists, a silence fell over the holler. The hunt was over. The Black Widow was in a cage. The trial of Luana Mooney wasn't just a legal proceeding. It was an Appalachian spectacle. The old Pikeville courthouse, a building that had seen its share of feuds and moonshine cases, became the epicenter of the county's universe. Every day, the courtroom was packed to the rafters with people from every surrounding holler. They came not just to see justice done, but to get a look at the woman who had haunted their imaginations for over a decade. Armed deputies lined the walls, their presence a testament to the tension that crackled in the thick, un-air-conditioned room. This was more than a trial. It was a reckoning. The prosecution, led by a lawyer who understood the mountain psyche, methodically built their case, brick by damning brick. They laid out the timeline of death and profit. First Jim Muncie, then the insurance check, then Norman Muncie and a larger check, then Curtis Copley and another payout. Finally, the attempt on Michael Adkins. They painted a portrait of a ruthless predator who used men not for love or companionship, but as disposable assets in a long-term financial plan. With Danny Lee Ross's trembling confession and Michael Adkins's harrowing testimony from the stand, the prosecution locked the cage door. The defense attorneys had an impossible task. They couldn't deny the Adkins plot, so they tried to shift the blame, portraying Luana as a simple, uneducated woman who was the victim of a cruel fate and the manipulations of others. They attacked Ross's character, painting him as a liar trying to save his own skin by implicating a poor, unfortunate widow. They tried to create a fog of reasonable doubt, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a handful of sand. Throughout it all, Luana Mooney sat at the defense table, a small, still figure at the center of the storm. She showed no fear, no remorse, no emotion at all. While witnesses described her cold-blooded plans and men recounted their near-death experiences, she just watched, her face a placid mask. Her silence was more chilling than any confession. It was the unnerving calm of someone who believed she was above the judgment of ordinary men. She was not a cornered animal. She was a queen observing a tedious, predictable ceremony. After the closing arguments, the jury filed out, and a heavy silence descended on the courtroom. The wait wasn't long. When they returned, the foreman, a stern-faced coal miner, wouldn't look at Luana. He handed the paper to the clerk, whose voice cut through the tension. On the charge of conspiracy to murder Michael Adkins, guilty. On the charge of murdering Norman Muncie, guilty. A collective breath was released in the room, not a cheer, but a deep, shuddering sigh of relief and finality. Luana Mooney was sentenced to life in prison, the law of men finally catching up to her. But was it truly justice? The court had spoken on two of her victims. The ghosts of Jim Muncie and Curtis Copley, however, remained in the legal shadows, their deaths officially ruled accidents. The law had delivered its precise, limited verdict. But the people of the mountains, who had watched and whispered for years, knew the full, terrible score. The Black Widow was caged, but the question would always linger in the hollows. Had the system truly delivered justice, or had it just closed the book on the final bloody chapter? Luana Mooney's story didn't end with the sound of a gavel. She was transferred to the Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women, where she lived out the rest of her days in the sterile silence of a prison cell. For over 2 decades, she remained a cipher. She never confessed, never offered an apology, never gave any insight into the darkness that had driven her. She died in 2005, a quiet, anonymous end for a woman who had caused so much chaos. She took her secrets with her to a prison grave, leaving behind only a legacy of death and unanswered questions. The echoes of her life, however, still ripple through Pike County. Michael Adkins, the man who survived, became a reluctant legend. He was forever known as the one who got away, a living testament to Luana's evil and the one loose thread that unraveled her entire murderous tapestry. Her own children were also victims, forever branded by their mother's sins. Her son Danny, a pawn in her final failed plot, paid for his loyalty with a prison sentence of his own, his life irrevocably broken by the woman who should have protected him. The physical scars on the landscape have faded, but they haven't vanished. The old courthouse still stands in the center of Pikeville, and people will still point to its windows and say, "That's where they finally convicted the Black Widow." The treacherous mountain road where Jim Muncie died still claims cars in the winter ice. And if you ask the right old-timer, they can still show you the overgrown, empty patch of land where a house once burned to the ground, a place that feels colder than the surrounding woods, even on a summer day. But the most indelible trace Luana left behind is her name. In the hollows of eastern Kentucky, Luana Mooney is more than just a name. It's a cautionary tale, a piece of modern folklore. It's a shorthand for a heartless woman, a boogeyman used to warn men about who they trust. Her name has been woven into the very fabric of the place, a dark thread in a rich tapestry of mountain history. And in the old cemeteries, you can still find the weathered tombstones of her husband's silent stone markers in a story of greed and murder. They stand as quiet, irrefutable proof that even though most of the world has forgotten, The mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning. Was Luana Mooney a woman cursed by fate? Or was she a cold-blooded predator hiding in plain sight? The evidence leaves no room for doubt. There was no mountain hex, no evil eye. The curse was her own calculated greed, a chilling emptiness where a human heart should have been. But the more unsettling question is the one that has no easy answer. Was she born a monster, or was she forged in the crushing poverty of the coal fields? In a world where a man's life was often valued at little more than his next paycheck, perhaps she simply saw her husband's as another dark seam to be mined for profit. The story of the Black Widow of Pikeville is more than just a chilling true crime tale. It is a profoundly Appalachian story about the darkness that can fester behind a quiet, unassuming facade. It's a testament to the fact that for a full decade, the only justice her victims received was in the whispers of the community. The holler knew. The law needed a confession and a survivor, but the people, with their long memories and watchful eyes, had passed their verdict years earlier. It serves as a stark reminder that the most terrifying monsters don't lurk in the shadows of the deep woods. They sit on the front porch, they shop at the same store, and they know your name. This is a story of cruelty, yes, but it is also a story about the resilience of a place and its people. It's a story that has been absorbed by the very mountains that witnessed it all. A cautionary tale that will be told as long as there are campfires to gather around and cold nights to whisper in. The names on the tombstones will fade, but the echo of Luana Mooney's reign of terror serves as a permanent warning. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The rope was already around his neck. On May 1st, 1868, Tom Dooley looked out over the crowd and, with his last breath, spoke the words that would seal a woman's reputation in darkness for eternity. He said, "If it wasn't for Ann Melton, I wouldn't be on this scaffold today." Was it a damning accusation? A confession of his own weakness? Or the last, desperate act of a man protecting the woman he truly loved? We all know the song about the hanged man and his dead lover, Laura Foster. But the legend has a third name, a shadow at its heart. Today, we separate the ballad from the bitter truth to answer one question. Was the true monster in this story the one who walked away free? To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the soil it stained. This was Wilkes County, North Carolina, in the year 1866. The air in these mountains still tasted of gunpowder and defeat. The Civil War had bled the hollows dry, sending its sons home not as conquering heroes, but as ghosts. Men returned to find their farms overgrown, their families gaunt with poverty, and a silence in the valleys that felt heavier than before. Life was a stubborn, grinding affair, measured by the seasons and the sweat of your brow. It was a world of hard work, quiet faith, and passions that, once stirred, ran deeper and faster than any mountain creek. Into this world walked Thomas Dooler, known to everyone as Tom Dooley. Before the war, he was the boy with the quick smile and the fiddle that could make the devil himself tap his feet. But the Tom who came back was different. He'd survived the living hell of Point Lookout prison camp, and the experience had burned something out of him, replacing it with a reckless charm and a darkness in his eyes. He still played the fiddle, but now the tunes seemed wilder, more desperate, as if he was trying to drown out memories that followed him from the battlefield. At the unshakable center of Tom's world was Ann Pauline Melton. She was Laura Foster's cousin, married to a quiet farmer named James Melton, a man who seemed to exist only in her shadow. Ann was not just beautiful, she was a force of nature. With dark, knowing eyes and a will as strong as iron, she was a woman who refused to be contained by the small, pious world she inhabited. Her affair with Tom Dooley was the worst-kept secret in Elkville, a blazing fire that everyone saw, but no one dared try to put out. It was a passion born long before the war, and it had only intensified upon his return. And then there was Laura Foster, younger, fairer, and by all accounts of a gentler nature than her cousin Anne. She was a girl on the cusp of womanhood, with dreams that were likely as simple as they were sincere: to be courted, to be married, to build a life. She, too, fell under the spell of the handsome, haunted fiddle player. In her, Tom perhaps saw a chance at a different kind of life, a peace he could never find with the tempestuous Anne. For a time, this fragile, dangerous balance held. Life went on. James Melton ploughed his fields, pretending not to know. The community whispered behind their hands at church and at the general store. Anne held court, the queen of a tiny, isolated kingdom, with Tom as her devoted, reckless knight. And Laura Foster watched from the edges, her heart full of a hope that was about to turn deadly. They were all caught in a web of love, jealousy, and obligation, unaware that the world they knew was about to be burned to the ground. But the war had sent home more than just broken men. It sent home a sickness, a blood taint that traveled in silence. It was an unseen enemy, carried in the veins of a soldier, that would soon become the catalyst for an act of brutality that would leave these mountains forever scarred. The storm was coming, and no one even saw the clouds gathering. The Fosters, the Meltons, the Doulas, these were not new names in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Their roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks, clinging to the rocky soil for generations. They were descendants of the first Scots, Irish, and English settlers who pushed into these wild, unforgiving hollows in the late 1700s. They came seeking land of their own and a life free from the meddling of kings and governments. They fought the wilderness, they fought the natives, and sometimes they fought each other to hold on to the small plots of earth that defined their existence. This land wasn't just property, it was a testament to survival paid for in sweat and blood. Every creek, every ridge, every dark stand of timber was tied to a story, a birth, a death, a memory. But history had left scars on this land that had never truly healed. The Civil War was the deepest of them all. Wilkes County had been a place torn in two. While many men like Tom Doula marched off to fight for the Confederacy, the hills were also crawling with Union sympathizers, draft dodgers, and outright deserters. It was a war fought not just on distant battlefields, but in hushed conversations and suspicious glances between neighbors. Loyalty became a currency more valuable than gold, and betrayal was a poison that could linger in a family's well for 50 years. When the war ended, it didn't bring peace. It brought a simmering resentment. The men who came back, like Tom, were changed, and the community they returned to was fractured. The old order was shattered, and the law was often little more than a suggestion. In this power vacuum, the oldest laws of the mountains reasserted themselves, the laws of clan and kin. And in this world, a name was a heavy thing to carry. To be a Foster in these hills meant something. It meant you were part of a sprawling, tangled web of blood relations. You were never truly alone, but you were never truly free either. Your triumphs and your shames belonged to the whole family. An insult to one Foster was an insult to all, and the family's honor had to be protected at any cost. This wasn't just about pride, it was about survival. A family with a stained reputation was a weak family, vulnerable to its enemies. The weight of that name and the secrets it had to protect was a burden every Foster, including Anne and Laura, carried from the day they were born. In a place like Wilkes County, news traveled faster on foot than it did by post. The general store, the churchyard, the grist mill, these were the arenas where reputations were built and destroyed. And at the center of this web of whispers was Anne Melton. Her affair with Tom Dooley wasn't just a private sin, it was a public spectacle, a long-running drama the entire community followed with a mix of condemnation and fascination. Every glance between them, every time he lingered too long at her farm, was noted, dissected, and woven into the local law. The supporting cast was a complex gallery of cousins and neighbors, each with their own loyalties and resentments. There was Pauline Foster, another cousin, a woman who moved through the community with watchful eyes. The exact nature of her relationship with Anne is lost to history, but the court records would later suggest a deep-seated animosity, the kind that festers between women who are too much alike or who have vied for the same things. Then there were the Meltons, James's family, who had to endure the shame of his wife's open infidelity. And there was James himself, a quiet, brooding figure. The community saw him as a cuckold, a weak man who couldn't control his wife. But was his silence weakness, or was it the coiled patience of a man nursing a deep and bitter wound? The affair itself was the great, unhealed sore on the community's skin. It was an affront to the sacred institution of marriage and a constant source of tension. But there were other, smaller slights that kept the air poisoned. A harsh word exchanged at a quilting bee, a dispute over a stray hog, the natural jealousies that arise when one family does slightly better than another. In these isolated hollows, such grievances weren't easily forgotten. They were collected like debts, passed down through whispers, waiting for a moment to be called due. The Foster clan was so large and interwoven that it was a world unto itself, rife with its own internal rivalries and power struggles. It was this fertile ground of gossip and resentment that allowed the most dangerous rumor of all to take root. When whispers of the foul disease began to circulate, they fell on ready ears. Syphilis was more than an illness. It was a mark of moral decay, a physical manifestation of sin. The rumor transformed the affair from a simple matter of adultery into something dark and terrifying. It was a secret that, if exposed, would bring a level of shame and ruin that was absolute. It wouldn't just be whispers, it would be utter damnation. The air in Elkville grew thick and heavy. Anne, Tom, and Laura were no longer just three people caught in a tangle of passion. They were characters in a tragedy that everyone was watching unfold, a tragedy being written in real time by the relentless, unforgiving murmur of the community. The pressure was immense. Every smile felt like a mask, every conversation like an interrogation. The stage was set, and the ground was soaked with the fuel of old grudges, just waiting for a single spark to set the whole world ablaze. In the mountains, people have always paid attention to signs. They knew how to read the sky for a coming storm, and they knew how to read the woods for omens. And in the spring of 1866, the old folks would later claim the signs were all bad. They said the whippoorwills called too close to the houses, a sure sign of a soul about to depart. A strange, unnatural quiet seemed to settle in the hollows, a silence that felt sharp and heavy in the air, as if the mountains themselves were holding their breath, waiting for a coming violence. These were the whispers of the woods, the ancient language of dread that every mountain person understood in their bones. The true omen, however, was not a bird or a dream. It was a human one. It was the change that came over Laura Foster. The young, hopeful girl disappeared, replaced by a woman who had been handed a death sentence. When Laura learned she was sick and understood the shameful truth of how she'd gotten that way, the desperation must have been absolute. She was no longer just a spurned lover. She was a victim facing a slow, ugly decay. And she was not going to suffer that fate alone and in silence. Her threat to expose Tom, and by extension the married Anne Melton, was not the blackmail of a schemer. It was the last, defiant cry of a girl whose life had been ruined. That cry was a prophecy, and it spelled doom for Anne. Anne Melton would have felt it most of all. She was too sharp, too aware, not to see the abyss opening up before her. The whispers of the community were no longer just background noise. They were the sound of a trap being sprung. The easy power she held over men, the carefully constructed life she had built with her husband James, the fragile respectability she clung to, it was all about to be consumed by scandal and disease. She must have felt a cold knot of dread in her stomach that never went away, a premonition that the poison that had entered their lives had finally reached the heart. The walls of her world were groaning, and she knew that soon they would either come crashing down on top of her, or she would have to tear down someone else's first. The dam of whispers and threats was about to break. On a bright May morning, Laura Foster made her move. She walked out of her family's home, went to the barn, and saddled her father's mare. She told her family she was leaving to elope with Tom Dooley. This was it. This was the final desperate gamble of a girl who had nothing left to lose. It was not just a flight of romantic fancy, it was a public declaration, an act of defiance that would force every secret out into the sunlight. By riding away to meet Tom, she was setting the entire fragile world on fire. For Tom Dooley, this was the moment of reckoning. He was caught between two worlds, between the fiery, possessive love of Anne and the desperate, righteous claim of Laura. He had made promises to both. Now, Laura was calling in his debt. He had to meet her. He had to face the consequences of his actions. We'll never know what was in his heart on that day, true love for Laura, a sense of duty, or the fear of a man being led into a trap. But we know he went to the rendezvous. His fatal indecision, his inability to untangle the web he had woven, placed him squarely on the path to that shallow grave. The news of Laura's departure must have struck Anne Melton like a physical blow. The threat was no longer a possibility whispered in the dark. It was a girl on a horse, riding to destroy her. Laura's elopement with Tom would be the final, unforgivable humiliation. The whole sordid story, the affair, the lies, and the shameful disease would be laid bare for the entire county to see. The life Anne had so fiercely protected was about to be torn to shreds. The time for talk was over. The time for manipulation and quiet threats had passed. A choice had to be made right there on that spring morning. And so, the first drops of blood were shed, not with a blade, but with a decision. The plan, whether hatched in a moment of panicked rage or cold calculation, was set in motion. The rendezvous between Tom and Laura was no longer a meeting of lovers. It was an ambush. The conflict escalated from a bitter personal feud into a conspiracy to commit murder. Someone, Anne or Tom, under her influence, decided that the only way to silence Laura Foster forever was to put her in the ground. As Laura rode away, the sun warm on her back, she must have felt a mix of terror and hope. She was leaving everything she had ever known behind, riding toward an uncertain future with the man she loved. She didn't know that she was not riding toward a new life. She was riding into a silence that had been carefully prepared for her, a silence as deep and final as the Appalachian earth itself. The point of no return had been crossed. The spot where Laura Foster drew rein on her father's mare was quiet and secluded. Sunlight filtered through the new spring leaves, dappling the forest floor. This was the place where her future was supposed to begin. She looked for Tom, her heart a frantic mix of hope and fear. But the figure, or figures, that emerged from the shadows of the rhododendron thicket did not offer the embrace she was expecting. We will never know the exact words that were spoken in those final moments. Was it a plea, an accusation, a bitter, venomous argument? Whatever was said, the hope in Laura's eyes must have died in an instant, replaced by the cold, stark terror of betrayal. There was no long, drawn-out scream to echo through the hollow. The violence was too sudden, too brutally intimate for that. There was likely just a sharp, choked gasp, the sound of a frantic, brief struggle in the dry leaves on the forest floor, and then a heavy, sickening thud. A sound of such finality that it seemed to drain all the life from the air around it. The sound of a life being abruptly, horribly extinguished. The world did not stop. It simply went on without her in it. The mare, panicked by the scent of terror and the sudden chaos, reared back, its eyes wide with fright. It tore through the underbrush, reins flying, the empty saddle a stark and terrible testament to what had just occurred. The horse ran without stopping, a mindless flight back toward the familiar scent of home, leaving behind a scene of unnatural stillness. A small piece of a woman's life, a bonnet perhaps, or a ribbon, lay trampled in the dirt, the only splash of color in a world that had suddenly gone grey. Then the grim work began. The silence was broken not by cries or laments, but by the rhythmic, labored sound of digging. It was the scrape and clank of a tool, a shovel or a mattock, striking the hard, unforgiving Appalachian earth. It was a desperate, sweating labor, a race against the setting sun and the possibility of a chance wanderer. Each shovelful of dirt was not just soil being moved, it was an act of concealment, an attempt to erase a person, to bury a terrible secret so deep that it might never be found. The grave was shallow, dug with the frantic haste of those who wanted to be gone from that cursed place. There was no reverence, no ceremony. The burden of Laura's body, now just a thing to be hidden, was placed into the shallow trench. The sounds were muted and awful. The rustle of her homespun dress against the dirt, the dull weight of her form settling into the earth. It was a final, profound act of desecration. Then came the final sounds, the soft, heavy thuds of dirt being shoveled back into the hole, covering the last evidence of the crime. The person or people who stood there in the fading light, their clothes stained with soil and their lungs burning from the effort, were not just burying a body. They were burying a promise, a future, and a piece of their own souls. When they were finished, they tried to make it look as though nothing had happened. They scattered leaves over the freshly turned earth and arranged the branches just so. But the ground was wounded. No human eyes had witnessed the act, but the ancient trees stood as silent sentinels. The mountains had seen it all, and in the Blue Ridge, the mountains never, ever forget. To understand what happened in that secluded glade, you have to try, for a moment, to look at the world through Anne Melton's eyes. In her mind, Laura Foster was no longer a person. She wasn't her cousin. She wasn't a romantic rival. She was a disease, a walking plague that threatened to consume everything Anne had built. The syphilis rumor was a death sentence, not just for the body, but for the soul. It meant being cast out, shunned, left to rot in shame while the community whispered about your sins. Laura's threat to expose it all wasn't just blackmail, it was a promise of total annihilation. From Anne's perspective, this was not a matter of jealousy over Tom Dooley. This was a matter of survival, as primal and as ruthless as a cornered animal protecting its den. The twisted logic was terrifyingly simple. You cut out the infection before it kills you. The switch flipped the moment word reached her that Laura was on that mare, riding to meet Tom. Before that, the threat was a possibility, a problem that could perhaps be managed with manipulation or intimidation. But Laura on that horse was a lit fuse burning down to the powder keg. It was an act of open war. In that instant, all other options vanished. The cool, calculating part of Anne's mind, the part that had allowed her to manage an affair under her husband's nose and maintain her standing in the community, would have taken over completely. It was no longer a messy human drama. It was a cold, hard equation. Her life, her home, her name, or Laura's. There was no room for both. So when she confronted Laura in the woods, if indeed she was the one who did, it was likely not with the explosive rage of a jealous lover. It would have been with the chilling focus of an executioner. Each step, each word, each action would have been deliberate. She would have looked at Laura and seen not the face of a frightened girl, but the embodiment of her own destruction. The act itself would have been a task to be completed, a problem to be solved. This profound, terrifying detachment is the only thing that can explain the icy composure she displayed later. It wasn't the absence of feeling, it was the absolute suppression of it in the service of a single, overriding goal, self-preservation at any cost. And in the immediate aftermath, standing there in the silence of the woods, what would she have felt? Not guilt, not remorse. That would come later, perhaps, in the dark of night when the ghosts of memory came calling. No, in that moment, she would have felt a profound and chilling relief. The threat was gone. The voice was silenced. The secret was safe, buried under 6 feet of Appalachian dirt. She had faced absolute ruin and had stared it down. She had won. It was a victory that would poison her life and damn her name for all time. But as she walked away from that shallow grave, it was a victory nonetheless. The first sign that the world had broken was the sight of a horse. Wilson Foster's mare came trotting back to the farm late that afternoon, alone. Its coat was slick with sweat and streaked with mud. Its eyes were wild with a terror it couldn't speak. The empty saddle was a screaming accusation. A father's heart knows a specific kind of cold dread, and as Wilson Foster caught the reins of the panicked animal, that coldness flooded his veins. The story of an elopement suddenly felt like a lie, a thin blanket thrown over a horrible truth. In the days that followed, Wilson and his family scoured the woods. Their calls of Laura echoed through the hollows, answered only by the cawing of crows. The search was a frantic, desperate ritual. The woods that had been Laura's playground now felt like a tomb, each shadow seeming to hold a terrible secret. The community watched, and for a time they held on to the simpler explanation. They whispered that she had run off, that she and Tom were likely halfway to Tennessee by now. It was easier to believe in a reckless girl than a dead one. This casual dismissal left the Foster family isolated in their growing nightmare. Meanwhile, the main players in the drama had scattered. Tom Dooley had vanished. One day he was a fixture in the community, the next he was gone, his absence a thunderous confession of guilt. But Ann Melton was right where she had always been. She went about her daily chores on the Melton farm, a picture of domestic calm. When questioned, her face was a mask of innocence and concern. She knew nothing. She had seen nothing. Her icy composure was a wall that no one could breach, and it was, in its own way, more terrifying than Tom's flight. Weeks turned into a long, agonizing summer. The search parties grew smaller as hope withered on the vine. Laura Foster was now officially a missing person, a ghost story whispered around the supper table. But her family, particularly her father, refused to let the silence win. They kept looking, kept asking questions, their grief hardening into a grim resolve to find the truth, no matter how ugly it might be. The whispers in the community began to change, the simple story of elopement giving way to darker suspicions of foul play. The discovery, when it finally came, was a grim and heartbreaking affair. A man named Colonel James Grayson, a local justice of the peace and a friend of the Fosters, was led to a spot deep in the woods. There, under a thin covering of leaves and branches, he saw what he had been dreading for months, a patch of earth that was too soft, too new. He began to dig. It didn't take long to uncover the horror. The search was over. Laura Foster had been found. The news ripped through Wilkes County like a flash flood. The whispers became a roar of outrage. With the discovery of the body, a missing persons case became a murder investigation. The law, which had been passive for months, was now spurred into action. The full weight of suspicion fell squarely on the man who had run. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Thomas C. Dooley. A reward was posted for his capture. Tom Dooley was no longer just a reckless local boy. He was a wanted murderer, and the hunt was on. The discovery of Laura's body was like a rock thrown into a still pond, and the ripples of suspicion and fear spread to every last cabin in the county. The comfortable lie of elopement was shattered, and in its place, a terrible truth took root. A murder had been committed. One of their own had been put in the ground like an animal, and now everyone had to choose a side. The general store was no longer a place for idle gossip. It was a courtroom where theories were argued in hushed, angry tones. At church, families who had worshipped together for generations now sat on opposite sides of the aisle, their prayers heavy with judgment for their neighbors. A thick, suffocating fear settled over the community. This wasn't a crime committed by some nameless drifter. The killer, everyone knew, was still among them. Many people must have known pieces of the truth. They'd seen Tom and Ann arguing. They'd heard the rumors about the disease. Perhaps someone had even seen Anne returning home that fateful night, her dress soiled with mud and secrets. But the Foster clan was a sprawling, powerful entity, and Anne Melton, with her iron will and piercing gaze, was a terrifying woman to cross. To speak against her was to risk more than just a cold shoulder. It was to invite a feud, to put your own family and livelihood in jeopardy. And so, a conspiracy of silence was born, not of loyalty to a killer, but out of raw, primal fear. Still, the community was not a monolith. While many pointed the finger at the fugitive Tom Dooley, others whispered that he was just a fool, a pawn in a game played by a much more cunning mind. They looked at Anne Melton, saw her cold defiance, and came to their own conclusions. They saw a woman capable of anything, a woman who had bewitched both her husband and her lover, a woman who would stop at nothing to protect her name. Tom, they argued, might have helped dig the grave, but it was Anne's venom that had struck the fatal blow. In this poisoned atmosphere, small acts of courage and cowardice became monumental. There was the quiet neighbor who, risking the wrath of the Meltons, brought a basket of food to Laura's grieving family, a silent gesture of solidarity. There was the witness, Pauline Foster, who, whether out of a sense of justice or personal spite, decided to break the silence and tell the authorities what she claimed Anne had confessed. And on the other side, there were those who provided false alibis, who swore they'd seen Tom miles away when the murder occurred, weaving a web of lies to protect a friend or simply to avoid getting involved. The murder of Laura Foster had done more than kill a young woman. It had ripped the soul out of the community. Neighbor now looked at neighbor with suspicion. Old friendships curdled into resentment. The valley was no longer a place of shared hardship and trust. It was a fractured landscape of fear, secrets, and unspoken accusations. The lines had been drawn in the dirt, and the blood that had been spilled would stain them forever. The manhunt for Tom Dooley was not just a matter of law, it was a matter of pride. Sheriff William Dooler, a relative of Tom's, was tasked with bringing him in, a duty that must have weighed on him like a shroud. But the official posse was swelled by harder men from the Foster clan whose faces were grim masks of determination. They weren't interested in a trial, they were interested in mountain justice, a swift and final accounting for the blood of their kin. They knew Tom, they knew his habits, and they knew the woods as well as he did. They weren't just chasing a killer, they were hunting a ghost who knew every shadow in their own backyard. For weeks, Tom was a phantom. He was a creature of these mountains, born and raised in their embrace, and now he used them as his shield. He moved by night, sleeping in caves and abandoned cabins, living off whatever he could forage or steal. The posse would find his tracks by a creek bed, only to have them vanish on the hard rock upstream. They'd get a tip that he was hiding in a certain hollow, and by the time they'd surrounded it, he was already miles away, watching their lanterns flicker from a distant ridge. The rhododendron thickets, so dense they were called laurel hells, were his fortress. He was making fools of them, and with every passing day, the legend of his cunning grew, while the frustration of the hunters curdled into a cold, patient rage. But Tom knew Wilkes County was a cage, and the walls were closing in. He couldn't run forever in a place where every face knew his name. His only hope was to disappear completely, to cross the Blue Ridge into Tennessee and start a new life under a new name. And so began the second, more desperate phase of the chase. He pushed westward into the wild heart of the mountains that separated the two states. This was a brutal, unforgiving wilderness, a vertical world of razorback ridges and sunless valleys. The hunt became an ordeal of endurance, a battle against not just a man, but against the mountains themselves. The posse, relentless and driven, stayed on his trail. They followed broken twigs, faint footprints in the mud, and the whispers of isolated mountain folk who had seen a haunted-looking stranger passing through. The chase stretched on, a slow, grueling pursuit through some of the most difficult terrain in the eastern United States. Tom was starving, exhausted, and the ever-present fear of the men behind him was a constant, gnawing companion. The freedom he had run for now felt like a different kind of prison, a cold and lonely one. He finally made it to Trade, Tennessee, a small settlement just across the state line. He was no longer Tom Dooley, the fiddle-playing charmer. He was just another ragged farmhand, calling himself Tom Hall, looking for work to fill his empty belly. He found it on the farm of a man named Colonel James C. Grayson. For a brief moment, he might have thought he had made it. He was anonymous. He was safe. But the posse had its own network, and word of a suspicious newcomer who fit Tom's description had trickled back across the mountains. The moment of capture was not a blaze of gunfire on a rocky cliffside. It was quiet, pathetic, and inevitable. The posse found him helping with the chores, his shoulders slumped with weariness. He looked up and saw the familiar hard faces from home, and in that instant, he knew the running was done. The fight had gone out of him. There was no struggle, no last defiant stand. There was only the quiet resignation of a man who had been hunted to the point of collapse. He surrendered without a word, exhausted and cornered, the great chase ending not with a bang, but with the click of iron shackles. The journey back to Wilkes County was a somber procession, the hunters bringing their quarry home to face the justice of men. The trial of Tom Dooley was the greatest spectacle Wilkes County had ever seen. The small town of Statesville, where the trial was moved to avoid the inflamed passions of the locals, swelled with spectators. Farmers in dusty overalls stood shoulder to shoulder with men in fine suits, all of them craning their necks for a glimpse of the infamous killer and the woman at the center of the storm. The courtroom was a tinderbox. Armed deputies stood guard at the doors, their eyes scanning the crowd, wary of the foster kin who were there to see justice done one way or another. Tom Dooley, gaunt and broken from his time on the run, looked like a condemned man from the moment he walked in. His defense was led by Zebulon Vance, a former governor of North Carolina and one of the most brilliant lawyers in the state. Vance argued passionately that the evidence against his client was purely circumstantial, a flimsy case built on rumor and the hysteria of a community desperate for a scapegoat. But the star witness, the one everyone had come to see, was Ann Melton. When she took the stand, a hush fell over the courtroom. She was a vision of composure, her dark eyes sweeping over the crowd without a flicker of fear. She answered the prosecutor's questions with a cool, unshakable calm, denying everything. Her voice never wavered. She painted herself as a victim of malicious gossip, a respectable married woman whose name had been unfairly dragged through the mud. It was a masterful performance. To her supporters, she was a woman of incredible strength, unjustly accused. To her detractors, her icy demeanor was the ultimate proof of a sociopathic heart. A woman capable of orchestrating a murder and then lying about it without blinking. The trial was a parade of neighbors and cousins, their testimonies a tangled mess of personal grudges and second-hand stories. Pauline Foster delivered her damning testimony, claiming Anne had confessed the murder to her. But under the sharp cross-examination of Governor Vance, her credibility crumbled. She was portrayed as a spiteful woman, driven by jealousy and a personal vendetta against Anne. The case against Anne was built on a foundation of sand, one person's word against another's, with no hard evidence to tie her to the crime. In the end, the law of men, with its strict rules of evidence, could not convict her. The jury, faced with a mountain of innuendo but not a single piece of concrete proof, acquitted Ann Melton. A gasp went through the courtroom. She had walked into the heart of the fire and emerged without so much as the smell of smoke on her. She stood, smoothed her dress, and walked out of the courtroom a free woman, past the stunned and hateful glares of the Foster family. For Tom Dooley, there was no such escape. The evidence of his flight, his affair with Laura, and his presence near the scene was enough. He was found guilty and sentenced to hang. Justice had been delivered, but to many in that courtroom and in the hollows back home, it felt like a grotesque mockery. They had hanged the fool, but the mastermind, the true author of the crime, had just walked out the front door, free to return to her life as if nothing had ever happened. Was this the law of men? Or was it proof that some people were so cunning they could outwit justice itself? The thud of the trapdoor beneath Tom Dooley's feet was the final brutal punctuation mark on his life. With his death, the law was satisfied. But his last words from the gallows did not fade into the air. They hung over the hollows, a permanent stain on Anne Melton's name, a curse delivered with a dying man's breath. The trial was over, but the verdict of the mountains had just begun. For the Foster family, life became a long, quiet exercise in grief. They had a grave to tend now, a permanent scar on their land and on their hearts. But there was no closure. Every trip to the general store, every Sunday at church, held the possibility of seeing her, Anne Melton, the woman they believed had orchestrated their daughter's murder, living freely, her life continuing while Laura's had been cut short. They became the silent keepers of Laura's memory, their sorrow a cold, hard stone in the belly of the community, a constant, unspoken rebuke to the verdict of the court. And what of Anne? She had won her freedom, but she had lost everything else. The acquittal was not a pardon. It was a life sentence of a different kind. She returned to her farm with James Melton, but she was now a pariah, a ghost in her own life. Old friends would avert their eyes when she passed. Children would fall silent and hide behind their mother's skirts. She was utterly isolated, trapped in a prison of whispers and sideways glances. The community that had once been her stage was now her jury, and its judgment was a slow, daily poison. She was the woman who had gotten away with it, and for that, she would never be forgiven. History simply records that Anne Melton died a few years after the trial, likely from a fever or some other common malady of the time. But the legend, my friends, tells a different story. The legend is where the mountains delivered the justice the court could not. They say that Anne was consumed by the very disease that had started it all, that the syphilis drove her mad, her mind rotting away along with her body. The folklore insists her death was a thing of horror, that for days she was tormented by visions, screaming Laura Foster's name in the dead of night and clawing at phantom hands that were dragging her to hell. The legend gave her an end befitting the monster they believed her to be, agonizing, shameful, and utterly terrifying. It was a curse fulfilled. And so, the community tried to heal by forgetting. After the raw spectacle of the trial and Anne's supposed damnation, a thick blanket of collective silence fell over the story. It was too painful, too divisive. People stopped speaking the names of the dead. The murder of Laura Foster became a dark secret, a story you didn't tell your children, a wound that was left to scar over in private. They buried the truth under the weight of hard work and the passing of seasons, hoping that if they just stopped talking about it, the ghosts of 1866 would finally find their rest. The silence that the community so desperately tried to impose on this story was ultimately broken, not by a historian, but by a musician. In 1958, a clean-cut group of folk singers called the Kingston Trio recorded a simple, haunting ballad called Tom Dooley. The song became a worldwide phenomenon, a #1 hit. It flattened the brutal, complex tragedy into a simple tale of a love triangle gone wrong. The song became a ghost, its mournful tune drifting out of jukeboxes and radios across the country, ensuring that the names Tom Dooley and Laura Foster would never truly be forgotten. It was this song that pulled the story from the dusty archives and gave it a strange new life in the modern world. And the physical traces, my friends, they are still there. You can travel to Wilkes County today and find them. There's a small, fenced-in plot where a gravestone marks the final resting place of Tom Dooley. It's a newer stone, placed there long after the original was chipped away by souvenir hunters. You can also find the quiet, lonely grave of Laura Foster, tucked away in a family cemetery. But the grave of Anne Melton is harder to find. Some say she was buried next to her husband in the Melton family plot, while others whisper that she was laid to rest in an unmarked grave, shunned by a family that could no longer bear the weight of her name. Even in death, she remains a figure of mystery and shadow. The land itself holds the memory. The old hanging tree in Statesville is long gone, but locals can still point to the spot where the gallows stood. And if you know who to ask, they can take you deep into the woods to a quiet, unremarkable patch of ground. There are no markers, no signs. But as you stand there, in the silence of the forest, you can't help but feel a chill. This is the place. This is the earth that held Laura Foster's body for a long, hot summer. It is a wound in the landscape that has never fully healed. The descendants of the Fosters, the Meltons, and the Doulas still live in those hills. For generations, the story was a source of deep shame, a dark chapter that was never spoken of aloud. But the fame of the song changed that. It forced the story out into the light, transforming it from a private family tragedy into a piece of public American folklore. Today, the names no longer carry the same immediate sting, but they do carry an echo of a passion that burned too brightly, of a secret that was worth killing for, and of a tragedy that proves that while people may try to forget, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, a question that has echoed through these mountains for over 150 years. Was Anne Melton the true monster in this story? The law gave us its answer. It said no. But the legend, the folklore, and the dying words of the man she loved screamed a different answer from the gallows. The truth, I believe, is buried somewhere in the murky soil between the two. The historical record is silent, but human nature is not. Anne Melton was a fiercely intelligent, passionate woman, trapped in a world that gave her very little power. When faced with total ruin, did she turn to an act of ultimate brutality to save herself? I cannot tell you with certainty that she held the blade. But I believe her will, her fear, and her desperation were the forces that drove the tragedy to its bloody conclusion. This is not just a simple story of a love triangle, the way the song tells it. This is a story about the awesome and terrifying power of secrets. It's a testament to how, in the isolated, close-knit world of the mountains, things like honor, shame, and reputation are not abstract ideas. They are matters of life and death. It's a brutal lesson in how love can curdle into obsession, and how obsession, when cornered, can become homicidal. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit that will endure unimaginable hardship, protect its own with a fierce and sometimes violent loyalty, and never, ever forget a wrong. The Kingston Trio made Tom Dooley famous, but they only told you a piece of the tale. They never told you about the disease, the web of family secrets, or the cold, defiant woman who walked free, only to be imprisoned forever by her own legend. The ghosts of that tragedy still wander the hollows of Wilkes County, a timeless reminder of a passion that burned a hole in the fabric of the mountains. They are a warning that the darkest hearts sometimes beat within the most beautiful chests, and that justice, in the end, is not always found in a courtroom. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. I'm standing on the bank of Wallens Creek, here in the rugged heart of Virginia. Today, the only sounds are the water moving over stones and the whisper of wind through the sycamores. It's a peaceful place, the kind of place you might come to forget the world for a while. But this ground doesn't forget. If you stand here long enough, the peace begins to feel thin, like a blanket laid over something terrible. This is a place of echoes. This quiet creek is where the legend of Daniel Boone ends and the story of the man begins. Not the folk hero in the coonskin cap, but a father whose life was shattered right here on this spot. The story we think we know is a comfortable lie. The truth is soaked into this soil, a tale of such brutality it would redirect the course of a man's life and a nation's history. Today, we're going to listen to those echoes and uncover the story of the dark and bloody ground. In the autumn of 1773, this same wilderness was not a place of quiet solitude. It was filled with the sounds of a dream in motion, the groan of wagon wheels, the lowing of cattle, the shouts of men, and the laughter of children. This was Daniel Boone's grand gamble, the first organized attempt to bring settler families into the promised land of Kentucky. They were a small, rolling nation of about 40 souls, carving a path through a world that had, until now, belonged only to the Long Hunters and the native tribes. Daniel Boone wasn't the giant of folklore yet. He was a 38-year-old father and husband, his face already lined by the sun and hardship, but his eyes were fixed on a future he could almost taste. He saw Kentucky not as a contested battleground, but as an untouched Eden, a place where a man could build a life from the ground up, beholden to no one. He was a guide, a protector, a patriarch leading his flock into a new world. At his side was his eldest son, James. At 16, he was on the cusp of manhood, strong and capable, already possessing a quiet confidence learned from his father in the deep woods. He was Daniel's shadow and his legacy, the boy who would help him tame this new land. For James, this journey wasn't just about following his father. It was the great adventure of his young life, a chance to prove himself and to be part of the founding of a new society. The air in those early days of October must have felt electric with possibility. Every mile they pushed westward through the Cumberland Gap, the world grew wilder, more beautiful, and more their own. They were leaving behind the crowded lands and the rigid rules of the colonies. Out here, the only law was the law of survival, and the only king was the vast, empty sky. They were tough, self-reliant people, but they were not warriors looking for a fight. They were farmers, husbands and wives, carrying their most precious possessions, iron pots, family Bibles, and the seeds for next year's crop. They believed in the promise of the land, a promise whispered to them by men like Boone. They had no idea they were seen not as pioneers, but as an invasion, and that the land itself and its ancient guardians were preparing to demand a terrible price for their trespass. The whispers from this creek are powerful, but to give them a voice, you have to turn to the written record. The story isn't just in the soil, it's locked away in archives, in letters written by hands that trembled with grief and shock. I'm holding a copy of one such document. It's a letter from Captain William Russell to Colonel William Preston, dated October 12, 1773. The paper is a copy, but the original is as brittle as a dry leaf, the ink faded to the color of rust. This isn't just an old piece of correspondence, it is a dispatch from the edge of a nightmare. William Russell was another leader of the expedition, and his own son Henry was with James Boone that night. This is a letter from one father to the world, trying to make sense of the unthinkable. He writes of the search party and of the discovery. He describes the scene with the stark, horrified clarity of a man who can't unsee what he's witnessed. He calls the perpetrators inhuman and details how the boys were tortured in the most barbarous manner. This document is the key. It's the first official confirmation of the event, transforming local horror into historical fact. It verifies the location, the date, and the sheer savagery of the attack. It is a cold, hard piece of the past that proves the echoes here are real. But this letter, for all its terrible detail, raises a more profound question. It tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why. This wasn't just a raid for supplies or a swift, violent skirmish. The level of brutality described here was intentional. It was a message, written in blood. To understand that message, we have to look beyond the settlers' hopes and see this land through the eyes of the people who already called it home. To understand the horror described in that letter, You have to understand the land itself. To the Shawnee, the Cherokee, and the Delaware, Kentucky wasn't an empty paradise waiting for a master. It was Kentar-ten, the land of tomorrow, a sacred and vital hunting preserve. They didn't build their villages there, but it was their great commons, a shared cathedral of forest and meadow teeming with the buffalo, elk, and deer that sustained their people. Its borders were jealously guarded, and they called it the dark and bloody ground for a reason. When Daniel Boone's party of settlers snaked its way through the mountains, they were not seen as brave pioneers. They were seen as a plague. The Long Hunters had been one thing, solitary men who took some game and left. But this was different. This was a tide of axes and fences, of families and cabins. This was an army of permanence, an existential threat to a way of life that had existed for centuries. Every tree they felled, every patch of cane they cleared, was an act of war. Watching this slow-moving invasion was a war party, a coalition of Shawnee, Delaware, and Cherokee warriors. They were not a random band of marauders. They were the guardians of this land, men whose families depended on the game Boone's settlers were about to displace. They would have tracked the party for days, observing them with a mix of fury and contempt. The settlers' noisy, lumbering progress was an insult to the silence of the woods, a clear sign they did not belong. The decision to attack was a calculated one, and the decision to make it a spectacle of cruelty was a strategic one. They needed to send a message so terrifying that it would echo all the way back to the colonies in Virginia and Pennsylvania. They needed to turn the dream of Kentucky into a nightmare. When James Boone's small group separated from the main party, it offered the perfect opportunity. They weren't just going to kill the intruders. They were going to make their deaths a lesson. The barbarism Captain Russell would later describe in his letter wasn't mindless savagery. It was a deliberate act of psychological warfare designed to break the will of the invaders and burn the memory of this failure into Daniel Boone's soul forever. To understand a story this old, the paper trail can only take you so far. You have to find the people who have kept the story alive, not in books, but in memory. In a small town nestled in the Cumberland Gap, I found a local historian named Silas Blackwood. He's not an academic. He's a man whose family has lived in the shadow of these mountains since before Kentucky was a state. His knowledge comes from stories told on front porches, passed down from one generation to the next like a well-worn rifle. He looked over my copy of the Russell letter, his brow furrowed. "This is the white man's truth," he said, his voice raspy like dry leaves. "It tells you a storm came through and tore the roof off the barn. It doesn't tell you why the lightning chose to strike right there, right then." He explained that for 200 years, another version of the story has been whispered in these hills, a version that provides a motive far more terrifying than a simple land dispute. According to the tale passed down in his family, the war party wasn't just a random collection of warriors. It was led by a Shawnee warrior who was already carrying a deep and personal wound. The previous spring, his own son, a boy not much older than James Boone, had been killed during a skirmish with a party of white Long Hunters. For this man, the sight of Boone's settlers, an unstoppable wave of the very people who had taken his child, was not just a political threat. It was a personal desecration. This detail, passed down outside the official record, changes everything. The unspeakable acts committed on the bank of Wallen's Creek were not just a strategic message of terror. They were a targeted, ritualistic act of revenge, a horrific mirror image of the warrior's own grief. It was meant to be a dark sacrament of an eye for an eye. It was designed specifically to make Daniel Boone, the great leader, feel the exact same hollowing loss that had destroyed his own life. The lightning wasn't random. It was aimed directly at a father's heart. On the night of October 9th, 1773, the air in the mountains grew cold. For the main body of settlers, it was a normal evening. Fires lit, guards posted, the familiar sounds of a camp settling in for the night. But miles away, a smaller group, including James Boone and Henry Russell, had separated from the others to chase down a stray horse and gather supplies. It was a routine task, the kind of thing these frontier boys had done 100 times before. They were capable, unafraid, and utterly oblivious that they were being watched. The war party had shadowed them for days, moving like ghosts through the forest. At its head, if the old stories are true, was a man whose heart was already a cold, dead stone. He was not just a warrior defending his land, he was a grieving father. And as he watched James Boone, the strong, promising son of the man leading this invasion, he saw not an enemy to be killed, but a debt to be collected. This was the moment he had been waiting for, a chance to make the world balance again in the only way he had left, through pain. The boys made camp by Wallen's Creek, building a small fire against the chill. They were young men full of talk about the future, about the land they would clear and the homes they would build. They were confident in their skills, secure in their small bubble of firelight, believing the deep, dark woods around them were empty. You can almost hear their last conversation, the easy banter of youth on the edge of a great adventure. They fell asleep under a canopy of ancient trees, dreaming of a Kentucky that would never exist for them. The attack was not a battle, it was an execution. It came in that disorienting pre-dawn gray, a sudden explosion of violence that ripped the sleeping camp apart. There was no time to fight back, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of silent, purposeful fury. Several in the small party were cut down in their bedrolls, their lives extinguished before they were even fully awake. But James Boone and Henry Russell were not killed. They were seized, dragged from their blankets, their arms bound tight. This was the moment that sealed their fate. The skirmish was over. The warriors had won. They could have vanished back into the woods, leaving the bodies as a stark warning. But the leader's eyes fixed on the captured boys. In that instant, the strategic goal of terrorizing the settlers merged with the raw personal need for vengeance. The son of the leader for the son of the leader. A life for a life, a wound for a wound. The decision was made. The remaining captives were quickly and brutally dispatched, but James and Henry were kept alive. They were shoved toward the creek bank, their pleas and struggles met with stony silence. The point of no return had been crossed. This was no longer about land or resources. It had become a dark ritual, a sacrifice to be performed on the altar of grief. And the dawn that was about to break would bring not light, but a descent into an unimaginable hell. Up on the highway, there's a historical marker, a simple metal sign that gives you the cold, hard facts, the names, the date, the event. It's an official scar, an attempt to nail down this ghost to a specific point on a map. But the sign is for passing cars and tourists. It sanitizes the story. The real marker, the real testament to what happened, isn't up there on the roadside. It's down here by the water. I'm standing on the creek bank now. It's a small, flat clearing, barely big enough for a few men and a campfire. The river stones are smooth and grey, worn down by countless years of flowing water. It's a perfect place to camp, naturally sheltered, which is exactly why the boys would have chosen it. This little patch of ground is the only physical evidence that's left. This is the stage. There are no monuments here, no weathered cross, no pile of stones to mark the spot. Nature has reclaimed it all. But standing here, you feel it. This isn't just a place, it's a crime scene. The silence is different. It's heavier. You can almost feel the weight of what this soil has absorbed. Right here. This is where it happened. And each of these smooth, silent stones is a silent testament to the chaos of that morning. A witness to an act so cruel that it would stain this ground forever. The fire on the creek bank was no longer a source of warmth or comfort. It had become a spotlight on a stage of unimaginable cruelty. James Boone and Henry Russell were bound, the last glimmers of hope extinguished from their eyes. Their captors moved not with the frantic energy of a raid, but with a chilling deliberateness, a sense of grim ceremony. This was not going to be a quick end. This was going to be a lesson. The work began. The first sound was not a scream, but a sharp, choked cry that was swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. The violence that followed was methodical. It was not the hot-blooded rage of a battle, but the cold, patient work of men intent on deconstruction. The sounds that carried across the water were not those of a fight, but of something being systematically taken apart. The fire threw their silhouettes against the ancient sycamores, long, distorted shadows that flinched and writhed in a terrible dance. The sharp, clean scent of pine from the fire was soon corrupted by something else, a smell of scorching that was deeply, fundamentally wrong, an odor of violation that clung to the damp night air. It was the smell of something sacred being made profane. The boys' voices, which had pleaded and begged, had broken. Now, the only sounds were guttural, involuntary responses to a pain beyond the limits of language. It was the sound of humanity being stripped away, layer by layer, until only the raw nerve of existence remained. The warriors worked in near silence, their movements economical and precise, as if following the steps of a dark and ancient ritual. Then, a new sound. The heavy, rhythmic impact of wood against bone and flesh. It was a dull, percussive beat in the heart of the night, sickeningly methodical. A sound of absolute finality, repeated until it was no longer necessary. And then, the abrupt and total silence that followed was more horrifying than any of the sounds that had preceded it. The shadows detached from the trees and melted back into the forest as silently as they had come. They left behind a scene of profound devastation. All that remained was the whispering creek, the dying fire casting a weak orange glow, and two shapes on the ground that no longer resembled boys. A single leather moccasin lay on its side, yards from the fire, a small, lonely testament to a final, futile struggle. This was a story told with knives and arrows. Every wound was a word, every desecration a sentence, arranged to form a single, terrifying message. It was a message intended for one reader, Daniel Boone. When he and the search party finally arrived, they would not find the bodies of enemies slain in battle. They would find a carefully crafted monument to hatred, a masterpiece of revenge designed to do more than kill a son. It was designed to kill a father's soul. After the raw horror of a place like Wallen's Creek, you come inside. You go to the quiet, climate-controlled rooms of a historical society where the past is filed away in acid-free folders. You look for the official story. Here, the chaos of that October morning is flattened, pressed between pages, and tamed by the formal language of the 18th century. You find depositions, journal entries, and the same letter from William Russell, now treated as a piece of evidence. The language is always the same. It's stark, formal, and designed to strip away the emotion. A report might state that James Boone, deceased, was discovered by the search party. It lists the names of the dead as if taking inventory. It describes the state of the bodies with a detached, clinical precision that is almost as chilling as the act itself. The report simply lists the cause of death as injuries sustained during an attack by hostile natives. Injuries sustained. It's a phrase meant to create distance. It doesn't mention the fire or the deliberate, methodical nature of the violence. It doesn't capture the image of Daniel Boone kneeling in the dirt next to what was left of his firstborn son, a man whose heart was just ripped out of his chest. The official record has no language for that kind of grief. This is the fundamental conflict of telling these stories. The documents give us the bones, the names, the dates, the locations. But they are silent on the most important truths. They don't record the sound of a father's cry echoing through the woods. They don't capture the cold, calculating fury of a warrior seeking his own dark justice. They record an incident, but they miss the humanity. And for the men on that expedition, the official record wasn't nearly enough. The law of the settlements was slow and distant. The law of the frontier was about to be enforced. There was no manhunt, not in the way we think of one, with a determined posse riding out in a cloud of dust, crying for vengeance. The reality was far more grim. After Daniel Boone and his men buried what was left of their sons in the cold, hard wilderness, the spirit of the expedition was broken. The message of terror sent from the banks of Wallens Creek had been received, loud and clear. They turned back. The dream of Kentucky was drowned in blood, and the retreat back through the Cumberland Gap was a silent, shuffling funeral procession. But the story traveled faster than they did. It moved from one isolated cabin to the next, a spark in dry tinder. The cold, official language of Captain Russell's letter was transformed on the lips of the frontiersmen. Injuries sustained became torn to pieces. Hostile natives became devils from hell. The names of James Boone and Henry Russell became a rallying cry, a justification for a hatred that had long been simmering. The law's pursuit didn't come from a sheriff's office. It came from the governor's mansion in Virginia. Lord Dunmore, the royal governor, saw the massacre not just as a tragedy, but as an opportunity. The dry reports from the frontier were all the pretext he needed to unleash the full force of the colonial militia. There was no courtroom, no judge, no jury. The courtroom was the War Council, and the verdict had been decided long before the trial. The hunt wasn't for a handful of warriors. It was for the entire Shawnee and Mingo nations. The following year, in 1774, Lord Dunmore's War erupted, a brutal campaign to break the power of the tribes in the Ohio Valley and force them to cede their rights to Kentucky. Thousands of militiamen were mobilized, their resolve hardened by stories like the one from Wallens Creek. The pursuit was a scorched earth campaign. The verdict was delivered at the Battle of Point Pleasant, a bloody, day-long engagement that shattered the tribe's resistance. The law of the frontier had rendered its judgment not with a gavel, but with the butt of a long rifle. The price for James Boone's life was a war that would change the map of America forever. You might think a story this important, a sacrifice this foundational, would have a marker, a stone cross, a simple plaque by the creek. But you can search the woods around Wallens Creek all day, and you will find nothing. James Boone has no grave. He was buried where he fell, wrapped in a blanket, and returned to the cold, unforgiving earth of the wilderness he had come to claim. His only tombstone is this creek bank, and his only memorial is the story itself, a ghost that still haunts this patch of ground. The wilderness that promised him a future ended up swallowing him whole. His father, however, is not so hard to find. Travel 200 miles north to the Frankfort Cemetery, in the very heart of the Kentucky Daniel Boone opened to the world. There, on a high bluff overlooking the Kentucky River, is a grand, imposing monument. Carved stone panels depict scenes from his life, and a towering obelisk reaches for the sky. This is where they brought him back, decades after he died in Missouri, a man who had lost all his Kentucky land claims to lawyers and speculators. In death, the state he founded reclaimed him as its primary symbol. The irony is as deep as a mountain valley. The father rests in a place of honor, a tourist attraction where his legend is preserved in stone for all to see. The son, whose horrific death was the bloody price of that legend, has no resting place at all. One is celebrated, the other is anonymous, his bones long since surrendered to the roots of the sycamores. And what of the warriors who took his life? Their graves are scattered across a continent, the unmarked resting places of a people displaced by the very tide Daniel Boone unleashed. This vast distance between the father's monument and the son's lost grave tells its own story. It is the story of what came after the grief, the long, hard years of a man who had to carry the memory of that creek bank with him every day of his life. It raises the final, haunting question: what happens to a man who survives the unsurvivable? For Daniel Boone, the retreat from Wallens Creek was not an end. It was a vow. The grief from that day settled into him, not like a soft sadness, but like a hard piece of iron in his soul. It became the fuel that would drive him for the rest of his life. He had to go back. He had to finish what he started, as if conquering the land that took his son was the only way to quiet the boy's ghost. 2 years later, in 1775, he was back, blazing the wilderness road and raising the walls of a fort called Boonesborough on the banks of the Kentucky River. But the world he built was not the Eden he had dreamed of. It was a fortress. The hope of 1773 was replaced by the grim reality of survival in a war zone. Life was lived with one ear, always listening for a sound that didn't belong, the snap of a twig, the call of a bird that wasn't quite right. The long shadow of that massacre by the creek fell over everything. Every time a child strayed too far from the fort walls, the memory of what happened to James would have returned to Daniel like a fever. The Shawnee had been forced to cede Kentucky by treaty after Lord Dunmore's war, but a piece of paper meant nothing when their way of life was at stake. The fighting didn't stop. It just became more desperate, more personal. The shadow touched Boone's family again in 1776, when his own daughter Jemima was captured by warriors and dragged away from the fort. Boone led a frantic, relentless pursuit and rescued her, but it was a terrifying echo of the past, a reminder that the war was never far away. The ultimate proof of that long shadow came 9 years after James's death, at the disastrous Battle of Blue Licks in 1782. By then, Boone was a seasoned commander, a living legend. But on that day, against his better judgment, he was goaded into a reckless charge against a combined force of British and native warriors. It was a slaughter, and in the chaos of the retreat, Boone's other son, Israel, who was fighting at his side, was shot from his horse. Daniel, under a hail of fire, tried to carry his son's body from the field, but it was too late. He had to leave another son behind on the dark and bloody ground. The cycle of violence that began on the banks of Wallen's Creek had come full circle, claiming another of his children. The story of Boone in Kentucky is not one of triumph. It is a story of a man who won a country but lost a family, a man who lived the rest of his days under a shadow so long the sun could never truly reach him again. To most of America, the legacy that grew from that bloody creek bank is simple and clear. It's the story of Daniel Boone the Pathfinder, the brave frontiersman who faced down a savage wilderness to bring the light of civilization westward. In this telling, James Boone is a martyr, an innocent lamb sacrificed on the altar of manifest destiny. It's a clean, heroic narrative, the kind you carve into monuments and teach in school books. It's the story of a hero who persevered through unimaginable loss to found a state. But that's not the only story this land remembers. To this day, if you speak to descendants of the Shawnee, the people who were driven from their sacred hunting grounds, you will hear a very different legacy. In their story, Daniel Boone isn't a hero. He's the architect of an invasion. He wasn't a pioneer. He was the leader of a band of trespassers who ignored every warning to turn back. In this version of the story, the attack at Wallen's Creek was not an act of random cruelty. It was a desperate, violent act of defense, a last-ditch effort to protect a way of life from being extinguished. And that's where the memory gets truly complicated, tangled up in the tale of the grieving warrior who may have led the attack. Was it an act of unprovoked savagery? Or was it a terrible, symmetrical act of revenge, a wound for a wound? In one legacy, he is a nameless, faceless monster. In another, he is a father, driven to madness by his own loss, inflicting the very same pain that had been inflicted upon him. He becomes a dark mirror of Daniel Boone himself. So which story is true? The hero or the invader? The martyr or the trespasser? The hard truth is, the answer depends entirely on which side of the Cumberland Gap your ancestors stood. The truth is a matter of perspective. One man's pioneer is another man's destroyer. One man's tragedy is another man's last stand. The war for Kentucky didn't end when the shooting stopped. It continues to this day, fought not with rifles and tomahawks, but with the stories we choose to tell and the ghosts we choose to honor. A story this brutal can't live forever as just a set of facts. The human mind can't hold on to that much sharp-edged horror. Over time, it has to be reshaped. The pain has to be dulled, the events smoothed over, until the history becomes something else entirely, a legend. And that's exactly what happened here. The true, documented story of James Boone's death became the seed for 100 years of local ghost stories and cautionary tales. Locals will tell you not to camp by Wallens Creek, especially not in October. They say that if you come down here at dusk, when the light is failing and the mist starts to rise off the water, you have to be quiet and listen. They say you might hear something on the wind that isn't the wind, a thin crying sound. Some say it's the ghost of a young boy, forever lost, forever calling out for a father who came too late. Fishermen have talked for generations about a cold spot near the bank, a patch of air that stays chilled even on the hottest summer day. It's the haint of Wallens Creek, a permanent scar of sorrow left on the landscape. Over the decades, the story also became a tool, a boogeyman with a real name used by parents to keep their children close. "Don't you wander off," a mother would warn, "or what happened to the Boone boy will happen to you." The names might have gotten jumbled, the details blurred, but the core lesson remained. The wilderness is not your friend. Danger is silent, and it is always watching. The story became a fence, built of fear, to keep the next generation safe from the same fate. This is the final stage of a story's life. This is where history dissolves. The real James Boone, the 16-year-old boy full of hope for the future, is gone. In his place is a mournful spirit, a whisper in the trees. The complex, grieving Shawnee warrior is gone, replaced by a faceless shadow that stalks the woods. This is what happens when history is too painful to remember clearly. It gets turned into a haunting so that the community can forget the facts, but never, ever forget the feeling of that terrible morning. And so, we're back where we started, on the banks of Wallens Creek. The water still moves over the stones, and the wind still whispers through the sycamores. But it doesn't sound peaceful to me anymore. After peeling back the layers of history, of memory, and of legend, I understand what the echoes are saying now. The peace you feel here is a lie. It's just the silence that comes after a scream has finally faded. This isn't just the place where a boy died. This is the place where the myth of the peaceful frontier died with him. It's the place where Daniel Boone the man was forged, a man who would be haunted by this ground for the rest of his days. It's a story of grief, a story of revenge, and a story that reminds us that the history of this land wasn't a clean, heroic adventure. It was a messy, brutal, human tragedy, filled with fathers who lost their sons on both sides of the conflict. The next time you drive through these mountains and see a quiet little creek by the side of the road, or pass a forgotten historical marker, remember this one. Remember that these places aren't empty. They are libraries, filled with stories that are more terrible and more true than any legend you've ever been told. You just have to be willing to stop and listen to the silence. The boy is gone. The father's grief has long since turned to dust. The warrior's vengeance is forgotten. But the dark and bloody ground remembers. And the story remains. The judge pronounced the sentence, 1 year in the county jail. A dead silence fell over the packed Virginia courthouse. Then, the patriarch of the most powerful clan in these mountains, Floyd Allen, rose to his feet. His eyes blazed as he uttered the words that would become a signal for slaughter. "Gentlemen, I ain't a-goin'." A split second later, the courtroom exploded in a firestorm of bullets. When the gun smoke cleared, the judge, the sheriff, and the prosecutor lay dead. The newspapers called it an act of savage barbarism. But was it a cold-blooded ambush, or the last desperate stand of a man defending his honor? Today, we will try to find the truth behind the 90 seconds of hell that forever scarred these mountains. To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the world that was about to be lost. This was Hillsville, Virginia, at the dawn of the 20th century. Tucked deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, this wasn't just a town, it was a fortress of tradition, a kingdom unto itself. Here, the hollows held the morning mist like secrets, and the rugged peaks stood as silent guardians against a world that was changing too fast. This was a land governed not by laws written on paper in some distant capital, but by the unwritten code of the mountains. The people here were cut from a different cloth. They were the descendants of Scottish-Irish settlers, a folk as hard and unyielding as the rock beneath their feet. They were fiercely independent, deeply suspicious of outsiders, especially the Flatlanders and their government. For them, the ultimate authority wasn't a judge or a sheriff, it was the family, the clan. Loyalty was the highest virtue, and honor was a currency more valuable than gold. An insult to one was an insult to all, and a man was expected to defend his name with a steady hand and a loaded gun. And in this world of shadow and stone, no clan cast a longer shadow than the Allens. They were the embodiment of the mountain spirit, powerful, proud, and absolutely uncompromising. They weren't just a family, they were a force of nature, with dozens of kin and supporters who looked to them for leadership, protection, and justice. When the Allens spoke, Carroll County listened. At their head stood the patriarch, 56-year-old Floyd Allen. Don't picture some simple farmer. Floyd was a titan of the mountains, a wealthy landowner, a savvy businessman who owned a general store and a sawmill. He was known for his immense strength, his quick temper, and a will made of iron. He never backed down from a fight, and he never broke a promise. To the people of Carroll County, he was more than a man. He was their king. The Allens lived by a simple, terrifying creed, an oath that was whispered with a mix of fear and admiration across the county. It was the foundation of their power and the very core of their identity. No Allen will ever go to jail. This wasn't just a boast. It was a declaration of sovereignty, a promise that they would answer to their own code of honor before they ever answered to the laws of the Flatlanders. But the outside world, with its telegraphs, its railroads, and its centralized government, was creeping closer. The authority of the state was pressing in on this isolated kingdom, seeking to replace the ancient law of the clan with the modern law of the land. The world of the Allens and the world of Judge Thornton Massey were two massive millstones, grinding slowly, inevitably, toward each other. It was only a matter of time before someone got crushed between them. Great tragedies often begin with the smallest of things, a spark in a tinder-dry forest. For the Allens, that spark was a clumsy gesture at a local corn festival. Floyd's young nephew, Wesley Edwards, tried to kiss a girl. It was a foolish, youthful act, but in the mountains, where a woman's honor is fiercely guarded, it was a profound offense. The girl's brothers, Will and Sid, saw it, and fists flew. News of the fight traveled fast, echoing through the hollows until it reached the ears of Floyd Allen. His nephew had been challenged, his kin had been disrespected. This was not a simple brawl to him, it was a stain on the honor of the entire Allen clan. He didn't wait for the law, he dispensed his own. He met the Edwards brothers on a dusty road, and the conversation was short. According to witnesses, Floyd, a man of formidable strength, beat one of the brothers so severely with the butt of his pistol that he left him bleeding and broken in the dirt. Now the outside world was forced to act. The beating was too public, too brutal to ignore. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Floyd Allen. Sheriff Lewis Webb and his deputy, men who knew exactly who they were dealing with, rode out to Floyd's home. They were met on the porch by the patriarch himself, not with his hands up, but with a rifle cradled in his arms. In a tense standoff, Floyd made his position clear. He had been insulted, he said, and he would not be dragged from his home like a common criminal. This was the moment the line was truly crossed. Floyd Allen looked the law in the eye and did not blink. He told the sheriff that he would come to court, but he would come on his own time, on his own terms. And incredibly, that's exactly what happened. The sheriff and his deputy retreated, empty-handed. Floyd surrendered when he was ready, walking into town not as a prisoner, but as a king granting an audience. He had bent the law to his will, proving to everyone in Carroll County that he was a power unto himself. But in doing so, he had thrown down a gauntlet. He had publicly humiliated the court and dared it to challenge him. Now, all eyes turned to the Hillsville courthouse. It was no longer a place for a simple assault trial. It was a battlefield, and everyone knew the Allens were coming prepared for war. March 14th, 1912. The Hillsville courthouse was not a hall of justice. It was a powder keg, and Judge Thornton Massey had just lit the fuse. As the sentence, 1 year in jail, hung in the electrified air, Floyd Allen rose. He looked not at the judge nor the jury, but at the entire system that dared to put a chain on him. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice low and steady, "I ain't a-goin'." He turned to leave, a king dismissing his court. Sheriff Webb lunged forward to grab his arm, a single fatal motion that broke the spell. In that instant, a single sharp crack of a revolver split the silence. To this day, no one knows for sure who fired it. Was it Floyd? Was it his son Claude, leaping to his father's defense? Or was it a deputy trying to enforce the law? It no longer mattered. That first shot was a signal. It was the first drop of rain that unleashes a hurricane. The courtroom didn't just erupt, it detonated. From every corner of the room, revolvers and rifles appeared as if from thin air. The Allens and their supporters, strategically placed among the crowd, unleashed a devastating crossfire. For those trapped inside, it wasn't a gunfight, it was the end of the world. The air turned into a deafening thunderclap of noise, punctuated by the flash of muzzles and the high-pitched whine of ricochets. The solid wood of the benches and the judge's dais splintered, chewed to pieces by an invisible hail of lead. The men who represented the law were the first to fall. Judge Massey, who had just sealed Floyd's fate, sought cover behind his bench. A moment later, his gavel fell silent forever. Sheriff Webb, the man who had taken that fateful step forward, crumpled to the floor. His last act on this earth was to pull his own revolver and send a bullet tearing into Floyd Allen's thigh, a final defiant gesture of the law he served. Prosecutor William Foster fell nearby, and a juror, a farmer named Augustus Fowler, was trying to scramble for the door when his escape was cut tragically short. Panic turned the crowd into a human stampede. People screamed, clawing their way towards the doors, trampling one another in a desperate bid for survival. A thick, choking cloud of gunpowder smoke filled the room, turning the scene into a blind, suffocating hell. Witnesses said it felt like an eternity, but the storm of bullets lasted no more than 90 seconds. When the last echo of gunfire faded, a ringing silence descended. The smoke began to clear, revealing a tableau of silent horror. Dark, ugly pockmarks scarred the courthouse walls, 57 of them, each one a testament to the madness that had just passed. Through the haze, figures moved with purpose. Floyd Allen, wounded but alive, was lifted by his kinsmen and carried from the building. The Allen clan mounted their horses and vanished back into the mountains, leaving a blood-soaked courthouse and a nation in shock. When the last of the Allen clan galloped out of sight, a profound, ringing silence fell over the Hillsville courthouse. It was a silence heavier than any sound, broken only by the whimpers of the wounded and the terrified gasps of the survivors. The air, thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, now carried a new, coppery smell. On the blood-soaked floorboards, the law of the Commonwealth of Virginia lay dead. The judge, the sheriff, the prosecutor, the very symbols of the state's authority, had been executed in their own sanctuary. The news of the massacre didn't just spread, It shot out of Hillsville like a bullet, hitting the telegraph wires and exploding across the nation. Newspapers from Richmond to New York screamed with headlines that painted a picture of a savage war against civilization itself. They called the Allens mountain degenerates, barbaric clansmen who had risen up against the rule of law. The story tapped into a deep-seated fear of Appalachia as a wild, untamed frontier. There was no room for nuance in these reports. There was only shock, horror, and a thunderous call for vengeance. The response from the state was swift and absolute. Governor William Hodges Mann declared that the assassins would be hunted down if it took all the resources of the Commonwealth. He mobilized the state militia, but he also called in a force more feared and perhaps more suited to the task, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These were not ordinary lawmen. They were ruthless, efficient bounty hunters, veterans of the brutal coalfield wars, known for their willingness to meet violence with greater violence. They were the modern world's answer to the Mountain Clan, a hired army that understood the language of the gun. The great hunt began. The mountains, which had always been the Allens' fortress, had now become their cage. The Baldwin Felts detectives, methodical and relentless, swarmed into Carroll County. They brought with them the tools of the modern age, photographs of the wanted men, a network of informants, and the promise of a hefty reward that could turn a neighbor into a betrayer. They combed every hollow, searched every cabin, and squeezed the community with a grip of fear. For the Allens, there was nowhere left to run. One by one, the fugitives were captured or surrendered. The net tightened until finally, acting on a tip, detectives found their ultimate prize. Hiding in a lumberjack's shack, wounded and exhausted, were Floyd Allen and his son, Claude. The king of Carroll County, the man who swore he would never see the inside of a jail, was now in shackles. The wolf hunt was over. The wolves were caged. And now they would face the victor's justice. The trial of the Allen clan was never going to be held in Hillsville. The influence of their name was too strong, the memory of the massacre too raw. To ensure a conviction, the state moved the proceedings to the city of Wytheville. But this change of venue did more than just move the trial. It ripped the Allens out of their world and placed them in the heart of their enemies. It wasn't a trial, it was a reckoning. The courthouse was surrounded by armed militia. Reporters from across the country filled the press benches, eager to send back sensational stories of the Appalachian savages. The court of law had become a theater of vengeance, and the public demanded a bloody final act. In the center of this storm sat Floyd and Claude Allen. They were not the wild-eyed murderers the newspapers described. Witnesses from the trial remembered them as composed, stoic, and utterly unbowed. They sat like fallen kings, their faces carved from mountain stone, showing no fear and no remorse. They listened to the testimony against them with a quiet dignity that was, in its own way, a final act of defiance. They had lived by the code of the mountains, and they would not grovel before the code of the Flatlanders, even with their lives hanging in the balance. The prosecution painted a picture of a cold, calculated conspiracy, an ambush designed to assassinate the law itself. Their lawyers argued that it was a spontaneous eruption of violence, a tragic misunderstanding that spiraled out of control. But in a courtroom filled with rage and grief, against the testimony of dozens of terrified survivors, their words were meaningless. The verdict was a foregone conclusion before the first witness was even called. The jury, drawn from a world that neither knew nor understood the Allens' way of life, deliberated for only a short time. The verdict came back: guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree. The judge, his voice heavy with the weight of the state's authority, sentenced Floyd Allen and his son Claude to die. Not by the gun, the weapon of their world, but by the electric chair. A cold, scientific answer to the hot-blooded code of the mountains. The other clan members involved were handed sentences that would see them waste away for decades behind bars, their power broken, their families scattered. The sentence was met with applause in the courtroom and celebrated in newspaper headlines as a triumph for civilization. The law had been challenged, and the law had won. But back in the misty hollows of Carroll County, the whispers told a different story. To many, this wasn't justice. It was an execution carried out by a foreign power. The state had not just punished murderers, it had made an example of men who dared to live by their own rules. And so the question that hangs over this story remains, even a century later. Was it justice that was delivered in that Wytheville courtroom? Or was it simply the final brutal act of a war between two worlds, where the victor got to write the law and call it by whatever name they chose? The years have passed, and the gun smoke over Hillsville has long since cleared, but the echo of those shots has never truly faded. On March 28, 1913, Floyd Allen walked to the electric chair. As they strapped him in, he looked at the witnesses and spoke his own epitaph, words as hard and unyielding as the man himself. "Gentlemen, I'm dying like a man. I'll get there before you do." Minutes later, his son Claude sat in the same chair, meeting his end with the same mountain stoicism. The state had its final victory. But the Allen story didn't end there. Floyd's brother, Sidner, became a legend of survival. Riddled with 11 bullets during the shootout, he not only lived, but escaped, hiding in the mountains for months. When he was finally caught, he was sentenced to 35 years in prison, but he outlasted the outrage. He was eventually pardoned, a man who stared death in the face and walked away. The other clan members served their long sentences, returning to a world that had moved on, forever branded by those 90 seconds of violence. If you go to Hillsville today, you won't see the original courthouse. It was torn down decades ago, but for years its replacement stood on the same ground, and the old-timers would tell you that the spirit of that day lingered. They said that for a long time you could still trace the bullet holes in the old building's walls, silent mouths speaking of the chaos. The graves of Floyd and Claude Allen can still be found in a family cemetery. Their stones a quiet, somber testament to the clan's vow. They are not just graves, they are a landmark, a place where the past feels close enough to touch. The rest of the world has largely forgotten the Carroll County Courthouse massacre. It's become a dusty footnote in the history books. But here, in these mountains, it is not forgotten. It has seeped into the soil and become folklore. The story is told not as history, but as a cautionary tale about pride, honor, and the terrible price of defiance. The Allen name still echoes through these hollows, a name that for some means murder and mayhem, but for others, still whispers of a fallen king who dared to stand against the world and kept his promise that he would never, ever go to jail. The mountains remember. So we come back to the question that hung in the gunsmoke of that Virginia courthouse. Were the Allens cold-blooded killers who planned a massacre from the start? Or were they defenders of an ancient code, pushed to a final desperate act? The truth, like most things in these mountains, is not so simple. They came to that courthouse armed because in their world, power was respected only when it was backed by the threat of force. They didn't see themselves as criminals defying the law. They saw themselves as sovereigns of their own kingdom, defending its honor against a foreign invasion. The Hillsville massacre was more than just a crime. It was the bloody, violent end of an era. It was the moment the modern world, with its courts and its electric chairs, finally broke the back of the old world, with its clans and its code of blood honor. The state sent a message that day, written in the language the Allens understood best. Its power was now absolute, its reach inescapable. The Allen clan wasn't just fighting a one-year jail sentence, they were fighting the 20th century, and the 20th century won. This is a story of brutality, yes, but it is also a story of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit so fiercely independent that it can lead to both greatness and ruin. Floyd Allen was a king who refused to watch his kingdom crumble. He and his family were not heroes, but their tragic, violent story has become a dark legend, a warning of what happens when pride and honor demand a price that can only be paid in blood. And while the law won the war that day, the story of the clan who swore they would never go to prison and kept that oath at the cost of everything still haunts these hills. Imagine the morning fog over Morehead, Kentucky on June 22, 1887. It doesn't carry the smell of wood smoke or damp earth. It carries the deafening roar of 100 rifles firing at once. This wasn't a simple duel. It was a full-scale battle, waged street by street, where neighbors hunted neighbors from behind windows and doorways. The history books call it the Rowan County War, often dismissing it as just another mountain feud. But was it? How does a quiet county seat turn into a slaughterhouse? And how does one man, a charismatic saloon owner, become its undisputed king, holding life and death in his hands? Today, we separate the smoke of legend from the fire of truth to understand how a political argument on a hot August day unleashed 3 years of terror. To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the land. This was Rowan County, Kentucky, in the years after the Civil War. A place carved out of the Appalachian Mountains, where steep hills and deep, shadowed hollows kept communities isolated, suspicious of outsiders, and fiercely self-reliant. Here, the law wasn't something that came from the state capital in Frankfurt. It was something made by the men who held the most land, commanded the most respect, or carried the fastest gun. The forests provided a living, the cornfields provided the bread, and the family name provided your identity. It was a world that ran on its own clock and lived by its own unwritten rules. At the heart of this world were two powerful currents, pulling the county in opposite directions. On one side, you had the Martins and their allies. These were the Democrats, the old guard. They were farmers and landowners, men whose families had worked this soil for generations. They saw Rowan County as their birthright, a legacy to be protected. Their leader, John Martin, was a respected figure, the patriarch of a clan that embodied the traditional values of the mountains. They were the establishment, the deep roots of the county. On the other side stood Craig Tolliver and his followers. They were the Republicans, the ambitious newcomers who saw the future not just in farming, but in business, commerce, and control of the growing town of Morehead. Tolliver himself was a force of nature. He wasn't some backwoods brawler. He was a sharp, charismatic, and utterly ruthless man who ran the town's most prosperous saloons. He knew that real power didn't come from owning a few acres of land. It came from controlling the flow of money, whiskey, and votes. He was a political boss in the making, and his iron will was beginning to forge Morehead into his personal kingdom. This wasn't a simple family feud, not in the way the legends tell it. The names Martin and Tolliver became flags, banners under which people gathered based on their politics, their debts, their family ties, or simple fear. If you were a Democrat who felt the old ways were best, you stood with the Martins. If you were a Republican who saw opportunity in the changing times, you threw your lot in with Tolliver. Choosing a side wasn't just a political preference, it was a declaration of loyalty that could determine whether your family ate well or starved, whether you found justice in a courtroom or at the end of a rope. Life in Rowan County went on, with harvests and church socials, births and funerals. But underneath the surface, a bitter tension was simmering. It was the friction between the old world and the new, between the farmer and the businessman, the Democrat and the Republican. Every election, every business deal, every drunken argument was another ounce of pressure building in a sealed container. They were living in a powder keg, and they all knew it. All they were waiting for was the spark that would blow their world to pieces. The spark finally landed on election day, in the thick, muggy air of August 1884. You can almost feel it. The town of Morehead is buzzing, not with excitement, but with a raw, nervous energy. The air is heavy with the smell of sweat, cheap whiskey, and the metallic tang of unspoken threats. Men, their loyalties and their tempers stoked by liquor and politics, are gathered near the polling station, eyeing each other with suspicion. It was here that the first words were thrown like stones. The argument started between a Republican named Solomon Bradley and the Democratic patriarch John Martin. It was the same argument happening all over the county, a clash of the old world and the new. But then, a new player stepped into the circle, Floyd Tolliver, a relative of Craig's. The shouting quickly turned to shoving, and in the chaotic scuffle there was a flash of steel. In a single brutal motion, Floyd Tolliver's knife found its mark, and John Martin, the leader of the county's Democrats, fell bleeding into the dust. This was more than a murder. It was a public execution, a message sent in broad daylight. The Republicans had struck down the head of the Democratic snake. The Martin clan, stunned and enraged, demanded justice. They turned to the law, but in Rowan County, the law had a name, and that name was Craig Tolliver. He controlled the courts, he controlled the sheriff, he controlled the narrative. And so, it came as no surprise to anyone when a jury declared Floyd Tolliver had acted in self-defense and set him free. For the Martin clan, that verdict wasn't justice. It was a declaration of war. It was proof that the system was rotted through, and that the only law they could trust was the one they enforced themselves. They retreated into the hills, not in defeat, but to plan. A few cold months later, in December, Floyd Tolliver was walking down the main street of Moorhead, wrapped in the arrogant confidence of a man who believed he was untouchable. He was wrong. A sudden volley of rifle fire erupted from a darkened alleyway. Floyd fell dead onto the frozen ground, his body riddled with the Martins' answer to the court's verdict. The blood of John Martin had been answered with the blood of Floyd Tolliver. A personal score had been settled, but a terrible line had been crossed. There was no going back now. The first drops had been spilled, and they had opened a wound that would bleed for 3 long years, turning the hollows and streets of Rowan County into a hunting ground. The war had begun. For 2 years, the war had been a story of back-alley ambushes and simmering fear. On June 22nd, 1887, it exploded into the open. Before the sun had fully risen, nearly 100 men from the Martin faction descended on Moorhead. They moved not as a frantic mob, but as a determined army, entering the town from multiple directions with a single, unified purpose: to cut the head off the snake and end the reign of Craig Tolliver. The first shot wasn't a single crack, but a deafening, rolling thunderclap as dozens of rifles opened fire at once. For the townspeople huddled in their homes and cellars, the world dissolved into a terrifying storm of noise. They could hear the high-pitched whistle of bullets passing overhead, the splintering crash of lead tearing through wooden walls, and the sharp ring of ricochets off anything solid. The street outside was no longer a place for commerce or conversation. It had become a no-man's land. Through the shifting curtains of gunsmoke, a deadly ballet unfolded. Tolliver's men, barricaded inside saloons and hotels, turned second-story windows into sniper nests. The Martins and their allies returned fire from behind overturned carts and the corners of buildings, methodically advancing toward the center of town. Moorhead had become a brutal chessboard where every move was a gamble with death, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt black powder. This was a war of neighbors, and the cost was intimate. At some point during the hours of relentless battle, a sharp cry of grief cut through the roar of the guns from the Martin side. One of their own had fallen, John Martin's son. A leader in the fight had been forced to watch his own bloodline severed in the chaos, a father's worst nightmare realized in a hail of gunfire. The stakes, already impossibly high, had just become personal in the most painful way imaginable. And then, at the height of the battle, the central pillar of the conflict simply vanished. Craig Tolliver, the undisputed king of Moorhead, had been directing his defense from a fortified position, a commanding presence against the storm. One moment, his voice was the anchor for his men. The next, there was only silence from his post. There was no heroic last stand, no dramatic duel, just a sudden, shocking absence. A single, unseen shot, fired by a Martin sharpshooter or a treacherous ally no one would ever know for sure, had found its mark. As the news rippled through the ranks, the fighting faltered. The organized defense collapsed into confusion. The gunfire sputtered out, replaced by an eerie, ringing silence. When the smoke finally began to clear, it revealed a town that had been brutalized. The walls of buildings were scarred with hundreds of dark marks, silent witnesses to the fury that had just passed. The battle was over. The king was dead. When the last echo of gunfire faded, a stunned silence fell over Moorhead. It was the silence of a graveyard. Slowly, cautiously, doors creaked open. Townspeople emerged from their cellars and hiding places, not to a town celebrating a victory, but to a scene of utter devastation. The streets were littered with shattered glass, splintered wood, and the dark, still shapes of men who had been alive just hours before. The air, thick with the lingering scent of gunpowder, now carried the heavy weight of shock and grief. The war was over, but the town felt like it had died with it. For the Martin faction, their objective was complete. Craig Tolliver was dead. They hadn't stayed to claim Moorhead as a prize. That was never the point. Their army of 100 men melted back into the hills and hollows from which they came, leaving the chaos behind them. They had rid the county of the man they saw as a tyrant, but in doing so, they had declared war not just on a rival faction, but on the state of Kentucky itself. They were no longer just feuding mountaineers, they were now fugitives. The Tolliver faction, once the iron fist that ruled the county, was shattered. With their leader gone, they were a body without a head. Panic and fear replaced the arrogant confidence they once held. Some of his most loyal men lay dead in the streets, while others, wounded or terrified of what was to come, fled the county, knowing that either the Martins' revenge or the state's justice would soon be coming for them. The empire Craig Tolliver had built with bullets and fear had crumbled into dust in a single morning. This time, the news of the slaughter didn't just prompt a temporary response from the governor, it demanded a permanent solution. The state of Kentucky had had enough. Soldiers of the state militia were dispatched to Rowan County, but they didn't come as peacekeepers to separate two bickering families. They arrived as an occupying force, with orders to disarm the populace and impose state law by force. Martial law, ineffective not in name, descended on Moorhead. The era of clan rule was over, brought to an end by the cold steel of state-issued bayonets. With the militia securing the town, the gears of official justice began to grind. Warrants were issued for dozens of men from the Martin faction. Rewards were posted for their capture, turning neighbors against one another with the promise of gold. But the fear in Rowan County didn't disappear. It simply went quiet. People who had witnessed the battle locked their doors and their mouths, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire between the vengeful Martins and the newly empowered state authorities. The gun smoke had cleared, but a new suffocating fog of suspicion and fear had settled over the hills. The gavels that fell in the Rowan County courthouse weren't just calling a room to order. They were trying to hammer a new reality into place. The trials that followed the Moorhead massacre were meant to be a display of state power, a clear message that the days of clan law were over. The courtroom itself was a theater of tension. It was the same building whose walls were still pockmarked with bullet holes from the battle. Armed militia guards stood at every entrance, their presence a constant reminder that this was not business as usual. The benches were packed with onlookers, family of the accused, Tolliver sympathizers, and curious strangers, all watching to see if the law of Kentucky was stronger than the code of the mountains. In the defendant's box sat the men of the Martin faction. But they didn't look like defeated criminals. You have to understand, in their own eyes, and in the eyes of many in the county, they weren't murderers. They were liberators. They had faced a tyrant that the law itself had failed to control. So they sat there, not with remorse, but with a quiet, stubborn dignity. They had done what they felt they had to do, and they were prepared to face the consequences, convinced of the righteousness of their cause. Their defiance was a silent challenge to the entire proceeding. The legal battle was as fierce as the gunfight that preceded it. Cunning lawyers for the defense didn't just argue points of law, they put Craig Tolliver's entire reign of terror on trial. They painted a picture of a county held hostage, where the legal system was a corrupt tool in the hands of one man. They argued that the attack on Moorhead wasn't an act of aggression, but an act of desperation, a people rising up to reclaim their own government. It was a powerful narrative that resonated deeply with the jury of their peers, men who had lived through those same dark years. And then came the verdicts. One by one, the men who had marched on Moorhead and waged open war in its streets faced the judge. And one by one, the astonishing results came in. Some were convicted of lesser charges and given light sentences. Others were acquitted entirely. In the end, not a single man was executed for their role in the battle. The most prominent leaders of the Martin faction eventually received pardons from a sympathetic Democratic governor, effectively wiping their slates clean. The state had flexed its muscle, but the outcome felt less like a verdict and more like a negotiated truce. The old power structure was broken, and a new one, led by the Democrats, had taken its place. The men who had taken the law into their own hands had been vindicated, not by the mountains, but by the very system they had attacked. So, was this justice? The Tolliver faction was gone, their leader buried. The Martin faction, despite laying siege to a town, walked free. The law of men had been spoken in the courtroom, but the final judgment sounded an awful lot like the justice of the mountains. It left a profound and unsettling question hanging in the Appalachian air. Who really won the war? The war ended, but the peace was a fragile, bitter thing. The hatred stirred up by the feud didn't vanish with the last puff of gunsmoke. They seeped into the soil of Rowan County and poisoned the roots of the community for generations. For decades after the massacre, the names Martin and Tolliver were spoken with caution. They dictated who you did business with, whose children your children were allowed to marry, and which side of the aisle you stood on in local politics. The shooting had stopped, but the war lived on in quiet, resentful hearts. If you visit Moorhead today, you might think the past has been completely erased. It's a bustling university town now, full of students who know more about textbooks than blood feuds. But the ghosts are still there, if you know where to look for them. For many years, the old courthouse stood as the most stubborn witness. Visitors could run their hands over the dozens of pockmarks scarring its brick walls, each one a physical memory of that terrible morning in 1887. And up in the cemetery, you can still find the grave of Craig Tolliver, the fallen king, a simple stone marker for a man who once held the county in an iron fist. But the most powerful reminders aren't the ones you can touch. They're in the landscape itself. The main street of Moorhead is no longer a battlefield, but the ghosts of the men who fought and died there still linger in the local lore. The winding back roads and shadowed hollows leading out of town were once the sites of countless ambushes and secret meetings. They are quiet now, but it's a heavy kind of quiet, the kind that holds stories. Most people who walk those streets today have forgotten the names of Craig Tolliver and John Martin. The story of the Rowan County War has faded from living memory into the dry pages of history books. But the story hasn't truly vanished. It has simply become part of the place itself. It's a lesson embedded in the land, a reminder of how quickly order can break down and how thin the line is between neighbor and enemy. The people may forget the details, but the mountains always remember everything. So we return to the question that hung in the gunsmoke at the start of our story. How does a quiet county turn into a battlefield? The answer, buried for a century under the myth of a simple family squabble, is now clear. The Rowan County War was never just a feud. It was a political war, fought for the soul of a community. The names Martin and Tolliver were the banners, but the real conflict was over power, control, and whose vision of the future would prevail. Craig Tolliver became a king because he understood that in a place where the law was weak, the strongest will becomes the law. And the Martins went to war because they believed the only way to fight a broken system was to burn it to the ground. This story is more than a dark chapter in Kentucky's history. It is a brutal lesson in what happens when people lose faith in their institutions, when they believe the ballot box is broken and the judge's gavel is for sale. It shows that when official justice becomes a mockery, men will seek out their own, older and bloodier form of justice in the streets. This is a story not just of Appalachian violence, but of the indomitable and sometimes terrifying spirit of people who refuse to be ruled by a tyrant, even if it means becoming killers themselves. It is a grim reminder that the line between civilization and chaos is not a fortress wall, but a thin, fragile thread of trust. And when that thread is cut, the most ordinary of places can become a hell on earth. The men who fought and died in Moorhead have long since turned to dust, but the lesson they left behind, written in blood and gunpowder, must never be forgotten. I'm standing on a piece of ground that has a story to tell, though you wouldn't know it to look at it now. All that's left is a ghost of a chimney, clawing its way out of a tangle of kudzu and briars, and a few foundation stones sweating in the humidity. This was once the heart of the Lincoln family homestead, here in the deep hollows of Lincoln County, West Virginia. The air feels heavy, weighted down by memory. If you listen close, past the wind in the pines, you can almost hear the echoes of a conflict so brutal it was called a war that poisoned this ground and set neighbor against neighbor, kin against kin. Today, we're going to find out why. We're going to listen to these ruins and understand what happened right here that turned a family's dream into this pile of forgotten stone. Let's wind the clock back 150 years. The year is 1870. The chimney we see today isn't a ruin, it's the heart of a home, breathing a steady plume of wood smoke into the crisp morning air. The house it's attached to is a testament to hard work. 2 stories of hand-hewn poplar logs chinked tight against the mountain cold. The porch is wide, and on it sits the patriarch, Colonel Absalom Lincoln, a man as hard and unyielding as the rock-laced soil he commands. His face is a roadmap of hard-won battles, framed by a graying beard, but it's his left sleeve, neatly pinned to his shoulder, that tells the most important story. It's a constant, silent reminder of what he lost at Gettysburg, and a symbol of the cause he still believes in. From this porch, Absalom doesn't see a wilderness. He sees his kingdom. He sees the bottomland, dark and rich, where his sons are already working the fields with a pair of mules. He hears the rhythmic turn of the water wheel at his grist mill down on the creek, the only one for 10 miles in any direction. His world is one of order, built on the unshakable pillars of family, honor, and the sweat of your brow. The Lincolns are not just a family, they are a clan, the closest thing this part of West Virginia has to aristocracy, and Absalom is their unquestioned leader. They believe the old ways are the best ways, and that a man's worth is measured by the land he holds and the word he keeps. Life here is hard, but it's whole. In the house, the women are already at their chores, the smell of baking bread and boiling coffee mingling with the wood smoke. Children's laughter spills out from the yard. This isn't just a farm. It's the center of a community, a place where people come for justice, for advice, or to have their corn ground. For Absalom Lincoln, this homestead is more than property. It is the physical manifestation of his soul, a legacy he intends to pass down through generations. It is a symbol of survival, a piece of the old South rebuilt here in the mountains. But a shadow is beginning to creep up the hollows. Strangers have been seen in the hills, men with tripods and measuring chains, men in city clothes who speak with northern accents. They talk of progress, of timber rights and railroad lines. They speak of the black rock that lies in seams beneath the earth and the fortunes that can be made from it. To some, this is the sound of opportunity. To Colonel Lincoln, it sounds like a second invasion, a new kind of threat to the way of life he sacrificed his arm to defend. And he knows who is welcoming these invaders. The McCoy clan, led by Black Elias McCoy. They are new money, men who didn't fight for a cause but profited from the chaos, selling to both sides and getting rich while their neighbors bled. The Lincolns see them as scavengers, men without honor, who would sell the very ground from under their feet for a stack of Yankee dollars. For now, the conflict is a cold silence in the town square, a stiff nod at the crossroads. But on his porch, Absalom Lincoln watches the sun rise over his land, and he knows a storm is coming. He can feel it in the ache of his missing arm. To understand how a family's pride curdles into a generation of hate, you have to look beyond the soil and stone. You have to follow the paper trail, as thin and fragile as it may be. I've spent weeks doing just that, digging through dusty boxes in the archives, and I found something. This is what I believe is the first drop of poison. It's a page from the Lincoln County Ledger, dated November 6, 1872. The paper is brittle, the color of old tobacco, and it smells of time itself. Most of it is what you'd expect: crop prices, an ad for a liver tonic, a notice about a church social. But tucked away in a small column on the back page is a single dry paragraph that announces the results of the county election. It officially declares that Jedediah McCoy, brother of Black Elias, had been elected sheriff of Lincoln County. On the surface, this is just democracy at work. But you have to understand, in a place like this, the sheriff's badge was the keys to the kingdom. He controlled everything: who got arrested, whose land got seized for back taxes, and whose brand of justice was enforced. For as long as anyone could remember, the man wearing that badge had been a Lincoln, or a man loyal to the Lincolns. This small, forgotten news clipping wasn't just reporting a political upset, it was documenting a coup. This was the moment the McCoys seized the levers of power, and for Colonel Absalom Lincoln, it was an intolerable insult. This piece of paper tells us what happened, but the question that haunts this story, the question that led to all the bloodshed, is how. That small newspaper column was the official record, the final word. But the story of how Jedediah McCoy's name got printed there was written not in ink, but in sweat, whiskey, and the cold glint of northern silver dollars. On Election Day in 1872, the air outside the Hamlin courthouse was thick with a tension you could taste. It wasn't the celebratory mood of a civic duty. It was the quiet, watchful stillness of two armies waiting for the other to blink. The Lincolns and their supporters gathered on one side of the dusty square, the McCoys on the other. It was a division as clear as a property line drawn in blood. Colonel Absalom Lincoln stood on the courthouse steps, his one good hand resting on a hickory cane. He expected his cousin to win. It was a matter of tradition, of respect. The Lincolns had always guided the county, and their people, the families who had been here for generations, understood that. He watched the proceedings with a stern but confident eye, acknowledging the deferential nods of his fellow farmers and veterans. To him, this election was merely a reaffirmation of the natural order of things, a way of telling the world that the values of the Old South were still alive in these hills. But then came the strangers. They arrived in wagons, a rough-looking collection of men Absalom had never seen before. They weren't farmers. Their hands weren't calloused from the plow, but from the pickaxe and the sledgehammer. They were the survey crews and clearing gangs hired by the railroad interests that Black Elias McCoy had been courting. They were paid in cash and loyalty to the man who signed their checks. One by one, they cast their ballots, their unfamiliar faces a stark insult to the local men who had bled for this ground. A low murmur rippled through the Lincoln crowd. This wasn't an election, it was an invasion by proxy. When the final tally was read aloud, a moment of stunned silence fell over the square. It was quickly shattered by a triumphant roar from the McCoy side of the crowd. Jedediah McCoy had won by a handful of votes, just about the same number of strangers who had been brought in. Black Elias McCoy stood in the center of the celebration, a thin, knowing smile on his face. He had not won an election, he had purchased an office. Colonel Lincoln descended the steps, his face a mask of cold fury. He walked directly to Elias, the crowd parting before him. Their confrontation was quiet, but more menacing than any shout. "You bought this election," Absalom said, his voice low but carrying like a rifle shot in the winter air. "You bought it with northern money and railroad trash." Elias McCoy didn't flinch. He looked the one-armed colonel square in the eye. "The world is changing, Absalom," he replied, his own voice smooth as oiled steel. "It's a new time. You can either get on the train or get run over by it." In that moment, the lines were drawn. It was no longer about politics. It was about honor, about survival. And both men knew, standing there in the dust, that this conflict would not be settled at the ballot box again. Paper and ink can give you the facts, but they can't give you the feeling. They don't have a soul. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. That's what led me here, to a small, neat house perched on a hillside, to sit on a front porch with a woman named Sarah Lincoln Vance. She's 87 years old, the great-granddaughter of Colonel Absalom Lincoln's eldest son. Her hands are gnarled with age, but her eyes are sharp, and her memory is a library of stories that have never been written down. I showed her the newspaper clipping about the election. She looked at it, gave a slow, knowing nod, and handed it back to me. "That was the start of the trouble, all right," she said, her voice a soft mountain drawl. "But it ain't the start of the hate. Politics is one thing. That's about power. The hate started later. It started over a boy defending his father's honor. According to the story Sarah's grandmother told her, a few months after the election, there was a church social. It was one of those rare times when the whole county came together, a fragile truce under the eyes of God. But the McCoy victory had made their young men bold, arrogant. One of Elias McCoy's nephews, a boy barely 20, had too much corn liquor and decided to make a show of his family's new standing. He saw Colonel Lincoln standing by himself and said, loud enough for a dozen people to hear, "Looks like the colonel left his voting arm at Gettysburg along with his sense." The insult hung in the air, a stunning act of disrespect. The colonel, a man of immense pride and control, simply turned his back and walked away. But his youngest son, Daniel, who was only 16, saw it all. His face went white with rage. Sarah told me that her grandmother said Daniel was the apple of the colonel's eye, a boy with his father's fire and his mother's kindness. To see his father, a war hero, humiliated like that by a McCoy pup, it was more than he could bear. That, Sarah explained, is the real story behind the first death. The official record, the one whispered in the courthouse, was that Daniel Lincoln got into a dispute with that same McCoy boy over a property line a few days later. But the Lincoln family has always known the truth. Daniel didn't go to that hollow to argue over a few feet of dirt. He went there to demand an apology for his father. The property line was just the place where a boy's pride finally caught up with him. The election gave the McCoys the power, but it was that cruel joke that provided the spark. And that spark was about to ignite the whole damn county. The insult at the church social was a hot coal in Daniel Lincoln's gut. For days, it smoldered. He was only 16, but he had his father's unbending pride. He saw the way the other men looked at the colonel now with a hint of pity. He heard the whispers, and he saw the shame in his father's eyes, a look that cut the boy deeper than any knife. While the older men of the family spoke in hushed tones of political strategy and legal challenges, Daniel was consumed by a simpler, more primal code. An insult to his father's honor was an insult to the entire Lincoln name, and it had to be answered. He wasn't thinking of war or consequences. He was thinking like a son. He found Caleb McCoy, the boy who'd made the joke, working a stand of timber in a narrow hollow where their property lines blurred. It was a lonely place, the sound of the axe echoing off the steep hillsides, the air thick with the smell of pine sap. Daniel didn't come with a rifle leveled. He came on foot, his hands empty, his heart hammering against his ribs. "I want you to apologize to my father," Daniel said, his voice shaking but firm. Caleb McCoy, flush with the arrogance of his family's recent victory, just laughed. He leaned on his axe handle, a smirk on his face. "Your daddy's a cripple and his time is past," Caleb sneered. "Just like the rest of you Lincolns. Now get off my land before I run you off." He spat a wad of tobacco juice near Daniel's feet. That was the final spark. Daniel lunged, his fists clumsy but flying with all the pent-up rage of a wronged son. Caleb, bigger and a few years older, was taken by surprise but quickly recovered. The two boys tumbled to the ground, trading blows in the dirt and mud, a desperate, graceless fight fueled by generations of growing animosity. It wasn't a duel, it was a brawl. They rolled over roots and rocks, their grunts and curses swallowed by the vast indifference of the woods. The struggle carried them to the edge of a steep, rocky ravine that cut through the hollow. Caleb had Daniel pinned, his knuckles bloodying the boy's face. Daniel, in a surge of desperate strength, bucked and twisted, trying to throw him off. For a split second, their weight shifted. Caleb's boot slipped on a patch of wet moss. His eyes widened, his smirk replaced by a flash of genuine terror. He scrabbled for a handhold, but there was nothing but air. With a cry that was cut short by the sickening crack of a branch, he disappeared over the edge. Silence. A profound, ringing silence broken only by the gurgle of the creek below and Daniel's own ragged breaths. He crawled to the edge and looked down. Caleb McCoy lay twisted on the rocks below, his body unnaturally still. The fight was over. A 16-year-old boy, defending his father's honor, had just committed the first act of war. He scrambled back from the edge, a wave of cold horror washing over him, and he ran. He ran not as a victor, but as a terrified child who had just opened the gates of hell. When Caleb's body was found, the McCoys screamed for blood. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy declared it murder and swore to hang the Lincoln boy responsible. But Colonel Absalom Lincoln, seeing the terror in his own son's eyes, made a decision. He would not give his child to a McCoy sheriff and a McCoy mob. He gathered his clan, and at the funeral for the young Lincoln boy, because that is what the official story now became, a tragic hunting fall, he stood over the simple pine coffin and made his vow. "The law of this county is a tool for our enemies," he declared, his voice like iron. "From this day forward, we will be our own law, an eye for an eye, a life for a life." The point of no return had been crossed. The time for words was over. After a death like that, vengeance doesn't wait long in these mountains. It just waits for the right time and the right place. That place is here. I'm standing beside the Guyandotte River at a sharp, angry turn in the road that locals have called Devil's Elbow for as long as anyone can remember. Today, it's peaceful. The water rushes over the rocks and the sun filters down through a thick canopy of leaves. It's a beautiful, forgotten corner of the county. But if you know where to look, the scars are still here. This wide gravel shoulder I'm standing on isn't the original road. The old wagon trace ran closer to the water, right along the base of this sheer rock wall. And up there, about 50 feet above me, is a high wooded ridge that looks down on this entire bend. It's a perfect natural ambush point, a kill box designed by God himself. The sandstone up there is still pockmarked, weathered by a century of rain and ice, but you can still make them out. Dark little circles against the grey rock, each one a silent testament to the chaos that was unleashed right where I'm standing. This is where the Lincolns delivered their answer to the death of young Daniel. It wasn't a back-alley knife fight. It was a calculated military-style operation, planned and led by a man who had learned the art of war on the bloodiest battlefields in the nation. You have to imagine it. A slow-moving wagon, heavy with the payroll for a McCoy timber crew, rumbling down that narrow trace. The men inside, feeling safe, probably not even thinking of trouble. They never saw the shadows moving in the laurel up on that ridge. They only heard the sound of Colonel Lincoln's justice speaking all at once. The McCoy payroll wagon creaked its way along the river trace, moving at the slow, steady pace of the mules that pulled it. Inside, 3 McCoy kinsmen were relaxed, their rifles leaning against the wagon bed. The money, a heavy lockbox full of silver dollars, was a comforting weight between them. It was a warm afternoon in 1875. The air was sweet, and the only sounds were the jingle of the harness, the rumble of the wheels, and the endless rush of the Guyandot. As they rounded Devil's Elbow, the high rock wall threw the road into deep shadow, offering a brief respite from the sun. It was the last moment of peace any of them would ever know. The first shot was not a warning. It was a declaration. A single sharp crack echoed from the ridge above, and the lead mule went down as if struck by lightning, its collapse throwing the entire wagon into a groaning, tangled halt. Before the McCoy men could even register what had happened, the ridge exploded in a volley of synchronized fire. It was not the scattered shooting of a brawl, it was the disciplined, concentrated fire of soldiers. The sound was a physical blow, a deafening wall of noise that hammered the wagon from above. The wooden sideboards of the wagon splintered instantly, peppered with a dozen heavy-caliber impacts. The air filled with the smell of gunpowder and hot lead. The man holding the reins was thrown backward from his seat, the leather straps falling from his hands. A second man, who had been scrambling for his rifle, suddenly slumped forward over the lockbox, his own weapon clattering, unfired, to the floorboards. The third and final man managed to raise his pistol and fire a single wild shot toward the trees before he too was silenced, collapsing in a heap beside his comrades. Then, as suddenly as it began, an absolute silence fell over the bend in the road. It was a heavy, profound quiet, broken only by the panicked breathing of the remaining mule and the ceaseless murmur of the river. From the dense laurel on the ridge, a line of figures emerged, moving with quiet purpose down the steep incline. They were led by Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His face was grim, his eyes cold and methodical. He was not a man consumed by rage. He was a commander inspecting a battlefield after a successful engagement. He walked to the wagon and looked upon the scene of instant, overwhelming destruction. His men watched him, waiting for a command. Absalom surveyed the interior of the wagon, his gaze falling upon the untouched lockbox full of silver. He made no move toward it. This was not about money. This was about payment of a different kind. Reaching into his own pocket, he pulled out a single spent rifle cartridge, a .56 Spencer, the signature of his old cavalry unit, and placed it deliberately on the driver's seat. It was a message, a signature left in brass and smoke. He turned without another word and led his men back into the woods, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared, leaving behind a monument of splintered wood and terrible silence. The war had begun in earnest. After the smoke clears and the bodies are carried away, the machinery of the law, however rusty and biased, has to turn. And this is what it produces. This is the official coroner's inquest, filed in the Lincoln County Courthouse just 2 days after the ambush at Devil's Elbow. The handwriting is a spidery, formal script on paper that has gone thin and brown with age, but the words themselves are cold, hard, and clipped. They are the official story, the version of events that was meant to be preserved for history. I'll read you the key passage. It says, "The deceased, identified as Silas McCoy, John R. McCoy, and Peter Vance, did come to their deaths by means of multiple gunshot wounds. Evidence suggests the attack was carried out from the high ridge overlooking the road. The company payroll box, containing approximately $200, was found undisturbed. The perpetrators are, at this time, unknown. Perpetrators unknown. In a county this small, where every family knows every other family's business, that phrase is a lie. A necessary, legal lie, perhaps, but a lie nonetheless. The whole county knew who had the skill to organize an attack like that. The whole county knew who owned Spencer repeating rifles. And the whole county knew who had a fresh grudge and a score to settle. This document, in its sterile official language, scrubs the passion from the event. It doesn't mention the insult at the church social or the death of a 16-year-old boy. It reduces Colonel Lincoln's methodical act of vengeance to a simple, anonymous triple homicide. But this dry, passionless report was more than just a historical record. For Sheriff Jedediah McCoy, it was a weapon. It was the legal justification he'd been waiting for. It transformed a family feud into a matter of state law. Armed with this piece of paper, he could deputize his kinsmen, raise a posse, and legally ride out to the Lincoln homestead, not as an avenging McCoy, but as the High Sheriff of Lincoln County, serving a warrant and hunting down fugitives. The law had officially chosen a side. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy didn't waste a moment. That coroner's report was the only authority he needed, a piece of tin and paper that gave his vengeance the color of law. He deputized a dozen men that very day. This was no impartial posse of civic-minded citizens. It was a swarm of angry hornets. Every man was a McCoy by blood or by payroll, their faces hard, their eyes alight with a hunger for retribution. They rode out from Hamlin not as peacekeepers, but as an army, with Sheriff McCoy at their head, the warrants for Absalom Lincoln's sons tucked safely in his coat pocket. Their destination was the Lincoln homestead. They thundered up the hollow, a column of armed horsemen that was a clear and brutal message. This was not an attempt at a quiet arrest. It was a show of force meant to intimidate and to break the will of the Lincoln clan. But when they arrived, they found not a terrified family, but a fortress. The heavy shutters were barred on the windows, the porch was empty, and the long barrels of several rifles poked from carefully cut loopholes in the log walls. Colonel Absalom Lincoln himself stepped out onto the porch, his Spencer rifle held ready in his one good hand. Sheriff McCoy held up the warrants. "Absalom, I'm here for your boys by the authority of Lincoln County." The colonel's reply was as cold and sharp as a winter wind. "Your authority ends where my property begins, Jedediah. Your piece of paper means nothing here. Now turn your riders around before I am forced to defend my home." For a long, tense moment, the two sides faced each other in absolute silence. Then, a nervous McCoy deputy shifted his weight, his horse stamped, and a rifleman inside the Lincoln house took it as a threat. A single shot cracked the stillness, kicking up dirt just in front of McCoy's horse. That was all it took. The posse unleashed a ragged volley of fire at the house, which was answered by the disciplined, withering fire of the defenders. McCoy's men were exposed, out in the open, and after several minutes of taking the worst of the exchange, they were forced into a humiliating retreat back down the hollow. Furious and thwarted, Jedediah and Elias McCoy devised a new strategy. If they couldn't take the Lincoln fort, they would seize the counties. They rode their posse back into Hamlin, but they didn't disperse. Instead, they dismounted and, in a shocking act of insurrection, stormed the county courthouse. They threw out the Lincoln-appointed clerk and barricaded the doors. From the windows of the very building meant to dispense justice, McCoy riflemen now aimed their weapons out at the town square. There was no trial. There was no capture. The verdict was delivered by Jedediah McCoy himself, who hung a hand-painted sign from the courthouse balcony. "By order of the sheriff, martial law is in effect. All sympathizers of the Lincoln clan will be deemed outlaws." The pursuit of the law had ended with the law itself being taken hostage. Lincoln County now had two armed camps, two governments. The Lincolns, barricaded in their home, and the McCoys, ruling from a stolen courthouse. The town of Hamlin became a no-man's land where the slightest movement could draw a sniper's bullet, and the promise of a full-scale battle hung over the valley like a storm cloud waiting to break. Every war, no matter how large or small, ends in the same place, a quiet plot of ground under a silent sky. I'm here now, in the old Hamlin Cemetery, a place where the stones lean like tired old men, and the stories they tell are slowly being erased by wind and rain. The grass is high, and the only sound is the drone of cicadas in the ancient oaks. I came here to find the final chapters of the two men who started it all, to see where their ambition and their bitterness finally led them. It wasn't hard to find Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His grave is on a small rise overlooking the valley. It's a simple, dignified stone of grey granite, the kind a soldier would choose. The inscription is clear and deep: Colonel Absalom Lincoln, CSA, beloved father and husband. A small, sun-bleached Confederate flag is planted in the earth beside it, a sign that even after all these years, someone still comes here to remember the man and the cause he fought for. His legacy, at least to his own family, is one of honor. Finding Black Elias McCoy was a different story. His grave is tucked away in a low-lying corner of the cemetery, where the water gathers and the weeds grow thickest. His headstone was clearly once more expensive than the colonel's, a tall, ornate piece of marble, but time has been cruel to it. It's tilted badly, stained dark green with moss, and a thick vein of ivy is slowly choking the inscription. I had to pull it away to even read the name. Here lies the man who wanted to drag the county into the modern age, the man who dealt in railroads and northern money, yet his final resting place is forgotten, sinking back into the earth. And here is the final bitter irony of the Lincoln County War. They lie just 100 yards apart now. The proud colonel and the ambitious McCoy, enemies who set the hills on fire with their hatred, are now silent neighbors for eternity. They fought for control of a whole county, for timber rights and political power, and in the end, this is all they hold: a 6-foot plot of dirt. Their war of sieges and snipers didn't last forever. It had to end. And standing here between their graves, the question becomes unavoidable. What was the final act that brought these two powerful men to this quiet, humble end? The journey from the courthouse siege to those two lonely graves was not a short one. It was a slow, grinding descent into a hell of their own making. The standoff was eventually broken by a traveling circuit judge, a brave man named Theron Parsons, who rode into Hamlin flanked by federal marshals. He brokered a fragile truce, a peace as thin as January ice, forcing the McCoys to relinquish the courthouse and the Lincolns to lay down their arms under the threat of state intervention. For a few tense months, an uneasy quiet settled over the county, but the hate was still there, simmering just beneath the surface. That fragile peace was shattered by a single rifle shot in the summer of 1878. Judge Parsons, seen as sympathetic to the Lincolns, was sitting on the porch of his boarding house when a bullet from the shadows found him. The assassination was a message. There was no room for impartial law in Lincoln County. The truce was over. The act was so brazen, so final, that it pushed both sides past the point of no return. The rules of engagement, if there ever were any, were burned along with the judge's body on the funeral pyre. The conflict then devolved into a new, more ruinous kind of warfare: economic destruction. One moonless night, McCoy riders swept through the Lincoln holdings, their torches finding the grist mill and the barns full of the year's harvest. The orange glow against the night sky was visible for miles, a signal that the McCoys were no longer just trying to win, but to erase the Lincolns from the land entirely. The retaliation was swift and terrible. The Lincolns, led by Absalom's remaining sons, no longer targeted barns. They targeted homes, setting fire to the McCoy homesteads and driving women and children out into the cold. It was a war of total annihilation, where the goal was to leave the enemy with nothing but ashes. This was the war that finally broke both clans. Black Elias McCoy, for all his cunning, found his fortune turning to ash in his hands. He had spent everything on hired guns, legal fees and bribes, and with his timber operations constantly under threat, his northern business partners abandoned him. He died a few years later, not from a bullet, but a broken man, his dreams of a McCoy dynasty ruined, leaving little behind but debts and a legacy of hate. Colonel Absalom Lincoln met a more direct, but no less tragic, end. In the spring of 1880, believing the worst of the fighting was over, he was out plowing his field, trying to bring life back to the soil that had soaked up so much blood. The man who had survived Gettysburg, who had fortified his home against a sheriff's army, was shot in the back by an unknown assassin from the tree line. He died with his hand on the plow. With the patriarchs of both families gone, the war simply ran out of fuel. The long shadow it cast, however, would stretch for generations, a darkness that fell not just on the families who fought, but on the very soul of the county itself. You might think that after 150 years, the dust would have settled, and the story of the Lincoln County War would be just that, a story. But you'd be wrong. The shooting may have stopped in 1880, but the war of words, the war of whispers and memory, never truly ended. It's still being fought today in quiet conversations on front porches and at family reunions. The truth of what happened depends entirely on who you ask, because in Lincoln County, history isn't a single solid thing. It's a fractured mirror, and every family holds a piece. To this day, if you find someone with the last name Lincoln, they will tell you a story of heroes and villains. In their version, Colonel Absalom Lincoln was a tragic patriarch, a man of unshakable honor who was forced to defend his family and his way of life against a tide of corruption. The McCoys were nothing but greedy upstarts, puppets for northern industrialists who stole an election and used a tainted badge to wage a campaign of terror. The ambush at Devil's Elbow wasn't murder, it was justice. Fortifying their home wasn't insurrection, it was a desperate act of self-preservation. Absalom Lincoln, they'll tell you, died a martyr for the old ways. But go down the road a few miles to a hollow where the McCoy name is still common, and you will hear a very different tale. They'll tell you Black Elias McCoy was a visionary, a man of progress who saw a future for Lincoln County beyond subsistence farming and isolation. He was trying to bring jobs, money, and the railroad into these hills, but he was blocked at every turn by the Lincolns, a violent, stubborn clan who couldn't accept that the world had changed. In their story, the Lincolns were the aggressors, murderers who killed a boy over a petty squabble and ambushed honest men on a public road. Jedediah McCoy wasn't a crooked sheriff. He was a brave lawman trying to bring killers to justice in the face of an armed rebellion. So who was the hero and who was the villain? The truth, as it so often does in these mountains, probably lives somewhere in the grey shadows between those two stories. Most of the other old families in the county, the ones who weren't Lincolns or McCoys, have their own version. They'll tell you it was a pointless feud between two proud, power-hungry clans that tore the county apart, bled it dry, and left it weak and vulnerable. They see both Absalom and Elias not as heroes or villains, but as two stubborn old fools who, in their fight over who would rule the county, ended up destroying it for everyone, paving the way for the real conquerors, the coal and timber companies who bought up the land for pennies on the dollar from the widows and orphans left behind. When a story is carved into a place with this much blood and sorrow, the facts themselves often become too heavy to carry. Over the generations, the sharp, painful edges of history get worn smooth and the story transforms. It stops being a dry account of an election and an ambush, and it becomes something else entirely, a legend. The Lincoln County War didn't just leave scars on the landscape, it left ghosts in the minds of the people, specters that still walk the high ridges and whisper in the deep hollows. The most enduring of these is the tale of the phantom rider of Hart's Creek. Even now, some old-timers will tell you that if you're out on the ridges at dusk, you might see him, a lone figure on a pale horse silhouetted against the dying light. He never gets close, never makes a sound. He just watches. During the war, men from both sides claim to have seen him right before a killing, a silent omen of the violence to come. Some say he's the ghost of a soldier, eternally watching his home tear itself apart. Others believe he is death himself, drawn to these hills by the sheer volume of hate. The historical fact of the ambushes and killings has been given a supernatural guardian, a way for the people to personify the sense of doom that hung over the county. This is how the community processed the trauma. The raw greed of Black Elias McCoy was too mundane, so it was transformed into a legend of a devil's bargain, a story that he sold the souls of his kinsmen to a dark-suited stranger in exchange for power. The cold-blooded tactics of Colonel Lincoln were easier to understand if you believed he was acting under a curse laid on the land by a crooked surveyor. The facts of the war became the bones, but folklore, ghost stories, and cautionary tales grew over them like flesh. It's the final stage in a story's life, the moment history dissolves and a legend is born to carry the emotional truth of what was lost. And so we find ourselves back where we started, here at the lonely chimney, standing sentinel over the ghost of the Lincoln homestead. When we first stood here, this was just a pile of stones, a forgotten ruin in a tangle of weeds. But it's not just a ruin anymore, is it? Now we see it for what it is. It's a monument. It's a testament to the pride of a one-armed colonel, to the fury of a son defending his father's honor, and to the terrible final silence that fell when the war was over. These stones are heavy with the weight of that story, a story of how a home can become a fortress and how a fortress can become a tomb. We have walked a long and bloody road today, from a dusty newspaper archive to a quiet front porch where memories are still kept alive. We stood at Devil's Elbow, where justice was delivered from the barrel of a rifle, and we walked between the graves of two old enemies who are now neighbors in the silent earth. We have seen how a political squabble, fueled by a simple, cruel insult, could ignite a fire that would consume two families and poison a county for 100 years. The ultimate tragedy of the Lincoln County War is that in the end, nobody won. The Lincolns and the McCoys fought over who would control the future of these hills, and they fought with such ferocity that they destroyed each other. Their war left a vacuum, a void of power and leadership that was quickly filled by the very outsiders they both, in their own ways, distrusted. The coal and timber barons swept in, and the true conquest of Lincoln County began, not with a gunshot, but with the stroke of a pen on a deed. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the choices that define us. The people are gone, the houses are gone, but the story remains. Imagine this for a moment. A 10-year-old boy and his 7-year-old sister, barefoot and bleeding, crashing through the Appalachian wilderness. In the boy's arms is a crying infant. They are the only thing left of their family. Behind them, in the chilling silence that always follows the screams, lies the ruin of their home and the bodies of their father and their 7 brothers. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth in a single afternoon, leaving only children to tell the tale? The history books call it the Hannon family massacre, just another bloody footnote in the story of the American frontier. But that simple label hides a far darker and more complex truth. It hides the story of a forgotten war, of a visionary warrior fighting for his people's survival, and of a clash of worlds so violent it left ghosts that are said to haunt these mountains to this very day. Today, we journey back to that brutal summer of 1776 to find out what really happened on the day hell descended into a quiet mountain hollow. Before the screams, there was the quiet rhythm of a life being carved out of the wilderness. William Hannon's homestead was little more than a notch in the vast green cloak of the North Carolina mountains. A log cabin, sturdy and rough-hewn, stood in a small clearing, a testament to endless hours of labor. Around it, a field of corn and beans fought a daily battle against the encroaching forest. This was the frontier in 1776, not a place of grand adventure, but of grueling, back-breaking work from sunup to sundown. The forest was both a provider and a threat. It gave them timber for their home, game for their table, and cool water from its creeks. But it also held its secrets in a deep, watchful silence. William Hannon was a man defined by that silence. A widower, he was the sole guardian of 10 children, a responsibility that would have crushed a lesser man. His 5 eldest sons were already turning into men themselves, their hands calloused from the axe and the plough. They worked beside their father in the fields, their shared sweat watering the very ground they hoped to one day call their own. They weren't invaders in their own minds. They were builders, planters, men chasing the simple, universal dream of leaving something behind for their children. Inside the cabin, life was a hum of smaller chores. 10-year-old Edwin was already learning the weight of responsibility, while his 7-year-old sister Winnie was more mother than child to the 2 toddlers and the new baby, Elizabeth. Their world was small, bounded by the edge of the woods and the arc of the sun. Their joys were simple: a cool drink of water after a hot day's work, the rare taste of wild honey, the stories told by the firelight as the mountains outside grew dark and quiet. It was a hard life, but it was their life, whole and unbroken. But the year was 1776, and while men in Philadelphia were debating the birth of a new nation, the world these settlers knew was on the verge of a violent, bloody death. The winds of revolution that blew through the cities reached the mountains as distorted whispers, rumors carried by traders and traveling preachers. They spoke of war with the British, of independence, of freedom, words that felt distant and abstract in a place where survival was the only law that mattered. The more immediate danger had a name that was beginning to be spoken with a mix of fear and reluctant respect: Dragging Canoe. He was the leader of the Chickamauga Cherokee, a man who refused to bow to the white tide. Whispers said he had sworn a blood oath to drive the settlers from his ancestral lands. The Hannon family, in their quiet hollow, knew of these rumors. Every snap of a twig in the forest, every unfamiliar shadow at dusk, was a reminder that their small patch of cleared land was an island in an ocean of ancient history they did not understand. They were living on borrowed time, and they had no idea the debt was about to be called due. The Hannons had no quarrel with their immediate neighbors. On the frontier, you relied on the folks in the next valley over. No, the grudges that doomed them were older, deeper, and written on the land itself. William Hannon and his family were living on the edge of a wound that had been festering for decades. Each treaty signed by distant chiefs, each parcel of land ceded under pressure, was another drop of poison in the well. To the Cherokee, the settlers' cabins weren't homes. They were markers of a slow, creeping death to their way of life. The architect of this simmering rage was Dragging Canoe. He was a man who saw the future in the tired eyes of the old chiefs who kept giving away land, hoping for a peace that never came. At a treaty meeting, as yet another swath of ancestral hunting ground was signed over, he pointed to the land and spoke words that would become a prophecy written in blood. "You have bought a beautiful land," he told the settlers, "but I am afraid that you will find its settlement dark and bloody." He saw no compromise, only oblivion. Dragging Canoe and his followers, the Chickamauga, were not just a band of renegades. They were the hardened soul of the Cherokee resistance. They saw the American Revolution not as a fight for freedom, but as a chaotic opportunity. British agents, eager to sow terror on the colonial frontier, fanned the flames of their fury. They provided guns, ammunition, and promises, turning the Chickamauga's righteous anger into a weapon. For Dragging Canoe, this wasn't about fighting for the British king. It was a holy war for the mountains themselves. This web of intrigue and old hatreds created an atmosphere thick with paranoia. In the scattered settlements, rumors spread like wildfire. A hunter would report seeing unfamiliar tracks by the creek. A trader would bring news of Chickamauga war parties gathering in the hidden valleys. Whispers turned to warnings, and warnings turned to cold, hard fear. The Hannon family, like every other settler, would have felt it. The friendly waves they might have once exchanged with Cherokee hunters were gone, replaced by wary, assessing stares across the trees. The air itself had changed. It was no longer just the quiet of the mountains. It was the tense, listening silence before a storm. The point of no return wasn't a shouted argument or a line drawn in the dirt. It was a silent decision made in the deep shadows of the forest. It was the moment a Chickamauga war party, their faces painted in the colors of vengeance, began to move with purpose toward the smell of wood smoke from the Hannon cabin. For them, this wasn't murder. It was surgery. It was cutting out a cancer that was killing their world, one small homestead at a time. Every snapped twig under their moccasins was a drumbeat of inevitability. On the other side of that thin veil of trees, life continued in blissful ignorance. It was a hot, heavy summer afternoon. William Hannon and his 5 oldest boys were in the field, likely bent over their work, their backs slick with sweat. The rhythmic thud of a hoe against the earth, the drone of insects in the thick air, these were the sounds of their world. Their rifles, the essential tools of frontier survival, were likely propped against a stump at the edge of the clearing. In the quiet rhythm of their labor, the danger that had been a whisper for months had faded to a dull background hum. This was the fatal miscalculation of the frontier, the belief that because the morning was peaceful, the afternoon would be too. The Hannon men were tired, focused on the soil, their senses lulled by the heat. They didn't see the flicker of movement in the tree line. They didn't hear the collective intake of breath as dozens of eyes fixed on them from the shadows. The war party had reached the edge of the woods. They could see the unsuspecting figures in the field, see the faint outline of the cabin beyond. There was no turning back now. The promise made to Dragging Canoe, the anger fueled by British guns, the generations of grief for lost lands, it all coalesced into this one irreversible moment. A hand was raised. A silent signal was given. The deep, listening silence of the Appalachian forest was about to be broken by a sound that would echo through generations. It began with a sound that didn't belong in a peaceful afternoon. It wasn't the call of a bird or the snap of a twig, but the chilling, high-pitched war cry of the Chickamauga erupting from the tree line. For William Hannon and his 5 sons, there was no time to run, no time to even turn and grab their rifles. The world of hoeing and planting vanished in an instant, replaced by a storm of motion and violence that swept over the field. It wasn't a battle, it was a harvest. Moments later, it was over. The rhythmic sounds of work had been replaced by a silence that was heavy and absolute. 6 men who had been toiling under the sun were now part of the very earth they had been turning. From the cabin, one could only see the aftermath, the still figures lying in the dirt and the attackers moving among them. One warrior stood over the body of William Hannon and with a swift, practiced motion raised a dark, bloody proof of his victory to the sky before disappearing back into the shadows of the forest. Inside the cabin, the screams from the field had been cut short, leaving a ringing void that was even more terrifying. 10-year-old Edwin and 7-year-old Winnie huddled together, trying to quiet the 2 toddlers and the crying infant, Elizabeth. Then came a new sound, the splintering of their own front door. It burst inward, and the small, dim cabin was suddenly filled with huge, terrifying shadows. The air grew thick with the scent of sweat, rage, and something metallic that the children didn't understand. The warriors' eyes, accustomed to the dim light of the forest, scanned the cabin. They saw the children. In the merciless logic of a war for survival, these were not children. They were the seeds of their enemy, seeds that could not be allowed to grow. One of the warriors moved toward the 3-year-old boy, who was crying in terror. There was a small, sharp scream, followed by a sickeningly dull thud against the log wall, and then silence. The newborn, Elizabeth, began to wail, her infant cries filling the cabin. Another warrior moved toward her. But in that moment, in that bloody, chaotic frenzy, something happened. Perhaps the warriors were spooked by a sound. Perhaps they believed their work was done and were eager to leave. For one critical second, their attention was diverted. It was all the time the universe would give. It wasn't a thought, but a pure animal instinct that moved 10-year-old Edwin. As the warrior turned away, the boy lunged, scooping the screaming infant from her cradle. He grabbed Winnie's hand, pulling her with a force she didn't know he possessed. He didn't look back at the small, still form of his little brother. He didn't look at anything but the gaping hole where the door used to be. They slipped out of the cabin like two small ghosts leaving their own grave. Barefoot, with a screaming baby in their arms, they ran. They didn't run toward the fields where their father lay. They ran for the one place that had always seemed so dark and threatening, the only place that now offered salvation, the deep, silent woods. They plunged into the shadows, the thorny branches tearing at their skin, running from the silence that had just fallen over their home, a silence now more terrifying than any scream. For what felt like an eternity, Edwin and Winnie ran, fueled by a terror that numbed the pain of thorns and sharp rocks under their bare feet. The only reality was the weight of the baby in Edwin's arms and the desperate, ragged sound of their own breathing. They finally stumbled out of the tree line and into the clearing of the nearest farmstead, collapsing in a heap of exhaustion and shock. They were a horrifying sight. Two children covered in scratches, their eyes wide with a horror no words could yet explain, and a wailing infant. But the message they brought didn't need words. It was carried in their silence and their tears. Within the hour, a grim-faced party of neighbors, rifles in hand, made their way cautiously toward the Hannon homestead. The first thing they noticed was the silence. The familiar sounds of a working farm, the chop of an axe, the call of a voice were gone. All they could hear was the buzzing of flies in the oppressive summer heat. They found William and his sons in the field, lying where they had fallen, the earth around them stained a dark, terrible color. The scene spoke of a swift, merciless violence that left no room for a fight. The men's faces hardened as they approached the cabin. The door hung broken on its hinges, a gaping wound in the side of the small home. Inside was a scene of profound violation. The simple furniture was overturned, and in the dim light they saw what the children had fled from. The overturned cradle, the small, still body of the 3-year-old boy. It was a sight that burned itself into the minds of even the most hardened frontiersmen, turning their fear into a cold, diamond-hard rage. The surviving children were taken in, passed from one set of gentle, grieving hands to another. But they were no longer the children they had been that morning. They were ghosts, haunted by what they had seen and heard. Winnie clung to the infant Elizabeth as if the baby were the last anchor in a world that had been washed away by a flood of violence. Edwin, the 10-year-old boy who had saved them, retreated into a silent, watchful place deep within himself. His eyes held the look of a man who had stared into the abyss and had seen the abyss stare back. The news of the massacre traveled like a shockwave through the scattered settlements of the North Carolina frontier. It was a story told in hushed, terrified whispers around hearths that night. Doors were barred, rifles were loaded, and every shadow in the woods became a source of terror. The fragile illusion of safety was shattered. Dragging Canoe was no longer a distant rumor. He was a tangible, blood-soaked threat who had reached into their world and ripped a family apart. Fear was the first reaction. But in the heart of the Appalachian settler, fear was always followed by something else, a burning, unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The hunt began not with a sheriff's decree, but with a low growl of fury that rippled through the scattered cabins. As the bodies of the Hannons were being prepared for their final rest in the hard Appalachian soil, the men of the frontier were gathering. They came with their long rifles, powder horns, and a quiet, murderous resolve in their eyes. These weren't lawmen, they were farmers, blacksmiths, and trappers whose hands were as accustomed to an axe handle as a trigger. The massacre wasn't an attack on a stranger, it was an attack on every single one of them, on their wives, their children, their own precarious existence. They formed a ragged posse, a grim collection of about 20 men, and plunged into the forest on the trail of the war party. They were skilled woodsmen, men who could read a bent twig or a scuffed patch of moss like a page in a book. But the mountains that had been their home now became an alien landscape, a deadly labyrinth that belonged to their enemy. Every ravine could hide an ambush, every thicket of rhododendron a sniper. The air, thick with humidity, was also thick with a palpable tension that made the sweat on their necks run cold. For days, they pushed deeper into the wilderness, their initial rage sharpening into a focused, exhausting pursuit. They found signs of the war party's passage, the remains of a hastily eaten meal, a single dropped feather from a ceremonial dress, a faint moccasin print in the mud of a creek bed. Each discovery sent a jolt of adrenaline through the weary men, pulling them onward. They were close. They could feel it. They slept in shifts, their rifles never leaving their hands, their dreams filled with shadows and the ghost of a child's scream. But the Chickamauga were masters of this domain. They moved like smoke through the trees, their trail growing fainter and more confusing with every mile. The posse would follow a clear path for hours, only to have it vanish completely on a rocky ridge, as if the warriors had simply been lifted into the sky. The mountains were helping their own. The forest that had provided the Hannans with life was now actively shielding their killers, swallowing them into its vast green depths. The moment of capture never came. After a week of relentless pursuit, the posse stood on a high bluff, looking out over an endless expanse of ridges and valleys. They were gaunt, their supplies were dwindling, and their tracks were the only ones they had seen for 2 days. The grim truth settled upon them like a shroud. The war party had dissolved back into the wilderness, swallowed by a network of hidden paths and sympathetic villages they could never hope to find. There was no fierce firefight, no exhausted surrender. There was only the cold, bitter realization that the men they were hunting were gone. They had struck and then vanished, leaving nothing behind but corpses and terror. The posse returned to their homesteads, not with prisoners, but with a new, chilling certainty. The war had just begun, and the enemy was a ghost they could not catch. There was no trial, no courtroom, no judge in a black robe, no clever lawyers arguing points of law. To expect such things would be to misunderstand the brutal reality of the frontier in 1776. The courthouses of the new nation were far away, beyond the mountains, and their laws felt as distant and irrelevant as the king across the sea. The men who killed the Hannans were never arrested, never identified, never brought before a jury of their peers. They were simply phantoms who had emerged from the forest and returned to it. The only verdict delivered was the one declared in the hearts of the settlers. The war party that had attacked the Hannans was, in their eyes, guilty beyond any doubt. The evidence was not in testimony, but in the freshly turned earth of 9 graves on a hillside. The sentence was not imprisonment, but death. Death not just to the specific warriors who had wielded the hatchets, but to the entire idea of a shared land. The massacre became a justification, a rallying cry that hardened hearts and erased any lingering thoughts of peaceful coexistence. In the place of a formal trial, there was a trial by rumor and fire. The name of Dragging Canoe became a curse, a name synonymous with savagery and evil. Any Cherokee, whether they followed Dragging Canoe or the peace-seeking chiefs, was now viewed with suspicion and hatred. The act of a single war party was laid at the feet of an entire people. This was the justice of the mountains, swift, absolute, and unforgiving. It wasn't about finding individual culprits, it was about identifying an enemy. The lack of a formal verdict was, in its own way, the most damning verdict of all. It signified that the Hannan family lived and died in a place where the rule of law had not yet taken root. Their lives were governed by a more ancient and brutal code, the code of survival and retribution. The failure of the posse to capture the killers meant there would be no clean resolution, no moment of state-sanctioned justice to close the wound. Instead, the wound was left to fester. It fueled a cycle of retaliatory raids and counter-raids that would stain the Appalachian soil with blood for another 2 decades. A brutal, undeclared war where every man was his own judge, jury, and executioner. What became of the children who ran from a cabin of ghosts? They survived, but they never truly escaped that summer afternoon. They grew up in the shadow of that day, carrying a silence that others could not understand. Legends in these mountains say that Edwin, the boy who had to become a man in a matter of seconds, grew into a hard, quiet frontiersman whose eyes were always scanning the tree line. He was a man forever at war with the memory of what he had lost. Winnie and Elizabeth, the sister and the infant she helped save, grew to become wives and mothers themselves. They built new families, and their bloodline continues to this day, woven into the fabric of Appalachia. But those who knew them said there was always a sadness that never quite left their eyes, a memory of a lullaby that ended in a scream. If you were to go looking for the Hannon homestead today, you wouldn't find it. There is no preserved cabin, no historical marker by the side of the road. The forest has long since swallowed the scar of their small field. The logs of their home have rotted back into the earth from which they came. The only physical trace left is the land itself, and perhaps a few unmarked stones on a forgotten hillside, worn smooth by 2 centuries of rain and wind. But the story did not rot away with the cabin walls. It seeped into the soil like blood, becoming a part of the local folklore. For generations, people living in that hollow have spoken of strange things. They say that on quiet, moonless summer nights, if you stand near the creek where the homestead was, you can sometimes hear the faint, ghostly sound of a baby crying on the wind. It is the soul of the murdered infant, they say, forever lost between worlds. Most people have forgotten the name William Hannon. The official histories mention the event only in passing, if at all. But the mountains remember. The old oaks that witnessed the attack still stand, their rings holding the memory of that day's terrible silence. The story isn't in a book, it's in the land itself. It's a ghost story whispered to children to keep them close to home after dark, a cautionary tale about the brutal cost of a new nation. The paper may have forgotten, but the earth never does. So we return to the question that haunted us from the beginning. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth, leaving only children to tell the tale? The easy answer is to blame the savagery of the frontier, to point a finger at Dragging Canoe and his warriors. But the truth, like the Appalachian forest itself, is a place of deep and tangled shadows. The Hannon family weren't just killed by men with hatchets. They were caught in the grinding gears of history, crushed between one people's desperate dream for a new life and another people's even more desperate struggle to save their ancient world from disappearing forever. This story is not just an account of a brutal massacre. It is a parable of how America was born. For every noble word written in the Declaration of Independence that summer, there was a silent, bloody chapter being written in a forgotten mountain hollow. It reminds us that progress is never clean, and the foundations of a new world are often laid upon the graves of the old one. The Hannons were pioneers, but they were also trespassers. The Chickamauga were defenders of their homeland, but they were also the agents of a nightmare. There are no simple heroes or villains here. There are only human beings pushed to the limits of their endurance, their fear, and their fury. The real legacy of this tragedy isn't just the ghost of a crying baby on the wind. It's in the resilience of those who survived, the children who ran from hell and somehow managed to build new lives. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the unyielding strength of the human spirit. It is a wound on the soul of Appalachia that has never fully healed, a quiet reminder that the land we walk on is layered with stories, sorrows, and blood we have long since forgotten. The mountains hold these memories, locked away in their silent, stony heart. They remember the laughter of children in a sunlit field, the chilling war cry that shattered the peace, and the terrible silence that followed, And now, my friends, so do you. They say that for 5 days in the late summer of 1921, the hills of West Virginia went to war with themselves. The hollows of Blair Mountain echoed with the thunder of 1,000,000 rounds fired as the largest armed uprising in American history since the Civil War reached its bloody climax. And standing against the tide of 10,000 Union miners was one man, a county sheriff named Don Chaffin. He met them not with a posse, but with a private army, machine gun nests, and even airplanes dropping homemade bombs from the sky. How does a man born and raised in these same mountains come to wage war against his own people? Was he a villain, a corrupt tyrant in the pocket of the coal barons, crushing the common man under his boot? Or was he, in his own mind, the last line of defense for law and order, a king protecting his county from an invading mob? The truth, as it always does in Appalachia, lies buried deep in the shadows between fact and legend. Today, we dig for it. We trace the path that turned a small-town lawman into the absolute ruler of Logan County. Don Chaffin was no outsider. He was born in 1887, a son of Logan County, with roots that ran as deep in that rocky soil as any oak tree. The Chaffins were one of the founding families, their name carrying weight long before the first coal tipples scarred the landscape. He grew up breathing mountain air, learning the unwritten laws of the hollows, that loyalty to kin was absolute, that an insult to your name had to be answered, and that the only justice you could truly count on was the one you made for yourself. He was one of them, fluent in the language of both the front porch and the family feud. But the world Chaffin was born into was dying. The old Appalachia of scattered homesteads and fierce independence was being swallowed whole by an industrial giant. King Coal was the new god, and the coal companies were its high priests. They brought jobs, yes, but they also brought a new kind of servitude. They owned the houses the miners lived in, the stores where they bought their food, and the politicians who wrote the laws. Young Don Chaffin saw this firsthand. He saw proud men who once answered to no one, transformed into something less, their lives dictated by the shrill blast of a mine whistle. He began his career as a school teacher, a respected position in any mountain community. For a time, he stood before the children of Logan County, trying to impart lessons from a book. But he quickly learned a more potent lesson himself. He saw that the real power wasn't in the schoolhouse, it was in the courthouse. It was held by the men who could levy a tax, deputize a friend, or make a troublesome problem disappear with a quiet word and a nod. He saw that knowledge was one thing, but control was everything. This realization became the forge for his character. A choice was laid before him. He could remain a man of the old mountains, honorable but ultimately powerless, destined to be swept aside by the forces of industry. Or he could become a man of the new Appalachia. He could learn to master the machinery of this new world, to wield its power, and to bend it to his will. The ambition in his heart was too strong to ignore. He made his choice. He decided he would not be a subject in the kingdom of coal. He would be its king. The old mountain code of loyalty was still there, but he twisted it. His ultimate loyalty would no longer be just to his family name, but to the preservation of his own power. He would trade the quiet respect of the schoolhouse for the cold, hard fear commanded by the man in the sheriff's office. This was the moment Don Chaffin the teacher died, and Don Chaffin the tyrant began to take shape. Long before the battle that would make him infamous, Don Chaffin was simply the most powerful man in southern West Virginia. To see him in his prime, strolling down the streets of Logan, you wouldn't necessarily see a tyrant. You'd see a man of influence, dressed immaculately in a fine suit and hat, his pearl-handled pistols a subtle but constant reminder of his authority. He had a smile that could charm a bird from a tree and eyes that missed nothing. He was the sun around which Logan County orbited. and he held his position not just through force, but through a deep, personal understanding of its people. For those who stayed on his right side, Sheriff Chafin could be a powerful ally. He was the man you went to when you had a problem the law books couldn't solve. A dispute over a property line, a son who'd gotten into a bit of trouble, a family facing hard times, Chafin could fix it with a word. He cultivated a network of loyalty, a system of patronage where he was the benevolent patriarch, dispensing favors and expecting absolute allegiance in return. In a place where official government was often distant and ineffective, Don Chafin was the man who got things done. At home, he was a husband and a father. He built a life of comfort and privilege for his family, a world away from the grit and danger of the coal mines that funded it. This, perhaps, was the world he was truly protecting. Not just the abstract profits of the coal operators, but the safety and prosperity of his own kin. Every action he took, every line he drew in the dirt, was to insulate his family from the chaos and poverty that surrounded them. He was building a dynasty on a foundation of coal, and he would let no one threaten it. This was the kingdom Don Chafin built, a county sealed off from the outside world, running on his rules. It was a place of brutal, enforced order. The coal trains ran on time, the company payrolls were met, and the union agitators were kept on the other side of the county line. To the coal barons in their distant city offices, it was a perfect model of efficiency. To the miners who kept their heads down and did their work, it was a life, a hard life, but a predictable one. Don Chafin ensured that predictability, and in the turbulent world of the coal fields, that was a powerful commodity. But every king has a weakness, and Don Chafin's was a profound and blinding one. He could not tolerate a single challenge to his authority. It wasn't just pride, and it was more than mere stubbornness. It was a fundamental belief that Logan County was a direct extension of his own will. In his mind, he had built an orderly kingdom from the chaos of the mountains, and any voice of dissent was not just a disagreement, it was an act of treason. He saw the world in absolutes. You were either with him, or you were an enemy to be crushed. This flaw was on display long before the miners marched. You saw it in the cold, efficient brutality of what became known as the Logan County system. When a man suspected of Union sympathies stepped off the train, there was no debate. There was no argument. Chafin's deputies, his private army, would simply surround him. The choice was never about ideas, it was about survival. Leave now on the next train, or be carried out after a beating that would serve as a lesson to anyone else foolish enough to try. This wasn't law enforcement. It was the purging of an infection. For years, this iron-fisted approach was the very source of his strength. The coal operators paid him a fortune precisely because he was uncompromising. He was the wall that kept the union out, the guarantee that their profits would continue to flow, uninterrupted by strikes or demands for better pay. His fatal flaw was the very thing that made him rich and powerful. He built his castle on the bedrock of his own intolerance. But a wall built to keep out a few men cannot hold back a flood. Chafin's vision was fatally narrow, limited to the borders of his own county. He failed to understand that the union movement was becoming something more than just a few organizers he could intimidate. It was an idea, spreading like wildfire through the desperate and oppressed coal camps. He believed he could beat that idea into submission, just as he had beaten individual men. He could not conceive of a world where his control was not absolute. He could not imagine a negotiation, a compromise, or a shared power. In Don Chafin's mind, there was only room for one king in Logan County. And as the anger in the surrounding coalfields began to smolder and grow, this fatal crack in his armor was about to be struck by the force of an entire army. He was a man who knew only how to push back, and he was about to be pushed by a force greater than any he had ever known. The spark that lit the Appalachian powder keg didn't land in Logan County. It landed a few counties over, on the stone steps of the McDowell County Courthouse, and it came in the form of an assassination. The target was a man named Sid Hatfield, the chief of police of Matawan. To the Union miners, Hatfield was more than a lawman. He was a folk hero, a living legend. Where Don Chaffin was the symbol of company control, Hatfield was the symbol of defiance. He was the one lawman who had stood with his people, famously facing down Baldwin Felts agents in a bloody shootout that became known as the Matawan Massacre. He was proof that not every man with a badge was for sale. On August the 1st, 1921, Hatfield arrived at the courthouse in Welch to face trumped-up charges, a legal trap set by his enemies. He was unarmed, walking beside his wife, trusting in the sanctity of the law he represented. As he climbed the steps, Baldwin Felts agents, the very same men he had fought in Matawan, were waiting. They opened fire in broad daylight, cutting him down in a hail of bullets right in front of his wife. His friend Ed Chambers was executed alongside him. It was not a gunfight. It was a public execution. The news spread through the coal camps, not like a whisper, but like a physical blow. This was the ultimate act of treachery. It was one thing to be cheated at the company store or beaten by deputies in a dark hollow. It was another to see your one hope for justice within the system murdered on the very steps of a courthouse. The message sent by the coal operators was clear and brutal. There is no law for you here. There is no protection. We can kill your heroes in the open, and nothing will be done. For Don Chaffin, this act was happening in another county, perpetrated by men not directly on his payroll. But in the hearts and minds of the miners, it was all part of the same corrupt, violent machine of which he was the master architect. Their rage, their grief, and their years of simmering desperation finally crystallized into a single, unifying purpose. The system had declared war on them, so they would declare war on the system. And the symbol of that system, its beating heart and its iron fist, was Sheriff Don Chaffin. This was the unforgivable affront. The miners began to gather, not for a strike, but for a crusade. They tied red bandanas around their necks, a symbol of their solidarity that would give them the name Rednecks. They cleaned their rifles, gathered their ammunition, and began to march south. Their goal was no longer just to unionize a county. It was to avenge a martyr, to tear down a kingdom, and to bring their own form of justice to the man who represented everything they hated. The fuse was lit, and it was burning straight for Logan County. As the news of the marching army reached Logan, the state capital of Charleston descended into a panic. Governor Ephraim Morgan, a man caught between the immense power of the coal industry and the terrifying prospect of a civil war, pleaded for calm. He sent telegrams, issued proclamations, and dispatched the state police, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a handful of sand. He knew that the only two men who could truly stop this were the leaders of the Miners' March and the sheriff of Logan County. Federal mediators were sent, including the decorated General Billy Mitchell. They met with the miners' leaders who, for all their rage, laid out their terms. They wanted the violence to end. They wanted the right to join a union without being beaten or killed. They wanted the Logan County system dismantled. They were willing to talk, but they would not turn back until their basic rights as American citizens were guaranteed. The government, it seemed, was trying to find a way out, a path that didn't lead over the top of Blair Mountain. But for Don Chaffin, there was nothing to discuss. From his command post in Logan, he watched the situation not as a political crisis, but as a military operation. To him, the 10,000 approaching men were not desperate workers seeking justice. They were an invading army, a horde of Bolsheviks and insurrectionists bent on destroying his county. The governor's pleas for negotiation were, in his eyes, signs of weakness. You don't negotiate with a mob, you break it. While others talked of peace, Chaffin prepared for war. The coal operators opened their coffers, and Chaffin spent the money with deadly efficiency. He put out the call, and his army of deputies swelled from hundreds to nearly 3,000. Gun thugs, mercenaries, and strikebreakers poured into Logan, men who were paid to shoot, not to talk. Rifles and machine guns, purchased by the ton, were trucked in and distributed. The phone lines between Logan and the coal company offices hummed with logistics, not diplomacy. He rejected every attempt at de-escalation. When state officials suggested he allow a small, peaceful delegation of miners to enter Logan to present their grievances, he refused. When federal mediators proposed a ceasefire and a cooling-off period, he ignored them. His response was to send his men into the hills. He directed them to dig trenches, set up machine gun nests, and turn the 10-mile ridge of Blair Mountain into a fortress. Every shovel of dirt thrown, every strand of barbed wire unspooled was Don Chaffin's answer to the calls for peace. He was making his stand, not just for the coal companies, but for his own absolute, unquestioned rule. He had locked and bolted every door that led to compromise, leaving only one path open, the path of violence. The wires between Logan County and Washington, D.C. were humming. President Warren G. Harding, seeing a domestic war about to explode, made one last desperate attempt to pull the combatants back from the brink. He sent a direct message, a final ultimatum, not just to the marching miners, but to Don Chaffin himself. The offer was clear. The miners had agreed to halt their advance if, and only if, Chaffin's private army was disarmed and disbanded. Federal troops would be sent in, not to fight the miners, but to act as a neutral peacekeeping force. It was a clear off-ramp, a path away from the abyss, laid at his feet by the President of the United States. Imagine Don Chaffin in his office, the telegram in his hand. The air is thick with the smell of gun oil and nervous sweat. Outside, the town of Logan is an armed camp, his men preparing for the fight of their lives. For a moment, he must have weighed his options. On one side was the full might of the federal government, a power that could crush him without a second thought. Accepting the deal would mean survival. He would lose his private army, yes, and his absolute power would be broken, but he would live. He would see his family again. The war would be over before a shot was fired. But then he would have considered the other side of the coin. To stand down now would be to surrender. It would mean that the threats and the rage of the Union men had succeeded. It would be a public admission that his authority, the very foundation of his identity, had limits. The image of federal troops policing his county, while the men who had marched to hang him were allowed to walk free, must have been a vision of pure humiliation. It was a direct challenge to his fatal flaw, his belief in his own absolute control. He stood at the final crossroads. One path led to a diminished future, the other led over Blair Mountain. He looked at the telegram, the last chance for peace, a direct order from his president. Then he looked at the map on his wall, at the red pins marking his machine gun emplacements along the ridge. He made his choice. He set the telegram aside. He picked up his telephone and gave an order not to stand down, but to double the patrols at the key mountain passes. He told his commanders that the line had been drawn and that any man wearing a red bandana who tried to cross it was to be met with overwhelming force. The last bridge to peace was burned. In that moment, Don Chaffin ceased to be a sheriff defending his county. He became a king choosing war over the surrender of his crown. The first report came over a crackling field telephone line, a scout's frantic voice confirming the miners' advance on the Crooked Creek Pass. Don Chaffin took the call, his face betraying no emotion. He put the receiver down, walked to the porch of his command post, and looked towards the green, silent ridge. He gave a single nod to his waiting runner. That nod traveled down the line, from man to man, until it reached the machine gun nest, hidden in a stand of timber. A moment later, the mountain spoke for the first time. It was a sound like a giant tearing a sheet of iron in half, a sound that rolled down the hollows and announced that all negotiations were finished. From his vantage point, the battle was not a scene of chaos, but a grim and terrible piece of machinery that he had designed. He spent his days with maps and binoculars, a general directing his forces. He didn't see individual men fighting for their lives. He saw patterns, movements, and objectives. Through his field glasses, he would watch a line of men attempt to advance through a thicket of trees on a distant slope. He would pick up his telephone, speak a few calm words directing fire to that coordinate, and moments later, the advance would simply cease. The patterns would break, dissolve back into the forest, and the hillside would grow still again. The steady, mechanical rhythm of his machine gun nests became the heartbeat of the battle. It was a cold, efficient, and impersonal sound. Each burst was an argument being made, a final answer to the miners' demands. For 5 days, that sound was relentless. The world shrank to the borders of Blair Mountain. The sun rose and set on the constant thunder of gunfire. Chafin barely slept, fueled by coffee and the cold adrenaline of a man watching his life's work hang in the balance. On the 3rd day, he unleashed his most terrifying weapon. An unfamiliar sound began to drift over the mountains, the low drone of an airplane engine. From the miners' perspective, it was a horror they could have never imagined. Chaffin's private air force, a pair of rickety biplanes, began making passes over their lines. The explosions in the trees below were often small, the homemade bombs crude and inaccurate. But their purpose was more psychological than physical. It was a message from Don Chaffin. There is nowhere to hide. I rule the land and I rule the sky. He authorized the use of everything at his disposal. Reports from the miners' side would later speak of bombs that didn't just explode, but released clouds of sickening gas, surplus munitions from the Great War. Chaffin had brought the industrial slaughter of the European trenches to the hills of Appalachia. He was not just defending his county, he was attempting to annihilate the will of his enemy. The battle raged on, a brutal war of attrition. An estimated 1 million rounds were fired. The mountain itself seemed to groan under the assault, its trees shredded, its soil soaked in the conflict. Chaffin's fortress held. His lines did not break. He had met the largest armed insurrection in American history with a wall of fire and steel. Then, as suddenly as it began, it started to quiet. The federal troops were coming, and the miners knew they could not fight their own country. The last shots echoed and then faded, replaced by a profound and chilling silence. The war was over. The argument that had raged for a generation was, for now, permanently settled. Don Chaffin stood victorious on his mountain, the undisputed king of a silent, smoking kingdom. The silence that fell over Blair Mountain was heavier than any sound that had preceded it. Don Chaffin stood in the quiet, the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder still hanging in the air like a ghost. There was no joy in his victory, no triumphant celebration. There was only the cold, hard satisfaction of a man who had met an overwhelming force and had not broken. He had drawn a line, and the world now knew that he would hold that line, no matter the cost. His kingdom was secure. His mind, sharpened by 5 days of constant high-stakes command, did not rest. It immediately shifted from the tactics of war to the politics of the aftermath. His first orders were not to celebrate, but to consolidate. He sent his deputies fanning out across the ridge, their task no longer to fight, but to collect weapons and round up stragglers. He was transforming his private soldiers back into lawmen and the battlefield back into a crime scene. He knew the world was watching, and he needed to control the narrative. This was not a battle, he would claim. It was the quelling of a violent insurrection. The real test came a day later, with the arrival of the United States Army. A column of dusty trucks carrying uniformed soldiers rolled into Logan County, their federal authority absolute. An army colonel, a man accustomed to giving orders and having them obeyed without question, stepped out to meet the sheriff of Logan County. For a moment, two commanders faced each other, one representing the power of a nation, the other the power of a single man's will. This was the moment Chaffin's reign as an independent warlord came to an end. But Chaffin did not surrender his authority. He merely transferred it. He met the colonel not as a defeated man or a renegade, but as a fellow officer of the law. He was dapper, calm, and cooperative. He presented himself as the beleaguered hero who had single-handedly held back anarchy until the cavalry arrived. He offered maps, intelligence, and the full cooperation of his office. He smoothly transitioned from the man who had waged a private war to the loyal local official assisting the federal government. He had won his battle. He had stopped the march. He had broken the miners' army. Now, standing before the might of the United States, he holstered his authority and stepped back into the role of Sheriff Chaffin. His active part in the shooting was over. The road had ended, not in a jail cell or a shallow grave, but in a handshake with the very government he had, for 5 bloody days, effectively ignored. The cost of Don Chaffin's victory was paid in a currency he would never have to touch: the broken lives of the men he defeated and the families they left behind. The war on Blair Mountain was over, but the war on the miners had just entered a new, more insidious phase. As federal troops disarmed the miners, Chaffin's deputies and the state police moved in behind them, armed not with machine guns, but with lists of names. Hundreds of miners were arrested and indicted on charges ranging from conspiracy to murder, and even treason against the state of West Virginia. For the families in the coal camps, the silence that followed the battle was not one of peace, but of dread. A knock on the door of a company shack in the middle of the night meant a husband and father being dragged away to jail. It was followed, almost inevitably, by an eviction notice nailed to the flimsy door. Fired, blacklisted, and homeless, the families of the Union men were cast out, left to fend for themselves in a world where every official, every company man, was now their enemy. The defeat on the mountain was a single event. The suffering it caused rippled outwards for years, creating a quiet, desperate poverty that clung to the hollows like a winter fog. The dream of a Union in southern West Virginia, a dream that had seemed so close, was dead and buried on the slopes of that mountain. Chaffin's victory didn't just crush an army, it crushed a spirit. The United Mine Workers of America was effectively broken in the region for more than a decade. The grip of the coal operators, once challenged, now tightened into a stranglehold. Fear replaced hope. Miners who had once talked openly of their rights now spoke in whispers, terrified that a stray word could cost them their jobs and their homes. Chaffin's system of control was now absolute, reinforced by the memory of what happened to those who dared to challenge it. The tragedy was not just the miners' own, it belonged to the entire community. The battle left scars that divided neighbors and kin for generations. Men from Logan who had joined Chaffin's army returned to live in the same county as the families of the men they had fired upon. A cancer of silence grew over the memory of the battle. It was too painful, too divisive to talk about. Don Chaffin had not just defended Logan County, he had plunged it and the surrounding region into a long, dark winter of fear and submission, leaving behind a wreckage of lives that would take a generation to clear. With the shooting over, the war moved from the mountainside to the courtroom. The state of West Virginia, backed by the full weight of the coal industry, sought to make an example of the defeated miners. Hundreds were charged, but for the leaders, the state chose a charge so severe it was almost medieval: treason. Men who had fought for their country in the trenches of France now found themselves accused of betraying it in the hills of their own home. It was the ultimate clash of cultures, the state's formal written law against the unwritten mountain code of honor and retribution. The trials were a spectacle. The prosecution painted a picture of a Red Army, a Bolshevik mob bent on overthrowing the government and seizing private property. They presented evidence of the miners' military-style organization, their weapons, and their stated goal of marching on Logan. To the state, this was a clear case of insurrection. Don Chaffin and his deputies were presented as heroic defenders of law and order, the thin line that had saved West Virginia from anarchy. But the miners' defense told a different story. Their lawyers argued that these men were not traitors to America. They were patriots engaged in a second American Revolution, fighting against a domestic tyrant. They hadn't marched against the government. They had marched because the government had failed them. They were marching against the state of Chaffin, a private kingdom where the law was a weapon used against them. Their defense was simple and powerful. A man has the right to defend his home and his family, and when the law itself becomes the tool of an oppressor, the people have the right to seek their own justice. The community, and indeed the nation, was fiercely divided. Pro-union newspapers hailed the defendants as heroes and martyrs of the working class. Company-owned papers condemned them as violent radicals. In the coal camps, prayer meetings were held for the men on trial. In the gentlemen's clubs of Charleston and Huntington, they were toasted as villains who had finally gotten their due. The soul of Appalachia was on trial, forced to defend itself in a language it did not fully understand. The most famous trial was that of Bill Blizzard, one of the key field commanders of the miners' army. The state threw everything it had at him. But then, a West Virginia jury, made up not of miners, but of farmers and small-town merchants, delivered a stunning verdict: not guilty. They had listened to the stories of the company guards, the low pay, the beatings, and the assassination of Sid Hatfield, and they could not bring themselves to call this man a traitor. While many other miners would be convicted on lesser charges, the treason trials collapsed. Was justice served? In a narrow legal sense, a jury had acknowledged the miners' grievances. But in the wider world, nothing had changed. The Logan County system remained intact. The Union was shattered. Don Chaffin was still sheriff. The law had rendered a verdict on the battle, but it had remained silent on the long, brutal war that had caused it. True justice, it seemed, was still a luxury the miners of West Virginia could not afford. The army that marched on Logan County did not simply go home. Its leaders were tied up in court for years. Its members were scattered, blacklisted, and broken. The United Mine Workers of America, the great boogeyman that Don Chaffin had waged a war against, was effectively banished from the southern coalfields. In the immediate aftermath, it seemed Chaffin's victory was absolute. The entity that had provoked him into his dramatic stand was, for all intents and purposes, dead. The Union was a ghost, its name only spoken in hushed and fearful whispers in the dark corners of the coal camps. But you can defeat an army of men. It's much harder to kill an idea. The Battle of Blair Mountain, for all the miners' losses, had been a national spectacle. Newspapers across the country had told the story of the private army, the machine gun nests, and the airplanes bombing American citizens on their own soil. The brutal reality of the West Virginia coalfields was laid bare for all to see. Chaffin had won the fight, but in doing so, he had exposed the sickness of the system he was defending. The miners had lost the battle, but they had won the argument in the court of public opinion. The seeds planted on Blair Mountain took a decade to grow, but they grew in the dark. The Great Depression and the election of Franklin D. Roosevelt changed everything. With the passage of the National Industrial Recovery Act and later the Wagner Act, the federal government did what 10,000 rifles could not. It guaranteed the right of every American worker to organize and bargain collectively. The very thing the miners had fought and died for was now the law of the land. In the mid-1930s, the UMWA organizers returned to southern West Virginia. This time, they came not as an invading army, but with the full backing of federal law. They walked into Logan County, the heart of Don Chaffin's old kingdom, and signed up thousands of miners without a single shot being fired. The Logan County system was finally broken, not by force of arms, but by a simple change in the law. The miners' cause, the great antagonist that had risen against Chaffin, had ultimately triumphed. He had won the battle, but history was already siding with the men he had beaten. Don Chaffin had won his war, but he couldn't outrun the changing world. You see, for all his power in West Virginia, he was still just a county sheriff in the eyes of the federal government. His downfall came not from a bullet from a miner's rifle, but from a federal indictment. In 1924, he was convicted of violating prohibition laws, a charge almost laughable in its simplicity compared to the private war he had waged. The man who had commanded an army was brought low by the business of moonshine. He served nearly 2 years in a federal penitentiary. When he returned to Logan, the world he had ruled was gone. His aura of invincibility, once as solid as the mountains themselves, had been shattered. He was no longer the untouchable king. He was a convicted felon, a man who had been humbled by an outside power. He found that the fear he had once commanded had been replaced by something quieter, and the loyalties he had built were shifting sands. He quietly moved his family to Huntington, trading his role as a county warlord for the quiet life of a hotel manager. The king had been dethroned, not by a rival, but by the slow, grinding gears of time and federal law. For his family, the name Chaffin would forever be a complicated inheritance. It was a name of power and prominence, a name that opened doors in southern West Virginia. But it was also a name stained with blood and controversy, a name that was whispered with a mixture of fear and resentment. His descendants would not escape the shadow of Blair Mountain. It became a part of their identity, a legacy they had to navigate, a story they had to either defend or distance themselves from. The name was both a pillar and a tombstone. In the hollows and coal camps of Logan County, the healing was a slow and silent process. The community did not rebuild by confronting the past. It rebuilt by burying it. For decades, the Battle of Blair Mountain was not spoken of. It was a wound too deep, too personal to touch. Fathers who had fought on opposite sides of the ridge raised their children in the same towns, a fragile peace maintained by a collective, unspoken agreement to forget. A blanket of silence fell over the memory of the war, and under that blanket, the resentment and trauma festered. The power dynamic in the mountains had been permanently altered. The era when a single sheriff, funded by private industry, could raise an army and operate as an absolute monarch was over. Chaffin's fall created a vacuum that was filled not by another strongman, but by the slow, creeping influence of the state and federal government. The isolation that had allowed his kingdom to flourish was broken, and the brutal feudal system he had perfected died with his conviction. If you go to Blair Mountain today, you won't find any grand monuments. For the better part of a century, the mountain kept its secrets. The trenches filled with leaves, the shell casings were swallowed by the earth, and the story was buried under a deliberate silence. Then, in the 21st century, a new war for Blair Mountain began. Not with rifles, but with lawsuits and bulldozers, as coal companies sought to strip mine the historic battlefield, to literally erase the history from the landscape. Preservationists and descendants of the miners fought back, a struggle that continues to this day. The ghosts of 1921 are still fighting for their ground. And what of the name Don Chaffin? In Logan County, it is still spoken with a complicated mix of awe and revulsion. To some, he remains the strong man who brought order, the only one tough enough to tame a lawless land. To others, he is the Appalachian Caesar, a tyrant who sold his soul and his people to the company store. You can drive to Huntington and find his grave, a quiet stone marker for a man whose life was a roaring fire. It's a peaceful end for a man who brought so little peace to the world. But his legacy echoes in a way most people never realize, in a word you hear every single day. Think of the word redneck. That word was born in the fire of this conflict. It came from the red bandanas the Union miners tied around their necks to identify themselves as they marched on Logan. It was their uniform, their flag, a symbol of solidarity and defiance against the guns of the coal companies. Before it was an insult, before it was a caricature, it was a badge of honor worn by men willing to die for their rights on the slopes of Blair Mountain. So the ghost of Don Chaffin still walks these hills, but it's not a man in a fine suit with pearl-handled pistols. It's a question. It's the question of how much power is too much, of where the line is between lawman and king, between order and tyranny. His name is a reminder, etched into the very soul of these mountains, that while men die and battles end, the struggle for justice is never truly over. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. Was Don Chaffin a hero or a villain? The easy answer is to call him a monster, a corrupt tyrant paid to crush the common man. And he was certainly that. But the more unsettling truth is that he was the perfect, brutal instrument of his time and place. He was a product of a lawless system that demanded a strong man, and he played the part better than anyone. He was a king who ruled a county as his personal property, and like any king, he saw a rebellion not as a plea for justice, but as an act of war against his very person. In the end, this is a story about how a man's greatest strength can become the engine of his own tragedy. Chaffin's unbending will, the very quality that made him the undisputed master of Logan County, was the same quality that made compromise impossible and bloodshed inevitable. He was a man who could command an army, but could not comprehend a changing world. He won his battle on Blair Mountain so completely that he ultimately lost the war against history itself, a feudal lord swallowed by the tide of the 20th century. The law eventually caught up to him, but his true judgment was delivered by time. He died a relic, a dethroned king living out his days while the Union flag flew freely over the very mines he had once sworn to protect with blood and fire. His story serves as a dark and powerful lesson from the heart of these mountains, that a man who seeks absolute control will one day be confronted by an absolute truth, that no kingdom and no king lasts forever. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Don Chaffin, a man who believed in the law so long as he was the one writing it. Imagine you are lost, stripped of everything you love, dragged hundreds of miles from your home and forced to watch as your children are torn from your arms. Now, imagine it's October. The Appalachian winter is closing in like a fist, and your only way home is a 600-mile walk through an untamed wilderness. You have no food, no map, and no weapon but your own will to live. How far would you go to get back? Would you eat tree bark and frozen roots? Would you crawl on frostbitten feet until the bones showed through? And what would you do if the only person with you went mad from hunger and decided you were her next meal? This isn't a Hollywood script. This is the true story of Mary Draper Ingalls, a 23-year-old mother from the edge of the Virginia frontier. Her name isn't as famous as Daniel Boone's, but her journey is one of the most brutal and terrifying survival epics in American history. The official records tell us she escaped captivity and walked home. But the whispers and legends passed down through the generations tell a much darker story, one of starvation, madness, and the absolute limits of human endurance. Today, we're going to follow her bloody footprints back through time and ask a bone-chilling question. What unspeakable things did Mary have to do to survive those 43 days in a frozen hell? Before the screams, there was the quiet work of building a life from scratch. Picture it. The year is 1755, and you're standing in Draper's Meadow, a small settlement on the very edge of the known world. Today, it's near Blacksburg, Virginia, but back then, it was the last stop. Beyond it lay an ocean of trees, a wilderness so vast and ancient, it felt like it could swallow you whole. The mountains weren't just a backdrop, they were a living, breathing entity that watched over the valley. They gave you timber for your home and game for your table, but they also held secrets, and they never let you forget how small you were. This little patch of cleared land was a fragile bubble of civilization, and at its heart were families like the Ingalls and the Drapers. William and Mary Ingalls were young, strong, and filled with the kind of hope that only pioneers can understand. They weren't looking for gold or glory, they were looking for a future. Their days were measured by the sun and the seasons. William's hands were calloused from the axe and the plow, carving a farm out of the forest. Mary, just 23 years old, ran the home, her life a steady rhythm of mending clothes, tending the garden, and raising their two little boys, 4-year-old Thomas and 2-year-old George. And as that summer sun beat down, Mary was heavy with their third child. Every stitch she sewed, every meal she prepared, was an act of faith in a future that seemed to stretch out before them, as promising as the valley itself. They weren't alone in this endeavor. A community is a fortress built of people, and Draper's Meadow was a tight-knit clan. When a new cabin needed to be raised, every man lent his back. When sickness came, the women shared remedies and watched over each other's children. They were bound together by hardship, by faith, and by the shared, unspoken understanding that their survival depended on one another. But beyond their cleared fields, the world was on fire. The French and Indian War wasn't some distant conflict fought by men in red coats. Here, on the frontier, it was a phantom war fought in the shadows. The French, desperate to halt the westward push of the British colonies, had forged alliances with native tribes, including the powerful Shawnee. They armed them, paid them, and pointed them east, urging them to unleash chaos on the remote settlements. Draper's Meadow, isolated and miles from any fort, was a perfect target, a lone candle flickering in a gathering storm. The people of the meadow knew the danger, of course. It was a low hum of anxiety beneath the surface of their daily lives. Every strange sound from the woods, every rumor that trickled in from the east, was a reminder of their vulnerability. Yet, life had to go on. The corn was growing tall, the harvest needed to be brought in, and a new baby was on the way. They held on to the comforting routines of their existence, praying that the war would remain a distant thunder. They didn't know that the storm was already upon them, and that in a matter of hours, their entire world was about to be washed away in blood. To understand the blood that was spilled in Draper's Meadow, you have to understand the ink that was used to claim the land. That valley wasn't empty when the first settlers arrived. For generations, it had been a thoroughfare, a seasonal hunting ground for the Shawnee and other tribes. It was a part of their world, a land not owned but used, a place woven into the fabric of their memory and their survival. The streams had their names, the mountains held their spirits. Then, men from the east arrived with pieces of paper issued by a distant king that claimed this ancient land was now theirs. The architect of this push into the wilderness was a man named Colonel James Patton. He was an Ulster Scot, tough as a hickory root and driven by a relentless ambition. He'd secured a massive land grant from the British Crown, 100,000 acres, with the mission to settle the Virginia frontier. He was a land speculator, a military man, and a politician. To the colonial government, he was a visionary, building a buffer against the French and their native allies. To families like the Drapers and the Ingalls, he was the man who offered them a dream, a piece of land to call their own, a chance to build something that would last. They were the human bricks in the wall he was building against the wilderness. But this grand vision was built on a foundation of betrayal. Just over a decade earlier, at the Treaty of Lancaster, colonial officials had made a deal with the Iroquois Confederacy, who, in a move of political power, sold off the rights to the Ohio Valley, land they didn't truly control and that the Shawnee considered their own. The Shawnee never signed that treaty, they never agreed to it. In their eyes, every cabin razed, every tree felled, every field plowed in places like Draper's Meadow was an invasion. Colonel Patton's land grant wasn't a legal document to them. It was a declaration of war written on sheepskin. In these mountains, a family name was everything. For the Ingalls and the Drapers, their name was a seed they were planting in new soil, a legacy they hoped would grow into a dynasty of farmers and families. Their identity was tied to the deed in their pocket and the sweat on their brow. But for the Shawnee, a name like Cornstalk carried the weight of ancestors, the sacred duty to protect the hunting grounds that fed their people. Their identity was inseparable from the land itself. So when these two worlds collided, it wasn't just a dispute. It was a clash of destinies. The settlers saw themselves as pioneers taming a savage land. The Shawnee saw themselves as patriots defending their home from invaders. Draper's Meadow was the fault line, and the tremor was about to begin. In a place as isolated as Draper's Meadow, news traveled on foot and was paid for in whispers. Every few weeks, a lone trapper or a circuit rider would appear out of the woods, a ghost from the outside world, and the community would gather to drink in his words like water. But in the summer of 1755, the news they brought was poison. They told stories of homesteads on the Greenbrier River burned to ash, of families vanished from their cabins without a trace. These tales spread through the settlement like a fever, leaving a chill that the summer heat couldn't touch. The names of the Shawnee leaders were no longer abstract. They became specters that haunted the daylight. The settlers spoke of a warrior named Kilbuck, whose ferocity was legendary. And they spoke of a young chief named Cornstalk, a man whose reputation was already growing into myth. They said he was a brilliant strategist, a man who could move his war parties through the dense forest like a silent wind, striking and disappearing before a proper defense could be mounted. He wasn't some distant enemy. He was a neighbor whose land they now occupied, and his grudge was as deep and personal as the valleys themselves. The tension wasn't just based on far-off rumors. It was in the air they breathed. A few months prior, a hunter from a nearby settlement had been found dead by a stream, his rifle gone, his body bearing the unmistakable marks of a tomahawk. It was a clear and brutal message. You are not safe here. The men started carrying their rifles with them even to the fields, and the women kept the children closer to the cabins. Every snapped twig in the woods, every owl's call that sounded just a little too human, sent a jolt of ice through their veins. This constant fear began to fray the edges of their small community. Some whispered that Colonel Patton had been too bold, that his relentless push westward had painted a target on all their backs. Others argued that his was the only way, that to show fear was to invite attack. A quiet suspicion could curdle a lifelong friendship. A glance held a second too long could be mistaken for an accusation. The very silence that had once been a source of peace for these settlers now felt menacing, as if the endless forest was holding its breath, waiting for the perfect moment to reclaim what it had lost. And Mary Ingalls felt it all. As a mother with two small boys and another life growing inside her, her senses were sharpened to a razor's edge. She watched her sons, Thomas and George, playing in the dirt near the cabin, their laughter a fragile sound in the heavy, watchful air. She would feel a kick from within her womb, and her hand would instinctively go to her belly, a gesture not just of love, but of a fierce, desperate desire to protect her children from a world that felt like it was closing in, a world where the line between a peaceful home and a slaughterhouse was as thin as a cabin wall. The people of the mountains have always known that the world speaks in signs if you're quiet enough to listen. And on the morning of July 30th, 1755, the signs were all there. They said later that the birds in the forest had fallen silent just before dawn, a heavy, unnatural hush that replaced the usual morning chorus. The air was thick and still, refusing to stir, holding its breath. It was the kind of oppressive quiet that comes before the sky tears open in a storm, a silence that felt heavier than any sound. The human omen arrived on horseback. Colonel James Patton rode into the settlement that morning, his face etched with a gravity that chilled everyone who saw it. He wasn't there for a social call. He was the embodiment of the war, the walking, talking proof that the conflict was no longer a distant rumor. He was there to deliver ammunition and warnings, to speak of organizing the militia, to put a hard edge on the fears that had been whispered in the dark. His presence was meant to be reassuring, a symbol of colonial authority, but it had the opposite effect. It was like planting a lightning rod in the middle of the cabins. He was a magnet for the very violence he was trying to prevent. And Mary felt it. She felt it deep in her bones, a cold dread that coiled in her gut. She was at her sister-in-law Betty Draper's cabin, going through the familiar motions of the day with the other women. But her hands felt clumsy, her mind distant. A wave of profound unease washed over her, so strong it almost made her dizzy. She looked out the cabin door at her sons, Thomas and George, playing near the edge of the woods. In that moment, their small, innocent forms seemed terribly fragile, like ghosts already fading into the deep green shadows. She tried to dismiss the feeling, blaming it on the heat and the weight of her unborn child. But the premonition was a physical thing. a cold hand gripping her heart, whispering that the world as she knew it was about to end. The men of Draper's Meadow were in the fields, their backs bent to the harvest. The rhythmic swing of the scythe, the feel of the sun on their necks. It was the hard, honest work that had defined their lives. They were far enough from the main cabins that the sounds of the settlement were just a faint murmur on the summer air. William Ingalls worked alongside his brother, his mind on the harvest, on the coming winter, on the new baby his wife Mary was due to deliver any day. Suddenly, a sound ripped through the tranquility. It wasn't a bear or a mountain lion. It was the unmistakable, terrifying crack of a rifle shot, followed instantly by another, and then a chorus of them. But it was the sound that came next that froze the blood in their veins. A human scream. A woman's scream, high and sharp with pure terror, cut short. Then another, and the chilling war cries of the Shawnee warriors, a sound they had only heard in frightened tales around the fire. William dropped his scythe. For a heart-stopping second, he was paralyzed, his mind refusing to process the horror. Then instinct took over. He and the other men broke into a desperate sprint toward the cabins, their hearts hammering against their ribs. They were farmers, not soldiers. Some had rifles, but they were leaning against a fence line 100 yards away, useless. All they could do was run, fueled by a primal terror and a desperate need to protect their families. They burst through the tree line just in time to see hell itself. Their homes were wreathed in smoke and flame. The Shawnee warriors, their bodies slick with sweat and paint, moved with brutal efficiency. William saw it all in a horrifying slow-motion tableau. He saw Colonel Patton fall, a tomahawk cleaving his skull. He saw his neighbor, Caspar Barger, cut down as he tried to flee. But the image that would be burned into his memory forever was of his wife, Mary. He saw her being dragged from a cabin, her face a mask of shock and terror. He saw his two little boys, Thomas and George, crying, being herded like livestock by the warriors. And he saw his home, the cabin he had built with his own two hands, beginning to burn. He was 100 yards away, unarmed, helpless. To charge forward was suicide. To stay was to witness the end of his world. He could only watch in impotent agony as the raiding party gathered its terrified captives and melted back into the shadows of the forest, leaving behind a scene of carnage, silence, and smoke. The first drops of blood had become a flood, and for the survivors of Draper's Meadow, there was no going back. Inside Betty Draper's cabin, the world was small and safe. The women worked, their movements familiar, the air filled with the quiet sounds of domestic life. Then, the sound came. It wasn't thunder. It was the sharp, flat crack of a rifle, so close it made the floorboards vibrate. Before a single question could be asked, another shot echoed it, and the outside world erupted into a symphony of terror. The cabin door didn't open. It was obliterated, kicked in with a single violent motion. It was as if the forest itself had burst into the room, a whirlwind of painted faces, dark eyes, and the glint of steel. There was no negotiation, no warning. It was a storm of pure, calculated violence. Time seemed to stretch and warp. A minute of chaos felt like an eternity. The air filled with the coppery smell of gunpowder and fear. Betty Draper instinctively clutched her infant child to her chest, a desperate, futile shield of a mother's love. A warrior moved towards her with a terrifying, fluid speed. There was a swift, brutal motion, a blur of action that the mind couldn't properly track, followed by a hollow thud against the cabin's log wall. The infant's desperate cry was instantly and unnervingly silenced. Betty's mouth opened in a scream that made no sound, her arms, suddenly light, falling empty to her sides. Outside, Colonel James Patton, a man who had faced down governors and generals, met his end not in a formal battle, but in his own front yard. He was a pillar of colonial strength, but against the lightning speed of the raid, he was just a man. He managed to draw his sword, a flash of silver in the chaos, but he was overwhelmed in an instant. He fell face down into the very dirt he had fought so hard to claim, his authority dissolving into the bloody earth. Mary saw it all in disconnected flashes of nightmare logic. She saw a painted hand clamp down on her son Thomas' small arm, yanking him forward. She saw George, just a toddler, his face a mask of tears and utter confusion as he was lifted from his feet. Her own body was frozen, trapped between the ferocious instinct to fight for her children and the paralyzing absolute certainty of death. She was no longer a wife or a pioneer, and she was a terrified animal, watching as her young were stolen from the den. The chaos subsided as quickly as it had begun. The screams faded into whimpers, and the sharp crack of gunfire was replaced by the hungry roar and crackle of flames as the cabins began to burn in earnest. This was not a battle, it was a harvest, a human harvest. In the middle of the path, a small corn-husk doll lay face down in the dirt, a solitary, innocent witness to a horror it could not comprehend. The life they had built was gone, reduced to ash and silence in less time than it takes to say a prayer. To us, sitting here centuries later, the men who stormed Draper's Meadow were monsters, pure and simple. But to understand the true horror of that day, you have to do something deeply uncomfortable. You have to try, just for a moment, to see the world through their eyes. In their own minds, they were not criminals. They were soldiers, patriots. They were the righteous hand of vengeance for a people being systematically erased from their own lands. Imagine a young Shawnee warrior, perhaps even Cornstalk himself, lying on a ridge overlooking the settlement the night before. He doesn't see cozy cabins filled with hopeful families. He sees an infection. He sees a scar on the land that his ancestors had hunted for 1,000 years. Every puff of smoke from a settler's chimney is a signal of his people's slow death. Every ring of an axe is the sound of his world being torn apart. The laughter of the children playing in the dirt is the sound of his own children's future being stolen. Their logic was as cold and hard as a river stone. These people are the vanguard of an endless wave that will not stop until the Shawnee way of life is nothing but a memory. They believed that to stop a flood, you must break the dam. The switch didn't flip for them on that July morning. It had been flipped years before, in council houses where they heard of broken treaties and stolen land. The raid on Draper's Meadow wasn't an act of passion. It was a calculated act of war, a political statement written in blood and fire. When a warrior struck down Colonel Patton, he wasn't just killing a man. He was striking down the symbol of the government that had betrayed them. When another committed that unspeakable act against Betty Draper's infant, in his mind, it was a terrifying but logical act of total war. It was a message sent with brutal clarity. We will not just kill your men. We will erase your future. We will burn the memory of you from this land. There is no safe place for you here. After the slaughter, as they melted back into the forest with their terrified captives, there was likely no remorse. There was grim satisfaction. The objective was complete. The enemy outpost was destroyed. The captives were a valuable prize. Women and children could be adopted into the tribe to replace their own people lost to war and disease. The boys, like Thomas and George, were a blank slate, young enough to be molded into Shawnee warriors. Mary, with her skills, was a useful asset. To them, this was not a massacre. It was a successful military operation. They were not filled with a chilling emptiness, but with the grim purpose of a people fighting a desperate war for their very survival. And that, my friends, is a far more terrifying truth than simple, mindless evil. For a long time, no one moved. The surviving men stood frozen at the edge of the tree line, watching the black smoke curl into the indifferent blue sky. The silence that fell over Draper's Meadow was louder than any scream. It was a dead, hollow quiet, punctuated only by the hungry crackle of the fires that were consuming their homes, their past, and their future. Finally, cautiously, William Ingalls and the others began to walk forward, moving like old men into the ruins of their own lives. The scene that met them was one of biblical devastation. The ground was littered with the refuse of the attack, spent wadding from the rifles, a discarded tomahawk, and the bodies of their friends and neighbors. They found Colonel Patton, his silver hair matted with blood. They found Caspar Barger. They found the others who hadn't been fast enough. Every step was a new horror, a new confirmation of the nightmare they had just witnessed. William's heart hammered in his chest as he searched for his family, a desperate, sickening prayer on his lips that he wouldn't find them here, among the dead. He reached the spot where his cabin had stood. It was now just a collapsing skeleton of burning logs. His wife and 2 sons were not there. A wave of something that was part relief and part a deeper, more profound terror washed over him. They weren't dead. They were taken. He sank to his knees in the dirt, the reality of it crashing down on him. Mary, 9 months pregnant. Little Thomas and George, dragged into that endless, hostile wilderness. The image of their terrified faces was a brand on his soul. The other survivors gathered in the smoking clearing, a small, dazed band of broken men. Their shock was a physical thing, a heavy blanket that smothered thought. But as the sun began to dip toward the mountains, shock curdled into a white-hot rage. Philip Barger, seeing his brother's body, grabbed his rifle and swore an oath of vengeance. He wanted to go after them, right now, to plunge into the forest and hunt them down. For a moment, a wild, suicidal energy gripped them all. The primal need to do something was overwhelming. But William Ingalls, his heart shattered, forced himself to think. The Shawnee were expert woodsmen on their own ground. They had a massive head start. To charge blindly into the forest at dusk was not a rescue mission. It was suicide. They were farmers, not trackers. Their grief was a fire, but it would not light their way in the dark. A grim, terrible reason prevailed. They had to get help. As night fell on the smoldering remains of Draper's Meadow, one of the men mounted the least injured horse and galloped east, a messenger of horror, to raise the alarm and summon a posse. For William Ingalls, the hunt had already begun, but it would be a hunt of agonizing patience, of staring into the dark woods and praying for a miracle that felt impossible. The news of the Draper's Meadow massacre traveled faster than any horse. It was a poisoned arrow shot into the heart of the frontier, and it spread a sickness of fear through every isolated cabin and fortified settlement along the New River. The fragile illusion of safety that these pioneers clung to was shattered. If a community as established as Draper's Meadow could be wiped out in broad daylight, then no one was safe. Absolutely no one. In the days that followed, settlers from the surrounding area gathered at the small, palisaded fort that served as the local strongpoint. They came for safety, but they brought their terror with them, and it filled the cramped space like a thick smoke. The community, once a fortress built on mutual reliance, began to crack under the strain. You see, my friends, a tragedy like this doesn't just unite people, it can also tear them apart, exposing the fault lines of fear and self-preservation that run beneath every society. Lines were drawn in the dirt, right there in the muddy courtyard of the fort. On one side were men like Philip Barger, their eyes burning with grief and rage. They demanded immediate bloody retribution. They wanted to form a war party right then and there, ride into the Ohio country and burn every Shawnee village they found. To them, caution was just another word for cowardice. On the other side were the older, more pragmatic men. They understood the futility of such a plan. They argued that a small, vengeful posse charging into the wilderness would be an ant marching into a hornet's nest. It would only lead to more death and leave their own homes defenseless. They urged patience, waiting for the official colonial militia for a proper, organized campaign. And then there was the third group, the largest group of all, the silent. They didn't argue, they didn't make speeches, they just watched with hollow eyes. And at night, they would whisper to their wives about packing up and heading back east, back over the mountains where the hand of the law was stronger. The Shawnees' raid had been a brutal act of psychological warfare, and it was working perfectly. It had planted the seeds of terror, and now they were watching them grow, choking out the courage of an entire region. A conspiracy of silence began to take hold. Many knew the trails the Shawnee used. Some had even traded with them before the war. But to share that knowledge, to offer help to William Ingalls, was to mark your own family for the next attack. The fear was a physical presence. People who had been friends for years now avoided each other's gaze. They barred their doors earlier, shushed their children's play, and prayed that the trouble would pass them by. In a handful of cabins, there were small acts of quiet courage. A woman leaving a loaf of bread and a slab of bacon on the doorstep of a family who had lost everything. But these were flickering candles in a vast and encroaching darkness. For William Ingalls, this was a special kind of hell. He had lost his family, and now he was losing his community. He was a man crying for help in a room full of people who were pretending to be deaf. William Ingalls could not wait. The colonial militia was a slow, lumbering beast, and every hour that passed was an hour that took his family deeper into an enemy world. He knew, with the chilling certainty of a husband and father, that he had to go now. A small, grim-faced posse formed around him. This wasn't an army. It was a handful of men bound by grief and rage, his brother John, Philip Barger, who thirsted for vengeance for his own brother, and a few others from the settlement. They were farmers and hunters, not soldiers, armed with long rifles, leather pouches of shot, and a desperate, burning hope. They plunged into the forest, following the trail of chaos left by the Shawnee war party. For the first few days, the trail was brutally clear. The warriors, confident in their head start, had made little effort to hide their tracks. The posse found the campsites, the ashes of small fires still warm. They found discarded items dropped by the captives, a woman's comb, a torn piece of a shirt. Each discovery was a double-edged sword, a spark of hope that they were on the right path, and a fresh stab of pain, a tangible reminder of the terror their loved ones were enduring. William would pick up these small things, his hands trembling, imagining Mary or his sons just hours ahead, just beyond the next ridge. But the Appalachian wilderness is not a neutral ground. It is a fortress of tangled rhododendron, steep ravines, and confusing mist-shrouded peaks. It was a home to the Shawnee and a deadly maze to the settlers. The posse was strong, driven by adrenaline and fury, but the mountains began to wear them down. The easy trail became a phantom. The Shawnee, knowing they were now being pursued, began to use every trick of their ancient craft. They walked for miles in the rocky beds of streams, leaving no footprints. They split their party, creating false trails that led to nowhere, then regrouped miles away. The hunt became an ordeal against nature itself. The men's provisions dwindled. Exhaustion settled into their bones, a cold, heavy weight that even their rage couldn't burn away. They were chasing ghosts. The mountains seemed to swallow the trail whole. One afternoon, after days of grueling pursuit, they came to the edge of a wide, stony creek bed. The tracks, which had been their only physical connection to William's family, simply ceased to exist. They had vanished. The men cast about for hours, wading through the cold water, scanning the opposite bank, but found nothing. The trail was gone. The silence that fell over the small band of men was profound. They stood in the middle of an infinite forest, defeated. The fire of their vengeance had been starved of air, and all that was left was the cold ash of despair. For William Ingalls, this was a moment of absolute soul-crushing failure. He had come so close, but the wilderness had chosen a side, and it was not his. There was no fierce firefight, no dramatic rescue. There was only the quiet, brutal realization that he had lost. The walk back to the ruins of Draper's Meadow was a funeral march. The men who had charged into the woods fueled by a righteous fury now stumbled home, hollowed out by their defeat. William Ingalls had lost his family in the massacre, and now, standing at the edge of that cold stream, he had lost them all over again. He returned not as a rescuer, but as a man condemned to wait and to wonder, a ghost haunting the edge of a wilderness that had swallowed his entire world. And so, my friends, If you're waiting for the part of the story where a sheriff slaps iron cuffs on the guilty men and hauls them before a bewigged judge, I have to tell you that story doesn't exist. There was no grand trial for the warriors who fell upon Draper's Meadow. In the eyes of the colonial government, this wasn't a crime to be prosecuted. It was an act of war. The Shawnee weren't fugitives hiding within the law. They were an enemy nation with its own territory, its own leaders, and its own reasons for fighting. Cornstalk and Kilbuck would never see the inside of a Virginia courtroom. The only justice the law of men could offer was slow, clumsy, and distant. A reward was eventually posted for the return of the captives, a piece of paper that was meaningless hundreds of miles away in the Ohio wilderness. The militia, when it finally mustered, was more concerned with defending against the next raid than avenging the last one. The wheels of colonial justice turned with the speed of a dying glacier, while for the captives, every tick of the clock was an eternity. For William Ingalls, the verdict was clear. The system had failed. The law was a distant abstraction, useless against the immediate brutal reality of his loss. But in the mountains, there is another kind of court, another kind of justice. And in the fall of 1755, Mary Draper Ingalls found herself standing trial in it. Her captors were not on trial, she was. The courtroom was the vast, unforgiving landscape of the Ohio Valley. The judge was the coming winter. The jury was hunger, fear, and exhaustion. The verdict would be simple and final, life or death. While William was hunting shadows in the east, Mary was enduring the verdict of her captors. She had been judged not as a criminal, but as an asset. Her skill with the needle and thread spared her from the brutal gauntlet ritual upon her arrival at Lower Shawneetown. She was put to work, her hands making fine shirts for the very men who had destroyed her world. But this small mercy was a cage within a cage. The true sentence had already been carried out on her family. Her sons, Thomas and George, were judged young enough to be assimilated and were torn from her side, adopted into different families, their pasts to be systematically erased. Her infant daughter, Louisa, was deemed just another mouth to feed and was given away. Mary was now a prisoner, not just of the Shawnee, but of her own bottomless grief. The law of men had abandoned her. The justice of the tribe had shattered her family. In that profound darkness, she came to a realization. If there was any justice to be had, she would have to seize it for herself. It would not be a justice of punishment or revenge. It would be the justice of survival, the justice of reclaiming a life that had been stolen. The Shawnee had passed their sentence on her. Now, she was about to deliver her own. You might think this is where the story finds its happy ending. The hero has returned. The ordeal is over. But for Mary and William Ingalls, the reunion was not an end to the suffering. It was the beginning of a new kind of pain. When William finally held his wife, he was holding a stranger made of skin and bone, her eyes haunted by things he could never understand. The joy of her survival was a fragile light in the crushing darkness of their shared losses. She was alive, but her children were not with her. The verdict of her escape was life, but the price was a lifetime of remembering. They could not go back to Draper's Meadow. The place was a tomb, the very soil poisoned with memories. So they moved on, driven by the pioneers' stubborn refusal to be broken. They settled on the New River, establishing Ingalls Ferry, a vital link that would become a cornerstone of the region. They built a new home, had more children, and tried to stitch together the shredded fabric of a normal life. But a curse followed them. The knowledge that their eldest son, Thomas, was still out there, somewhere in the Ohio country, was a wound that would not heal. And the ghosts of their two youngest, George and their infant daughter Louisa, who they would later learn had both died in captivity, were a constant presence. Mary had survived, but a part of her soul had been left behind in that frozen wilderness, forever wandering. And what of the men who had brought this hell upon them? The wheels of mountain justice turn slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine. The war raged on for years, a bloody, tangled ledger of raid and reprisal. The Shawnee leader, Cornstalk, would continue to be a formidable adversary to the colonists. But his fate would be a dark mirror of the violence he had unleashed. Years later, in 1777, he would go to an American fort on a mission of peace to warn them of an impending attack by other tribes. Instead of being treated as a diplomat, he was taken hostage. And when a settler was killed nearby, a vengeful mob stormed the fort and murdered the unarmed Cornstalk in cold blood. There was no trial, no judge. It was the same brutal, lawless justice of the frontier that had visited Draper's Meadow, coming full circle. The community itself tried to forget. The name Draper's Meadow was spoken in hushed tones, if at all. The site of the massacre was abandoned, the burned-out cabins slowly reclaimed by the forest, the graves of the dead sinking back into the earth. It became a haunted place, a scar that the land itself was trying to cover over. The survivors scattered, seeking new ground, trying to build lives far from the shadows of that terrible day. The story was not celebrated or memorialized. It was buried. It was a trauma so profound that the only way people knew how to deal with it was to turn their backs and walk away, hoping the silence would eventually smother the screams. But a story this powerful doesn't just fade away into the mist. It leaves echoes. It seeps into the soil and becomes part of the land itself. The most powerful echo, of course, was human. 13 years after the massacre, a treaty was signed and a teenage boy was returned to the Ingalls family. It was Thomas. But the joyful reunion was also a tragedy. He was a ghost from another world. He spoke Shawnee. He had forgotten English, forgotten his parents, forgotten the life he was born into. His reintegration was a long, painful struggle, a living testament to the chasm that had opened up between two worlds. Yet, he endured. The Ingalls family grew, and they never, ever forgot. The story of Mary's ordeal was their founding legend, passed down from parent to child, a sacred inheritance. It was preserved not in dusty history books, but in the living memory of a family, until Mary's own son, John, finally wrote it down, ensuring it would never be lost. And the physical traces are still there, hidden in plain sight. If you go to Blacksburg, Virginia today, you can find the site of Draper's Meadow. It's not a haunted ruin in the woods. It's the heart of the Virginia Tech campus. Thousands of students walk across that land every single day, their minds on exams and their futures. They sit by a quiet duck pond, a memorial to that day, many of them having no idea they are studying on ground that was once soaked in blood and terror. Travel a little further and you'll find the New River. This, to me, is the greatest monument of all. It is the silent, winding witness to her ordeal. It is the same river whose icy water she waded through, whose banks she crawled along in delirious agony. When you stand on its edge, you are standing in the exact footsteps of her 600-mile journey into hell. Its currents still whisper her name. You can even go and stand at her grave in Radford, Virginia, and touch the cold stone that bears her name. It's a tangible link, a direct connection to this woman of impossible courage. People build new lives. They pave roads and raise buildings and try to look forward. But they can never completely erase the past. It's always there, just beneath the surface. The highways and the college campuses can cover the scars, but they can't erase them. The mountains watched it all happen, and the mountains remember. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning around this digital campfire. What unspeakable things did Mary Draper Ingalls have to do to survive? The historical record, the official documents, will never tell you. They can only tell you the distance she walked and the date she returned. But the story she told her son, the story of the old Dutch woman and her descent into madness, that is the only answer we have. Did the woman truly try to kill and eat her? Or was it a terrifying hallucination brought on by starvation, Mary's own mind fracturing under the strain? In the end, my friends, it doesn't matter. The horror was real either way. Mary walked to the absolute zero point of human experience, a place where civilization is stripped away and only the primal will to live remains. The unspeakable thing she did was look into that abyss and find the strength to crawl back out. This is not just a story of survival. It is a story about two kinds of strength. There is the strength of the warrior, the strength to conquer, to take, to destroy. We saw that in the brutal efficiency of the raid. But then there is another kind of strength, a quieter and perhaps more profound kind. It is the strength of the root that holds fast to the earth in a storm. It is the strength of a mother who, having lost everything, decides that her own life is still a testament to the family she loved. Mary Draper Ingalls had that strength. She refused to be erased. Her journey home was an act of defiance, a declaration that even after the fire, after the slaughter, after the loss of her children, she was still here. This is the indomitable Appalachian spirit, forged in the crucible of stories just like this one. It's a story of heartbreak and endurance, of cruelty and unimaginable courage. It reminds us that the foundations of this country were not built on neat treaties and noble ideals alone. They were built on the suffering and the sacrifice of people like Mary, on ground consecrated by blood and tears. Her journey is seared into the very landscape, a lesson that must not be forgotten. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. They say that on the night Talton Hall died, the mountains themselves held their breath. This wasn't a death in a blaze of glory, not a gunfight between two men in a dusty street. This was something colder. This was a mob, silent and determined, dragging a shackled man from a train car. This was the end of the line for the man they called the Pikeville Killer, the Mountain Demon, his fate sealed not by a judge's gavel, but by a rope thrown over the branch of a maple tree. How does a man become so feared that his death becomes a legend? Was he a simple monster, a killer for hire who finally ran out of road? Or was he something more complex, a perfect, brutal product of a lawless time? To understand what happened on that September night in 1892, we have to go back. We have to trace the bloody path that led Talton Hall from the anonymous hollows of Kentucky to his final, haunting dance at the end of a rope. To understand the man, you have to understand the mountains that made him. Talton Hall was born around 1846 into a world that was already old, a world of deep hollows and interlocking ridges that separated families from the law, from the government, and from each other. In these parts of eastern Kentucky, a man's world was as big as he could walk in a day, and his only true allegiance was to his kin. Justice wasn't something you found in a courthouse, it was something you took with a rifle in your hands. This was the soil where a man like Hall would take root. The great bloody catalyst of his life was the Civil War. For the rest of America, it was a war of armies and grand campaigns. But in the Cumberland Mountains, it was a poison that seeped into every creek and hollow. It was a war of bushwhackers and home guards, where your neighbor might be a secret enemy and a knock on the door at night could mean death. Young Talton came of age in this furnace. He would have seen men hanged for their loyalties, families burned out of their homes, and vendettas born that would fester for generations. This is where he learned his first, and perhaps only, lesson. The world is a brutal place, and the only certainty is the man who is quicker on the draw. When the war ended on paper, it didn't end in the mountains. The soldiers came home, but they brought the war with them. They were men skilled in the art of ambush, tracking and killing, skills that didn't have much use in a peaceful world. But their world wasn't peaceful. Old grudges from the war now mixed with new disputes over land, timber, and politics. This chaotic, violent landscape became a job market for men who had a talent for death. The code of the mountains was built on honor. You defended your family, you avenged insults, and you never ever backed down from a fight. It was a harsh code, but it had its own logic. For Talton Hall, this code seems to have been stripped of its heart, leaving only the cold mechanics of violence. He saw that the loyalty men had to their families could be manipulated. He saw that honor could be used as an excuse for murder. And he realized that his own detachment, his lack of fierce loyalty to any one clan, was a valuable commodity. Imagine him as a young man, perhaps returning from the fringes of the war. He sees the Hatfield clan rising in power, the McCoy clan nursing their wounds, and a dozen smaller families sharpening their knives over some perceived slight. He watches as men kill each other for the sake of a family name, for a pig, for a dirty look. And in that moment, he doesn't see tragedy or honor. He sees an opportunity. He sees a world where his steady hand and empty conscience could earn him a living. This was the forge that created Talton Hall. The isolation of the mountains taught him self-reliance. The viciousness of the Civil War taught him that life was cheap. And the simmering feuds of the aftermath taught him that there was always someone willing to pay to make someone else's life a little cheaper. He wasn't born a monster. He was hammered into one by the unrelenting violence of his time. Before the name Talton Hall was a curse whispered in the dark, there was simply the man. In the years before his infamy became legend, he was, in his own way, a picture of mountain competence. He was a master of the wilderness, a man who could read the forest like a book and track a deer for days without making a sound. He was a crack shot, his skill with a rifle a thing of local renown. In a land where these abilities meant the difference between a full belly and starvation, or life and death in a confrontation, Talton Hall was exceptionally gifted. He embodied the rugged self-sufficiency that his world demanded. In the periods between the bloody work that would later define him, his life was likely one of stark simplicity. He would have had a cabin tucked away in a hollow so deep and remote that the law was just a rumor. There, he was just another man living off the land, hunting, perhaps tending a small patch of corn for his own use. This was his sanctuary, the place where the ghost could rest. This quiet, solitary existence was the world he sought to protect. It was a world built not on love or community, but on anonymity and isolation, a peace purchased with the proceeds of violence. His relationships, too, were likely forged in the currency of the mountains, fear and pragmatism. He had kin, as all men did, and they would have afforded him the loyalty that blood demanded. But it would have been a loyalty tinged with terror. They may have benefited from his protection, safe in the knowledge that no one would dare cross the family of Talton Hall. But they would have lived under the shadow of his cold nature, always aware of what he was capable of. He wasn't a man who inspired love. He inspired a dreadful, unshakable respect. In his prime, before the New Year's massacre and the murder of Officer Belcher, his reputation was less that of a demon and more that of a tool. A dangerous tool, but a useful one. If a timber company needed a troublesome squatter scared off a piece of land, they might seek out Talton Hall. If a moonshiner needed his still guarded from rivals or federal agents, Hall was the man for the job. He was seen as a regulator, a human weapon to be aimed at a problem. He was the final, violent answer to a dispute that couldn't be settled any other way. In the brutal logic of the mountains, he provided a service. This was the life he built, a quiet existence in the hollows, punctuated by brief, violent forays into the world of men. His stake in the world wasn't a family's love or a community's admiration. It was his freedom. The freedom to move through the mountains unseen, to be a name without a face, and to be the master of his own dark destiny. It was this self-contained, predatory world that was about to be threatened, and its destruction would unleash the full measure of his brutality. Every great tragedy is born from a single, deep-seated flaw. For Talton Hall, it wasn't greed or a quick temper. His flaw was a cold, patient arrogance, a venom that had been brewing for years. He had operated as a shadow for so long, a bringer of death who melted back into the mists, that he had begun to believe he was untouchable. He saw himself as an instrument of a higher, more primal law, and he believed the world of common men, with their sheriffs and their courts, simply did not apply to him. This wasn't just simple pride, it was a core part of his professional identity. It was a shield. The stories they told about him in hushed tones around the fireplace weren't just tales, they were his armor. It was said that Hall could walk into a crowded Pikeville saloon, and the simple act of him ordering a whiskey would be enough to end a loud argument at the other end of the room. He didn't have to raise his voice or draw his gun. He would just fix his piercing eyes on the source of the trouble, and the problem would evaporate. He had come to rely on this aura of fear, to see it as an absolute power. This belief in his own myth was both his greatest strength and his most profound weakness. It gave him the nerve to take on impossible jobs, to face down armed men without flinching. It was the source of the chilling calm he possessed in moments of extreme violence. He wasn't afraid because he genuinely believed he was death itself. And what does death have to fear? But that armor had a crack. Over time, he began to forget the difference between being feared in the secret world of the feuds and being feared in the open world of growing towns. He started to believe his reputation alone would bend reality to his will, no matter where he was or who he was facing. He thought the name Talton Hall was a magic word that made all obstacles disappear. This supreme arrogance, this absolute faith in his own terrifying legend, was making him careless. He began to take risks, to operate more openly, to let the world see the monster it had only whispered about. He was walking a razor's edge, convinced he would never fall, unaware that the world was changing around him. The very flaw that had kept him alive in the lawless wilderness was about to become the engine of his own destruction in a place where a badge and a uniform had started to mean something. For a man who lived in the shadows, Talton Hall had grown dangerously comfortable with the light. In 1891, he crossed the state line into the burgeoning town of Norton, Virginia. He wasn't there on business, not for a contract. He was there for himself, and he was full of whiskey. The quiet, calculating professional had been swallowed by the arrogant legend. He was loud, belligerent, and causing a disturbance, a man who believed his very name was a shield that made him immune to consequence. He was no longer a specter of death. He was a drunken bully, daring the world to challenge him. And the world sent a man named Charles H. Belcher. He wasn't a rival feudist or a hired gun. He was a town policeman, a symbol of everything the mountains were not. He represented order, society, and a law written in books, not in blood. When he saw the disturbance Hall was causing, he did his duty. He walked toward the Pikeville killer, his simple blue uniform a stark contrast to Hall's reputation, which was as dark and formless as a mountain shadow. For Officer Belcher, this was just another drunk to be quieted. He had no idea he was walking toward a man who considered himself a god. The affront, in Hall's mind, was not an insult or a threat. It was the simple act of being confronted. The moment Belcher spoke to him, the moment he attempted to impose the town's law on the mountain's killer, was an intolerable challenge to Hall's entire existence. Eyewitnesses would later describe the look in Hall's eyes, not anger, but a cold, dismissive contempt. Here was a man with a tin badge who thought he could lay hands on Talton Hall. The arrogance that had been simmering for years now boiled over. In Hall's mind, this wasn't a man. It was an obstacle, a thing to be removed. His reaction was not the wild swing of a drunk. It was the chillingly efficient motion of a professional. As Officer Belcher moved to make the arrest, Hall drew his pistol. There was no hesitation, no final warning. The movement was as natural and practiced as breathing. He fired, and Charles Belcher fell to the dusty street. It was not an act of passion or self-defense. It was a correction. It was Talton Hall reminding the world of the natural order of things, where he was the predator and men like Belcher were the prey. But this time was different. In that single deafening moment, Hall's fatal flaw had sealed his fate. He hadn't just killed another man in a long line of men. He had murdered a uniformed officer of the law in public, in the middle of a town that was trying to call itself civilized. He thought he was just swatting away an annoyance, but he had just declared war on the states of Virginia and Kentucky. The gunshot that killed Charles Belcher was an echo that would shake the mountains, and it would hunt Talton Hall to the very end of his days. The murder of a lawman in Norton was a line crossed, a bell that could not be unrung. Talton Hall, a master of the Appalachian wilderness, did what he always did. He vanished. He slipped back across the border into the familiar tangled hollows of Kentucky, believing he could wait out the storm as he had done a dozen times before. This was his first and most arrogant mistake. He thought he had merely killed a man. He failed to understand that he had murdered a symbol, and civilization itself was now coming for him. The response was unlike anything the mountains had ever seen. This wasn't a half-hearted posse led by a local sheriff who was likely related to the man he was hunting. The states of Virginia and Kentucky pooled their resources. Bounties were posted, large enough to make a poor farmer forget all about mountain loyalty. And then came the name that struck a different kind of fear into the hearts of outlaws: the Pinkertons. They were relentless, methodical men who couldn't be bribed, intimidated, or swayed by family ties. They were a modern machine of justice, and they were hunting a relic from a bygone era. Warnings came, not from his enemies, but from what few allies he had left. Old associates, men who understood the shifting tides of power, would have told him in no uncertain terms, "Talt, this is different," they'd say. "You killed a badge in the street. They ain't gonna stop. You need to go west, disappear for good." They offered him the only path that might lead to survival, true, absolute anonymity, far from the mountains that knew his name. But Talton Hall's arrogance was a wall that no reason could penetrate. He scoffed at the warnings. He had outsmarted the law his entire life. He saw the Pinkertons as nothing more than city boys who would get lost in the first creek bed. In his mind, this massive manhunt was almost a testament to his own legend. It was a grand, fitting challenge for the Pikeville killer. He believed he was smarter, tougher, and more cunning than any man they could send after him. He saw every posted bounty with his name on it, not as a threat, but as an acknowledgement of his status. With each passing week, however, his world shrank. The net tightened. A cabin door that would have once swung open for him now remained bolted shut. A meal that would have been freely given was now denied. The fear of the law had finally begun to outweigh the fear of Talton Hall. He was becoming a ghost in his own homeland, a toxic presence that even his own kin could no longer afford to shelter. Each closed door was another offer of help rejected, another chance to escape squandered because his pride would not let him see the truth. He was being squeezed out of the only environment where he knew how to survive. The decision to finally flee, to make a run for a place like Memphis, Tennessee, was not a strategic retreat. It was an act of desperation. He was leaving the tangled wilderness that was his shield and armor and heading for the open, anonymous streets of a city. He was a mountain predator who had been driven from his forest, forced to walk onto the open plains where the hunters could see him for miles. His path of no compromise had led him right into a trap of his own making. Memphis was a cage of brick and smoke, a foreign land to a man born of mist and shadow. Talton Hall was cornered. He could feel it in the way people looked at him on the street, in the tightening knot in his own gut. The relentless machinery of the law, guided by the cold intelligence of the Pinkertons, had found him. He was no longer the apex predator of the Kentucky hollows. He was a wolf tracked to a city alley, with the hounds closing in. He was in a cheap boarding house, listening to the city breathe, knowing that each breath might be his last moment of freedom. And then he heard it. The heavy, deliberate footsteps on the boarding house stairs. This was it. This was the moment that had been coming for him since the day he pulled the trigger on Officer Belcher. In that quiet, terrifying space between one footstep and the next, he stood at his final crossroads. He had one last choice to make. He could wait, hands empty, and surrender. He could give himself up to the justice he had so long despised, face a trial, a judge, a jury. It would mean a cage, a public shaming, but it would also mean life. It was the off-ramp, the final chance to let this story end, not with a bang, but with the quiet closing of a cell door. For a split second, a different path might have appeared in his mind's eye. A long, drawn-out trial, a life spent in a stone penitentiary. Could Talton Hall, the mountain demon, truly allow himself to be led in chains, to be put on display like a captured animal? Could the man, whose reputation was a weapon in itself, allow that reputation to be stripped away, leaving only a common, pathetic killer? The very idea was a kind of death more profound than any bullet. It was an assault on the only thing he had ever truly built, his own terrifying myth. The answer, when it came, was as swift and final as one of his own gunshots. No. The thought was more repulsive than a hangman's noose. His arrogance, the fatal flaw that had brought him to this very room, made its final stand. He would not be broken. He would not be humiliated. The law could have his body, but it would not have his submission. He made a conscious, chilling choice. He rejected the chance for a quiet end and fully embraced the violent destiny he had been carving for himself his entire life. He didn't make a run for the window or try to barricade the door. That was the act of a desperate man hoping to live. Instead, he calmly walked to his bag, pulled out his revolver, and checked the loads. Each click of the cylinder was a word in his final sentence. In that moment, he sealed his own fate, not with resignation, but with defiance. He chose to be the Pikeville killer right to the very end. The lawmen breaking down his door wouldn't be capturing a fugitive. They would be walking into the last act of a legend, an act that Talton Hall himself had decided to write in blood. The splintering of the door was the only warning he needed. It wasn't the sound of a lock being picked or a hinge being forced. It was the raw, violent crack of wood giving way to brute force. For Talton Hall, the world, which had been a tightening cage of streets and unfamiliar faces, suddenly shrank to the size of that small boarding house room. He was a creature of the deep woods, and in that moment, the lawmen crashing through the door were no different from a pack of hounds cornering a wolf in a box canyon. He wasn't panicked. He was eerily calm, the way a man is when he finally meets a fate he has been expecting his whole life. All the running, all the hiding, it had all led to this cramped, smoke-stained room. The revolver felt cool and familiar in his hand, a solid piece of certainty in a world that was coming apart. The figures in the doorway were just shapes, dark silhouettes against the light of the hallway, and in his mind, they ceased to be men. They were simply the final problem he had to solve. His hand moved with a fluid economy that was born of 1,000 deadly calculations. The room erupted in a deafening concussion of sound and fire. The muzzle flash was a bolt of lightning in the dimness, momentarily illuminating the determined faces in the doorway. It was the only language he knew how to speak to a world that sought to contain him, a single, explosive syllable of pure defiance. The smell of burnt gunpowder filled his nostrils, a scent more familiar to him than any perfume. But this was not a mountain holler where a single shot could settle an argument for good. Thunder answered thunder from the doorway. More flashes of light strobed across the room, turning the air into a chaotic storm of noise and swirling, acrid smoke. The world narrowed to the kick of the revolver in his hand, the ringing in his ears that drowned out all other sounds, and the shadowy dance of figures in the smoke. For a few heartbeats, Talton Hall was in his element, a whirlwind of violence at the heart of the storm. Then, a sensation he hadn't felt in years, a sharp, searing impact in his arm, a force that felt like a blacksmith's hammer. His fingers went numb. His trusted revolver, the instrument of his will, suddenly felt like a useless lump of lead. The weapon clattered to the wooden floor, the sound small and insignificant after the deafening roar of the gunfight. The storm inside the room had passed as quickly as it had begun. An almost supernatural silence descended, broken only by the harsh sound of men breathing and the slow, acrid clearing of the gun smoke. The dark silhouettes in the doorway resolved into tired, grim-faced lawmen, their own pistols still smoking. They moved in, not with anger, but with a weary professionalism. The fight was over. The great Talton Hall, the Pikeville killer, was standing in a ruined room, his arm useless, his gun on the floor. The final act was not a shout, but a cold, metallic whisper. The chilling slide and click of handcuffs locking around his wrists. That sound, more than any bullet, was the one that ended his life. In that moment, the legend died, and all that was left was a captured man facing the cold, methodical justice he had so long outrun. The roaring storm of his life had ended in the quiet snap of a lock. There was no triumph in the eyes of the lawmen who took him, only a grim, professional exhaustion. For Talton Hall, the moments after his capture were a blur of pain from his wounded arm and the heavier, colder pain of the shackles on his wrists. The swagger of the untouchable killer was finally gone, replaced by the quiet, heavy stillness of a caged animal. He wasn't filled with regret or fear, but with a deep, sullen emptiness. The world had finally proven to be bigger and stronger than his own myth, and the realization settled on him like a shroud. His journey back to the mountains was not a victory parade for the law. It was a covert operation, thick with tension. They knew the name Talton Hall still held power, that his allies might try to free him, or worse, that the families of his victims might try to kill him before he ever saw a courtroom. So they put him on a train, but its route was a lie, a winding, circuitous path designed to throw off any potential ambushes. He was heavily guarded, a man so dangerous that even in chains, he was treated like a ticking bomb. For Hall, the journey was a special kind of hell. He sat in the rattling train car, watching the familiar landscape of his homeland slide by through the grimy window. He saw the misty blue ridges, the deep, dark hollows, the very terrain that had once been his fortress and his kingdom. Now, it was just scenery on his final ride. Each mile that clicked by on the tracks was a mile closer to his end. He was a king being paraded through his conquered territory, a ghost forced to revisit his old haunting grounds one last time, not as a predator, but as prey. He was silent the whole way, a brooding, dark presence that unnerved even his seasoned guards. The fight had gone out of him, but the malice had not. He was no longer an active player in his own story. He was cargo. His fate was now in the hands of other men, and his only remaining role was to arrive at his destination. The end of the road for Talton Hall wasn't going to be a courtroom or a jail cell. It was this train, this slow, rattling journey back into the heart of the mountains that were waiting to claim him, one way or another. The news of Talton Hall's capture didn't travel by wire or by rail. It moved like smoke on the wind, from one isolated cabin to the next, carried by riders on horseback and whispered across fence lines. And with that news, the fragile, fearful peace of the mountains was shattered. The fall of one man sent a shockwave that would ripple through every holler, leaving a trail of wreckage that had little to do with Hall himself. His personal story was ending, but the tragedy he had authored was just entering its most brutal chapter. For his own kin, the name Hall, once a shield of fear, now became a target. The protection his terrifying reputation had afforded them vanished overnight. Now, they were just the family of a captured killer, vulnerable and exposed. Every shadow on the road, every late-night bark of a dog would send a spike of fear through them. They were living in the crosshairs of every man who had ever held a grudge against Talton, and that was a very long list. The sins of the father were about to be visited upon them, and their lives would become a paranoid existence of bolted doors and watchful eyes. For the families of his victims, the news was not a relief. It was a call to arms. For the widow of Charles Belcher, it was the reawakening of a grief that was still raw. For the remaining McCoys, who had seen their brothers tied to pawpaw trees and their sister shot down in the snow, this was not a matter for a distant court. It was a personal debt of blood that had come due. Hall's capture didn't bring closure. It tore the scabs off wounds that had never healed, and the pain demanded a release. Their desire was not for legal proceedings, it was for a reckoning. The entire community felt the tremor. For years, the violence had been, if not controlled, then at least predictable. It followed the dark logic of the feuds. But Hall's capture created a power vacuum, a chaotic moment where old hatreds could flare without a central figure to fear. He had acted as a cancer on the region, and his removal didn't cure the disease. It simply sent the body into a violent, final spasm. The quiet resentment of his reign of terror now had a voice, and it was a chorus calling for vengeance. The true wreckage Talton Hall left behind was not the bodies he had buried, but the hatred he had cultivated. He had spent his life profiting from the region's culture of violence, and now, even in chains, he was about to give it one last, terrible gift. His capture hadn't brought peace. It had simply brought the promise of a different, more terrible kind of violence, a communal violence, where an entire region, haunted by his ghost, would gather to deliver a final bloody verdict of its own. The law had done its part. It had hunted a killer across state lines, engaged him in a gunfight, and brought him back in chains. The next step in the machinery of civilization was a trial, a slow, methodical process of evidence, testimony, and deliberation. The Commonwealth of Kentucky intended to give Talton Hall a proper legal defense, a jury of his peers, and a verdict rendered under the solemn roof of a courthouse. It was a testament to the new order that was trying to tame the mountains, an insistence that the rule of law was absolute and applied to all men, even the devil of the tug fork. But in the mountains, another court was already in session. This court didn't meet in a building. It gathered in secret, in barns and on ridges, under the cold light of the moon. Its jurors were men with names like McCoy and Belcher. Its evidence was not written on paper, but scarred into their memories. The image of a burning cabin, of brothers tied to trees, of a good man bleeding out in a dusty street. The code they operated under was ancient, simple, and merciless. It was the mountain code of an eye for an eye, a blood debt that could only be paid in one currency. The clash between these two systems of justice was inevitable. As the train carrying Talton Hall chugged closer to Pikeville, the official legal process became more and more irrelevant. The law saw a prisoner who needed to be tried. The community saw a rabid dog that needed to be put down. The lawmen guarding Hall were operating under their code of duty and due process. The mob gathering to meet the train was operating under a code of honor and vengeance that was etched into the very stones of the mountains. The community's verdict had been reached long before Hall was ever captured. He was guilty, not just of killing Officer Belcher, but of everything. He was the living embodiment of the fear and violence that had plagued their lives for a generation. A trial, in their eyes, was a farce. It was a place where legal tricks and silver-tongued lawyers might let a monster walk free. They had seen it happen before. They had no faith in a system that seemed so far removed from the raw, immediate reality of their lives. They believed in a more direct, more certain form of justice. The train carrying Talton Hall was the ultimate symbol of this clash. Inside the car was the prisoner of the state, a component in a legal machine. But outside, gathering in the darkness, was the judgment of the mountains. The law's plan was to deliver him to a jail. The mountain's plan was to deliver him to a tree. In the end, it was a question of whose jurisdiction was more powerful in that place, on that night. Was it the new, fragile authority of the state, or the old, unyielding power of the clan? The answer was coming as surely as the train was coming down the tracks. While Talton Hall was taking his last ragged breaths in a Virginia town square, another man, a far more powerful one, was watching the world change from his porch in West Virginia. What became of Anderson Devil Anse Hatfield, the patriarch who had employed Hall's gun and allegedly directed the New Year's night massacre? Did he face a mob's justice? Did he ever see the inside of a courtroom for the crimes of the feud? The answer adds a bitter, complex layer to this story of mountain justice. The brutal attack on the McCoy cabin was a turning point. It was too savage, even for the feuding mountains, and it brought the full weight of the law down on the Hatfield clan. Several of Devil Anse's sons and supporters were hunted down, tried, and sent to prison. One, Ellison Cottontop Mounts, was hanged for his role in the massacre. The political power that Devil Anse had wielded for decades began to crumble. The war was over, and in a way, he had lost. But Devil Anse himself, the great leader of the clan, was never made to pay by the law. He was indicted, but he was never arrested, never forced to stand trial for the murders of the McCoy children. He lived out the rest of his days as a timberman and a farmer, a living legend who had outlasted his own violent era. In a final strange twist, the man they called Devil Anse was baptized in his old age, seeking peace with his God after a life of war with his neighbors. He died of pneumonia in 1921 and was buried on a mountainside overlooking the land he had fought so fiercely to control. This is the messy, unsatisfying truth of it all. Talton Hall, the hired gun, the disposable instrument of violence, was lynched by a mob for a crime committed in the open. His death was brutal, public, and absolute. But the powerful man who had allegedly paid for his services, who had directed the feud from the top, died a free man in his own bed. The mob got its vengeance, but it got it from the hired help, not the man who wrote the checks. The story of Talton Hall's end is not just about justice being served, it's about who it's served to and who gets to walk away. After the mob dispersed and Talton Hall's body was cut down, a strange and heavy quiet fell over Wise, Virginia, and the surrounding mountains. The great bloody chapter was over, but the book was not yet closed. The years that followed were not years of celebration or relief. They were years of silence. The community had performed a brutal act of surgery on itself, cutting out a cancer. But the wound was deep, jagged, and slow to heal. For the descendants of Talton Hall, the name became a curse and a burden. They scattered, some moving deeper into the anonymous folds of the mountains, others leaving the region entirely, hoping to outrun the ghost of their infamous kinsman. They became quiet farmers, miners, and laborers, their primary goal to be unremarkable, to be forgotten. To admit you were kin to Talton Hall was to invite suspicion and open old wounds. They buried the name under a blanket of deliberate obscurity, hoping that with enough time, the blood on it would fade. The community, too, sought healing through a kind of collective amnesia. The men who had been part of the lynch mob went back to their fields and their families. They had to live and trade with their neighbors, some of whom might have been Hall's distant kin. To speak of that night, to name the names of the men who held the rope, would have been to invite a new generation of bloodshed. And so, they simply stopped talking about it. The lynching of Talton Hall became a story told only to outsiders or to children as a cautionary tale. Within the community itself, it was a scar that everyone could see, but no one dared to touch. But the power dynamics of the region had been irrevocably altered. Hall's death was a brutal exclamation point at the end of an era. It was a clear and bloody message that the days of the untouchable gunfighter, the man who could be hired to settle a family squabble with a rifle, were over. The power of the old clan patriarchs like Devil Anse was waning, replaced by the growing influence of coal company bosses and county sheriffs. The law, which had failed to bring Hall to a trial, had still won in the end. The community's own violent act of justice had, ironically, reinforced the idea that the old way of the feud was a path to ruin for everyone involved. The era of private wars was dying, and the era of state-sponsored law, however flawed, was being born. The man named Talton Hall was gone, but the ghost of his name lingered. For decades, the most powerful physical remnant of his story was not a grave, but a tree. The big maple in the courthouse square in Wise, Virginia, became a dark landmark. People would point it out to their children, their voices dropping to a whisper. "That's the tree," they'd say. "That's where they hung the Pikeville killer." Its branches, which had once offered shade, now seemed to cast a permanent, chilling shadow. It was a living monument to a night of mob justice, its roots rumored to have drunk deep from the blood-soaked ground. Eventually, as the town grew and tried to bury its violent past, the tree was cut down, its wood hauled away, as if removing the object could erase the memory. His other physical traces were quietly erased. There is no grand tombstone bearing his name. He was likely buried in an unmarked potter's field, a final anonymous end for a man whose name once commanded such terror. The cabins he lived in have long since rotted back into the damp earth of the hollows, leaving no trace. It's a strange and fitting irony. The man who worked so hard to be a faceless shadow in life was rendered completely faceless in death. All of his physical reality was scrubbed from the world. But you can't kill a good story, and the tale of Talton Hall was too dark and powerful to die. It transformed. It left the realm of history and entered the world of folklore. For generations, people in Wise claimed that on still, moonlit nights, if you looked at the spot where the old maple stood, you could still see him. A spectral figure, dangling silently in the air, a permanent, ghostly reminder of the night the law of the mountains was served. The man became a boogeyman, a cautionary tale told to frighten unruly children into behaving. His life became a kind of unwritten murder ballad, the verses known by heart in every holler. He was no longer just a man, he was a character, a symbol of the entire bloody era of the feuds. His name became a shorthand for a certain kind of cold, professional violence. When old-timers spoke of the bad days, of the lawless times before the coal companies and the state police truly took hold, the name they would use to punctuate their point was always the same. It was a time of men like Talt Hall. So while the man himself is dust, and the tree that ended his life is gone, his spirit, the spirit of the mountain gunfighter, still haunts the collective memory of Appalachia. He is the ghost that walks the ridgelines of the past, a chilling echo of a time when justice didn't come from a book, but from the barrel of a gun and the end of a rope. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, a question as quiet and heavy as the mountain fog. Was Talton Hall a hero or a villain? The answer is as clear and cold as a Kentucky creek in winter. He was no hero. He was a killer, a man who dealt in death for profit, whose hands were stained with the blood of an unknown number of men. There is no honor in that. But to simply call him a villain is to miss the deeper, more unsettling truth of his story. Talton Hall was not an aberration. He was a perfect, terrible product of his time and place. He was a monster, but a monster the mountains themselves had birthed. He was forged in the pointless brutality of the Civil War and sharpened on the whetstone of the feuds. He was the logical conclusion of a world where law was a suggestion and violence was a way of life. He was a symptom of a disease, not the disease itself. In the end, this is a story about a man whose greatest strength, his absolute belief in his own terrifying legend, became the flaw that destroyed him. He saw himself as a timeless force, a permanent part of the mountain landscape. But the world was changing around him. The law, clumsy and slow as it was coming. He was a relic of a savage past, unable and unwilling to adapt. The same cold arrogance that made him a feared gunfighter made him blind to the fact that his time was over. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Talton Hall. a killer who sold his gun to the highest bidder and whose life was finally paid for, not with silver dollars, but with a rope, in a town square that wanted to forget his name. In the misty mountains of Appalachia, they say a word can be sharper than any blade, and a woman's pride can be a poison more potent than any rattlesnake's venom. They tell a story of a young man lying on his deathbed, not from fever or from battle, but from love. And they whisper the name of the woman who put him there with a single cruel sentence. Her name was Barbara Allen. Most folks have heard the song, a sad little tune about a hard-hearted girl. But here, in the isolated hollows, that song became more than music. It became a legend of a heart so cold it could freeze a man's soul. It raises a question that still echoes in these hills. Can a person truly be killed by a word? Today, we separate the ballad from the chilling folklore it spawned, to look into the icy heart of Barbara Allen and ask the one question the mountains have been asking for centuries. Was she a monster, or the most tragic victim of them all? You have to understand what life was like back then, in those hidden pockets of the Appalachians. It was a world carved out of the wilderness by sheer grit and stubbornness. Life wasn't measured in the turning of pages on a calendar, but in the rhythm of the seasons, the spring thaw that swelled the creeks, the long, hot summers of planting and tending, the autumn harvest that decided who would eat well and who would go hungry through the biting winter. The mountains weren't just a backdrop. They were a living entity, providing everything you needed, but also capable of taking it all away in a heartbeat with a flash flood or a sudden blizzard. In the heart of one such settlement lived a young man they called Sweet William. The name wasn't just a convenience, it was a description. He was the kind of man who was first to help a neighbor raise a barn and the last to leave a campfire. He had a strength that came from working the hard soil and a laugh that could cut through the thickest mountain fog. He was the future, the promise of another generation surviving and thriving in this unforgiving land. Everyone loved him because he was the best of them, a reflection of the warmth and community that was the only real shield against the cold and the dark. And then there was Barbara Allen. If William was the warm hearth of the community, she was the frost on the window pane. She possessed a beauty that was almost painful to look at, sharp and perfect, like a shard of ice. But it was a remote beauty. She lived with her mother in a small cabin, keeping to herself, her silence often mistaken for arrogance. The other girls whispered about her pride, and the young men who tried to court her came away feeling as if they'd tried to warm their hands on a marble statue. She was a mystery, an outsider in a community where there were no secrets. Yet, as it so often happens, the fire was drawn to the frost. William saw something in Barbara that no one else did. Not coldness, but a guarded sorrow, a strength that had hardened into a shield. And she, in turn, saw in his open-hearted nature a warmth she'd never known. Their courtship wasn't one of public pronouncements, but of stolen glances across the clearing during a Sunday service, of a wildflower left on her doorstep, of two people from different worlds circling each other like the sun and the moon. For a brief, hopeful season, it seemed that William's warmth might just be enough to melt her icy heart. But this world was as fragile as it was harsh. It was held together by unwritten laws of respect, honor, and pride. A person's reputation was their most valuable possession, more precious than land or livestock. And in a place where life was a constant struggle, a wounded pride could fester like a snakebite, turning the promise of love into the certainty of a grave. The community, watching the two lovers, held its breath, sensing that this was a story that could only end in one of two ways: with a wedding or with a tragedy that would be whispered around their fireplaces for 100 years to come. The turning point. The moment the future split into what could have been and what was, didn't happen in a dark forest or with the flash of a knife. It happened in a place of celebration. The harvest had been good, and the community gathered in the largest clearing, the air thick with the smell of roasting meat, wood smoke, and the sweet, sharp scent of homemade apple cider. Fiddles were playing, people were laughing, and for a little while, the harshness of mountain life was forgotten. At the center of it all, of course, was sweet William. He was in his element, surrounded by friends, his voice booming over the music. Flushed with cider and the simple joy of the evening, he raised his wooden cup. "A toast!" he shouted, a wide grin on his face. "A toast to the beauties of this valley who make the work worthwhile and the winters warm." Men cheered, and the women, both young and old, smiled at the compliment. It was a simple, clumsy, heartfelt gesture from a young man who loved his home and the people in it. But in a shadowed corner, one pair of eyes didn't smile. Barbara Allen had watched him all evening, a rare warmth in her own heart. She saw him as hers, a private treasure. And in that moment, his toast felt like a betrayal. He hadn't toasted her. He had thrown her into the common lot with every other woman there. To his mind, it was a harmless, all-encompassing compliment. To her proud and guarded heart, it was a public declaration that she was nothing special to him at all. It was a careless flick of the wrist that to her felt like a slap across the face. She didn't scream or cry. Her pain was a cold, quiet thing. The light in her eyes simply went out, replaced by a glacial hardness. Without a word, she stood up, smoothed her dress, and walked out of the clearing, vanishing into the night. Her departure was so silent that at first only a few noticed. But a chill followed in her wake, and soon the whispers started. William, seeing her empty place, felt a knot of dread tighten in his stomach. The laughter died on his lips. He followed her, of course. He went to her cabin that night and the next day, but the door remained barred. He sent friends to plead his case, but they returned with shaken heads, speaking of a coldness they had never seen in a living soul. The community watched as a wall of silent, unforgiving pride rose between the two lovers. William's careless words had been the spark, but Barbara's wounded heart was the tinder. A fire had been lit, a slow, consuming blaze that wouldn't be put out with apologies. It was a fire that would demand a sacrifice. William's life wasn't being taken by disease. It was draining away from a wound no doctor could see, a sickness of the soul. His servants, loyal and terrified, saw their master fading like the last embers of a fire. In desperation, they went to the one person who held the cure or the final poison. They found Barbara Allen at her cabin, and their message was a raw plea. "Our Lord is dying, and he is calling for the one named Barbara Allen." There was no command in their voice, only a prayer. She rose slowly, so slowly you'd think time itself was wading through molasses. Every step she took from her cabin to his bedside was deliberate, a leisurely stroll towards a man's last moments. When she finally entered his room, the servant standing helplessly by the door felt a sudden chill, a damp cold that had nothing to do with the weather. It was as if she had brought the dead of winter into that small, suffocating space with her. William, pale as a death shroud, his voice a dry whisper, turned his face from the pillow. He looked at her, his eyes pleading for a single drop of mercy. "I am sick, and very, very low," he rasped. "And it's all for the love of you, Barbara Allen." It was his last gamble, his entire being laid bare, hoping to find a flicker of the woman he loved beneath the ice. But the woman who stood over him was not a lover. She was a judge. Her face was a mask of cold indifference. She looked down at the dying man, not with pity, but with a chilling clarity. Her voice, when it came, was not loud, but it cut through the silence like a razor. "I remember," she said, each word a perfectly formed drop of venom. "There, in the tavern of the city, when the wine was pouring like a river, You drank to the health of all the beauties, and you neglected me, Barbara Allen." Those words weren't a memory. They were a sentence. They were the final killing blow. The servants watched as the last spark of hope in William's eyes was extinguished. It wasn't a flicker. It was a snuffing out, as sudden and complete as a candle plunged into water. No weapon was raised, no blood was shed, but everyone in that room knew they had just witnessed an execution. William said nothing more. He simply took a shallow breath, and with the last of his strength, he turned his face to the cold, unforgiving wall. It was an act of final surrender. He was turning his back not just on her, but on the world itself, a world where the woman he loved had chosen her pride over his life. A moment later, a profound stillness fell upon the room, a silence deeper and more terrible than any scream. Sweet William was gone. Barbara Allen turned and walked out of that room without a backward glance. She left behind a profound silence, a dead man, and the shattered servants who had just witnessed a soul being extinguished by sheer cruelty. She stepped out into the crisp mountain air, her head held high, the victor in a war only she had been fighting. Her pride was satisfied. Her grievance was avenged. She had won. For the first few hundred yards, that cold satisfaction was a shield, protecting her from the truth of what she had done. But she had not gone a mile, just as the path began to wind back towards her own lonely cabin, when a new sound reached her. It was a sound that cut through the rustling leaves and the sighing of the wind. A single, mournful toll of a funeral bell, echoing from the small church in the valley. Dong. It was a sound of finality, a sound of fact. Sweet William was dead. The bell was telling the mountains the news, and that sound pierced her icy armor. The second toll followed the first, and with each resonant peal, a crack appeared in the frozen wall around her heart. It was no longer the sound of her victory, it was the sound of her damnation. The ballad says that the bell seemed to cry out her own name on the wind, a mournful accusation. Hard-hearted Barbara Allen. The pride, the anger, the memory of that silly toast in the tavern, it all evaporated, leaving behind a horrifying, empty void. The realization struck her with the physical force of a blow. The man she loved was in the ground because of her. She had traded his life for a moment of bitter triumph, and the bargain was a fool's one. Her heart, which could not be melted by his love, was now shattered by the sound of his death knell. The community would hear that bell too. The servant's story would spread from cabin to cabin, whispered over cook fires and spinning wheels. There would be no trial, no judge or jury. Her verdict was already being delivered by the hushed, horrified voices of her neighbors. She was no longer just the proud girl. She was the cruel woman, the one who had killed Sweet William with nothing but a handful of cold, unforgiving words. There was no trial held in a courthouse for Barbara Allen. There was no judge in a black robe, no jury of 12 good men and true. What law had she broken? There is no statute against having a heart of stone, no crime on the books for killing a man with a memory and 5 cruel words. The law of men, with its ink and paper, was silent. It had no language to describe what had happened in that death room. But in the mountains, there is another kind of justice, an older and more immediate law. And Barbara Allen's trial had already begun. The courtroom was every cabin, every clearing, every fireside in the valley. The servants who had stood helpless at William's bedside were the sole witnesses, and their testimony, spoken in hushed, horrified tones, was the only evidence needed. The story spread faster than a forest fire, a tale of love turned to poison, of a pride so monstrous it could watch a man die and feel nothing. The community, which had once whispered about her coldness, now spoke of it as a fact, an unnatural blight on the world. The verdict was unanimous. She was guilty. But Barbara wasn't listening to them. She was a prisoner in a different kind of court, the one held in the echoing silence of her own soul. The funeral bell had been the prosecution's opening statement, and it had shattered her every defense. As she ran home, stumbling through the woods, she wasn't fleeing justice. She was rushing to accept her sentence. When she burst through the door of her mother's cabin, her face was a mask of terror and grief. She was no longer a cold-hearted killer. She was a condemned woman. Her confession was not a plea for mercy, but a final, desperate command. She cried out to her mother, the words tumbling from her in a torrent of unbearable guilt. "Mom, Mom, make my bed, make it softly and long. My darling died for me today, and I will die for him tomorrow." In that moment, she was both the accused and the executioner. She understood the ancient law of the mountains, a heart for a heart, a life for a life. Her own pride had demanded William's life as payment, and now her conscience, awakened too late, demanded hers in return. And so the final verdict was delivered, not by the community, who would soon change their condemnation to a sad, shaking pity, but by Barbara Allen herself. She died the next day, not of fever or sickness, but of a broken heart, the very ailment she had inflicted upon her lover. Was it justice? Perhaps it was something more profound. It was a perfect, terrible symmetry. The law of men could never have balanced the scales so precisely. The mountains had rendered their own judgment, leaving two fresh graves as a permanent warning that a heart closed to forgiveness is a tomb waiting to be filled. And so they buried them in the old churchyard, side by side. He, the victim of a love too strong, and she, the victim of a pride that had turned to poison. In any other story, that would be the end. Two graves on a lonely hillside, slowly being reclaimed by the wild grass and the passage of time. But in Appalachia, some stories refuse to stay buried in the ground. They grow. Out of Sweet William's grave, the old-timers say, there grew a rose. It wasn't just any rose, but one with petals so deep and red they looked like drops of blood, a symbol of the true and passionate love he'd held in his heart. And from Barbara Allen's grave, there grew a briar, its vines thorny and grasping, a testament to the sharp, tangled pride that had protected and ultimately destroyed her. They grew, reaching up towards the Appalachian sun, as if pulled by some unseen force. The rose climbed the old stone wall of the churchyard, and the briar followed. Higher and higher they went, until at the very peak of the wall, they met. And there, under the watchful eyes of the mountains, the soft red rose and the thorny green briar intertwined. They wove themselves together into what the ballad calls a true lover's knot, a symbol of forgiveness, a sign that the love that was denied in life had finally found its union in death. Now, you can't go to a specific place in Kentucky or North Carolina and find a headstone that reads Barbara Allen. Her grave is not a place on a map. The real marker isn't made of stone, it's made of music. The ballad itself is the echo. It survived the long ocean voyage from Scotland, and in the isolated hollows of Appalachia, it found its true home. It was passed down like an heirloom, from a grandmother's cracked voice to a child listening on a porch swing, a lesson and a lullaby all in one. The story became a part of the people, and that is what remains today. The traces are not in archives or history books, but in the culture itself. It's in the melancholy bend of a fiddle string, in the lyrics sung by 1,000 different voices over hundreds of years. The mountains do remember, and though most people have forgotten the fine details, the legend of the rose and the briar still hangs in the air of every old, overgrown cemetery, a ghostly reminder that love and pride are two powerful vines that, once tangled, can never truly be separated. So we come back to the question that has haunted this story from the start, a question that the wind still whispers in the high mountain passes. Was Barbara Allen a monster, or was she a victim? The truth, like most truths in these mountains, is not a simple thing. In that death room, standing over the man who loved her, she was a monster. She wielded her wounded pride like a weapon and dealt a killing blow. But in the moments that followed, when the sound of a funeral bell shattered her soul, she became the story's final, most tragic victim, a prisoner of a pride she could no longer live with. This is the eternal lesson encoded in the ballad of Barbara Allen, the reason it has survived for centuries while grander tales have turned to dust. It's a story that warns us that a heart shielded by pride is the most fragile heart of all. It teaches us that forgiveness is not a gift we give to others, but a key to our own freedom. The rose and the briar are not just a fanciful ending, they are the story's true moral. They tell us that even after a tragedy born of bitterness and spite, redemption is possible, that two souls torn apart by life can find their way back to each other in the end. This is more than just a ghost story or a sad old song. It is a piece of Appalachia's soul. It is a testament to the people who lived and died by a code of honor that could be both their greatest strength and their most fatal flaw. And even today, if you find yourself deep in the mountains when the fog is rolling in and the world grows quiet, you can almost hear it. A sad, distant melody on the wind and the mournful toll of a bell, forever crying out a warning and a lament. Poor Barbara Allen.